13. Skynynx inserted a new charge pack into his double blaster, smiled at the weapon, then thrust it into the holster. "Thank you, Moros," he said. "You won't regret this." Duel tapped his spongy fingers on the former warden's desk. One of the loose, iridescent insects fluttered around the room, battering itself again and again on the wide landscape window. "Just try not to make a mess of it," Duel said. "I want Solo gone and all traces removed. Nothing left. It's only a matter of time before the New Republic comes nosing around. We've got to be absolutely clean. Is the energy shield functional yet?" "We're testing it this morning, and our engineers are confident it'll work. Solo and the Wookiee will be dead by then," Skynynx said. "My personal guarantee." Duel's lips curled like a rubbery gasket stretched out of shape. "Don't enjoy yourself too much." Skynynx smiled back at him and turned to leave. His black eyes glittered. "Only as much as necessary," he said. The mine-car roared through the tunnels in total blackness. Han had no choice but to trust the computer guidance system. Chewbacca had found the accelerator button and punched it repeatedly, trying to get farther away from the multi-legged horror deep in the mines. Han gripped the sides of the car with hands gone white from cold and terror. Each time they shot past a gaping side tunnel, his imagination heard noises of skittering legs and scythe-like claws, reaching out to pluck them from the passing car. "Our course is taking us back to the muster room," Kip said. "This could be our chance to escape." "Where else should we go?" Han asked. He felt his heart pounding. Chewbacca groaned a question, and Han translated it. "Do you know any other way out of these tunnels?" "I don't," Kip said, "but maybe I could find one." Han fought to contain a sudden fit of shudders. "I don't know about you, but I'm in no mood to go wandering through dark tunnels feeling for a way out. Not with that thing chasing after us." The thought of a freezing death and the energy-draining fangs of the monster made the option of imprisonment in the spice mine seem not so terrible after all. Before they could form some sort of alternative plan, the floating minecars coasted to a halt in a long holding chamber. The metal door at the far end slammed shut behind them. With his infrared goggles, Han could see the activation controls on the wall next to an inner door. His knees were weak. His hands trembled as he punched access for the muster room. Light flooded around them, and the three survivors staggered inside, holding each other. Chewbacca used his hairy arms to keep both Han and Kip on their feet. Dazzled, Han cupped his hands over his eyes and let the infrared goggles dangle on his neck. "Boss Roke's dead," he croaked to no one in particular. "There's a monster in the tunnels. It attacked the guard. We barely got away." "Han," Kip said. Chewbacca sniffed, then roared in anger. Han fought to focus his vision. He heard people rustling in the muster room. He saw only shadows in the glare. Finally, he could make out a tall, gangly form with dark hair and sunken eyes on a skull-like face. "Glad you're back, Solo," Skynynx said from the other side of the room. He drew the double blaster at his hip. Everything seemed to move slowly for Han. He had not yet come down from the boost of adrenaline caused by utter terror. Han saw the gun, saw Skynynx, saw the man's cadaverous face. Duel had sent his henchmen to kill them. Han wasted no time shoving Chewbacca backward. "Back in, Chewie. We gotta get out of here." He yanked Kip through the open doorway. Chewbacca let out a yowl and lunged into the dark chamber where the floating minecars waited. "Hey!" Skynynx began to run in long, leaping strides that carried him across the muster room. Han sealed the door in his face, scrambling the lock mechanism. "It'll take him a second to figure out the access code. Get in the car. Now!" Han leaped into the swaying pilot seat. "Looks like we're going to try one of those alternatives you wanted, Kip." He powered up the rocking vehicle. From the other side of the door came pounding, and then the sounds of blasters striking the metal. Skynynx was going to disintegrate his way through. They had to get to the relative safety of the tunnels right away. Han punched up the computer guidance system and let the vehicle go. The great metal door on the far side of the long holding tunnel slid open with a grinding sound as the minecar accelerated back down the central tunnel from which they had just come. "I hate to go back there," Han said. Chewbacca roared a comment, and Han nodded. "Yeah, I hate even worse to be blasted." "Do you know Skynynx?" Kip asked, regaining his breath. "We're old buddies," Han said. "That's why he wants to kill us." The floating car rushed through the half-open metal grate just as the door from the muster room melted open, spilling a wedge of light into the tunnel. "They're only going to be a minute behind us," Han said. With his infrared goggles, he could see the pilot controls now, but none of the coordinates meant anything to him. The only exit he knew of was back through the muster room. "Any ideas, Kip?" "It's on automated course," Kip said. "If I had time to think and get my bearings, I might be able to figure out something." "We don't have the luxury right now." The great metal door did not close behind them after they passed through. Wind whipped past their ears as Han kept his finger on the accelerator button. From behind, they heard shouts, other people climbing into waiting mine cars. Han leaned over the controls, but the repulsor lifts could only go so fast. Unable to see and without any knowledge of the labyrinth of underground tunnels, Han did not dare fly the car manually. He would have to hope he could get far enough ahead so that Skynynx could not follow. But then what? They would be lost in the cold, dark maze. How many other multi-legged monsters waited for them in the shadows? The sound of another mine car came roaring up behind them. Han had 3 cars linked together, hauling 3 riders with only 1 engine. If Skynynx and the others took 1 car each, they would travel faster. They would be in blaster range within moments. "Solo!" Skynynx bellowed. "Hold on," Kip said. Han instinctively braced himself as the computer guidance system yanked them to the left-hand fork in an unseen tunnel, then plunged them steeply downward. Before Han could wonder if they had lost their pursuers, he heard the echoing whine of repulsor lift vehicles soaring down the tunnel after them. "I'm open to suggestions," Han said. He looked behind them with his infrared goggles and saw the glowing target of Skynynx and 2 other piloted vehicles. In the cold darkness, his own body heat would be just as apparent to the pursuers. Chewbacca held on to Kip, pushing him down to safety in the second car. The Wookiee reached behind him, fumbling with the catch to the empty third car. Skynynx and the 2 guards closed the gap. With a growl at the pursuers, Chewbacca decoupled the magnetic bearing from the third car. Suddenly released, the empty car swung out behind them, dropping toward the ground. Skynynx cried out as he swerved up to avoid a collision. The other 2 guards both curved to the left, battering into each other. But somehow, all 3 pursuers kept their balance. They roared after Han. "Nice try, Chewie," Han said. Skynynx pulled out his modified double blaster, powered it on, and aimed. When he fired, the 2 barrels sent their beams out at slightly intersecting angles to each other. A short distance beyond the muzzle, the 2 beams coalesced and phased, forming a staccato series of bursts, each one containing a brief impulse of power 10 times that of a single blaster beam. Though the weapon looked impressive, it was almost impossible to aim, and most other users, even hardened criminals, had dropped them in favor of more reliable weapons. The phased double beam poured out, striking the ceiling of the tunnel ahead of Han. The explosion of heat and light blinded him through the infrared goggles. Somehow, Kip reacted with molten speed and yanked the floating car sideways. Miraculously, they swerved around the debris that fell from above, struck only by the patter of small pebbles. "Everybody okay?" Han said. Chewbacca grunted. "So far," Kip said. Han turned to look at Skynynx, zoomed safely through the tiny avalanche he had caused. Falling rocks and debris pelted the next car, though, making it spin out of control. The car struck the rough tunnel wall in a shower of sparks, then exploded, spewing shards of metal everywhere. "One down," Kip said. Echoing sounds came from the open tunnel mouth ahead. Through the infrared goggles, Han could see other spots of warmth, a caravan. They shot past the side tunnel just as another train of floating minecars emerged. "They've got reinforcements," Han said in dismay. But then he saw the cars were all linked together, another mining party on its way back to the muster room at the end of a shift. Skynynx and the other guard plowed right into them. Their accelerating cars rode up and over, knocking 3 helpless workers out of their seats and leaving them blind and lost in the tunnel. The driver of the work train slewed out of the way, ramming into the rocky wall of the tunnel. Skynynx spun in the air, but somehow kept his seat. The second guard fared even better, pulling up beside Skynynx as they zoomed away from the sight of the wreck and the shouting work crew. Han had no idea where they were going, but they were getting farther and farther away from any place good. With Skynynx and his double blaster behind them, they had no choice but to keep fleeing deeper into the tunnels. Ahead, in the inky blackness, a sudden clump of pearlescent glitters sprang out of a bare rock wall, wavering in the air. Then the luminescence started traveling down the tunnel away from them, as if trying to outrun the approaching cars. "Another bogey!" Kip cried. Their floating car followed the bogey, closing the gap, but as they neared, the swirling, glowing thing accelerated, as if taunting them by flying ahead, whipping around curves just in front of them. By the faint glow, Han could actually see the winding curves of rock. Skynynx and the other pursuers zoomed along in their wake. Uh-oh, Kip said. I think I just figured out what course we're on. All this feels very familiar. What? Han said. How can you tell? The most recent set of destination coordinates in this navigation computer was programmed by Boss Rogue. We're going back to where the monster was. The glowing bogey roiled ahead of them, dipping up and down but refusing to pop back into the spice-covered walls. As it rushed along, the bogey's bodily illumination activated thread-like veins of glitterstim, leaving a patchwork of blue sparks in their wake. In a long, straight stretch of tunnel, Skynynx fired his double blaster again. As if he could sense the blast coming, Kip rocked the car to one side as the intense pulse bolt shot down the tube, passed through the bogey without harming it, and struck a distant wall. The impact blew open a huge aperture into another grotto. Seeing an escape, the bogey ducked through the new opening. Put it on manual, Kip said. Let me fly it. By now, their eyes had grown accustomed to the bogey's glow, and they could actually see where they were going. I don't want a free return trip to where the monster's waiting. Han relinquished the controls. Without a moment's pause, Kip launched the car into the wide-open section of wall that led to an unknown maze. This is the same series of tunnels, Kip said. As they plunged into the new grotto, something long and fibrous stung Han's face like a sharp wire whipping past him. The bogey shot into the vast chamber, flying across the darkness to the far wall. Upon striking the rock face, though, it did not melt through and vanish as the first bogey had done days earlier. Instead, the glowing ball stuck on the rock's surface. It glittered and spangled and pulsed as if struggling. Another whip-like strand struck Han's face as they flew through the air. Around the bogey and the glow, wide veins of spice frizzled blue as the illumination activated them. The light crackled and spread outward in a network geometrical crisscrossings along the wall. All of the spice in the chamber began to race along in long lines as the light increased in a chain reaction. The pattern looked familiar. Like a web, Han said. The bogey struggled frantically as the spice around it grew brighter and brighter. Han saw long fibers of free-hanging glitterstim draped through the open air of the grotto. From behind them, Skynynx fired again in a long, continuous blast that missed them in the wide open space. The powerful pulse beam struck the far ceiling of the chamber, making it erupt with hot, broken stone that poured down from the roof of the tunnel. The images in Han's infrared goggles were blindingly bright. The bogey stretched and struggled as parts of the spice web tore away in the avalanche, yanking portions of the glow with it. Then Han saw the monstrous creature rise up from its lair on the grotto floor. A huge spider made of blown glass, all sharp edges with 100 legs and 1,000 eyes. The bristling legs moved in a blur as it clambered up the debris toward the glowing bogey struggling in the spice web. Han wrenched the floating car around, ready to plow his way out and away from the monster that had almost captured him in the tunnels, even if he had to fly right down Skynynx's throat. On the rocks below, tossed aside like wadded sheets of used paper, lay the crumpled forms of Boss Rogue, Clore, and the guard, frozen solid and drained of every drop of their bodily energy. The creature must lay down deposits of spice as its web to capture bogies, Han thought, or any other warm creature can find down in these tunnels. That was why light activated the glitterstim spice, to trigger the bogey's capture in the trap. Skynynx and the pursuing guard roared into the grotto. The scarecrow fired again, paying little attention to where he was going. His blast ricocheted off the wall, activating more spice. The spider thing glowed a dull blue with electric arcs crawling up and down its needle-like limbs, as if the creature itself were made out of activated spice. Attracted to the approaching heat source, it reared up. Skynynx did not see it until he had driven his floating minecar nearly into the grappling hook claws. In the last instant, Skynynx pointed his hot double blaster down and fired at the voracious creature, but the energy spider absorbed the blaster's power and snatched out with a dozen limbs. Skynynx tried to leap out of the doomed car, but the spider thing speared him with a sharp leg, raising his scarecrow body higher. With the last of his strength, Skynynx flailed his arms as his body grew cold. The multi-legged creature began to feed. The pursuing guard rebounded sideways as he struck a thick mass of spice fibers dangling from the ceiling. The glitterstim sparked and glowed in the growing illumination. As the guard saw Skynynx captured, saw the huge energy spider in the collapsing ceiling of the grotto, he whirled his floating minecar around and fled back out the cavern entrance as fast as he could go. Han, though, saw an open passage in the ceiling and noticed a dim trickle of light coming from it. He wanted only to be out of there before the thing came scrambling after them, clawing its way up glass-like strands of glitter stem. Up there, Han urged. Kip plunged the car upward into the ceiling opening and suddenly came upon another network of tunnels. But these catacombs looked man-made. At last, one of the illicit mining shafts dug by spice smugglers searching to find active veins. Han let out a whoop of delight. This is it! We're out of here now! Chewbacca clapped him on the back, nearly pelting Han out of the pilot's seat. They raced upward. The distant daylight pierced through the jagged obstacles of the passage. Han did not want to slow down. Kip accelerated toward the light. The floating car burst into the thin, open air of Kessel, where watery light blinded them like a supernova. Blinking and struggling to see, Han yanked off his goggles and took back the pilot controls. He evened out their trajectory above the flat, desolate surface of the small planet. Off to their right, he saw the towering stack of an atmosphere factory gushing white steam and air vapor into the sky. That way, Kip said, we'll be able to find a ship. Good idea, Han said. As they approached the enormous construction, flying low enough to avoid notice, he kept an eye out. Morris Duel would not know of their escape until the lone surviving guard returned to the muster room and made his report. Han, Kip, and Chewbacca would have a few moments to get a head start, but not very long. Adjacent to the atmosphere factory, Han did indeed see a broad landing pad with 4 craft on it. 2 of the ships were local land skimmers and useless to them, but the others were small supply shuttles, space-worthy enough, though they wouldn't go fast. Holding the breath mask against his face, Han pointed with his other hand. Down there. Get one of those ships and we're away from Kessel. He grabbed Kip's shoulder. We can go home. 14. When Luke returned to Coruscant, he had a joyous reunion with Han and Leia's 2-year-old children, whom he had not seen for some time, not since he and Akbar had set up the secret protected planet for them. He waited in Leia's living quarters, playing with the twins, tossing them in the air and juggling them using his Jedi powers. Jason and Jaina squealed in delight, giggling and intuitively trusting that their Uncle Luke would never let them fall. Children were a wonder to him. Raised with his Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru on the parched world of Tatooine, Luke had had little time for playing with children because the life of a moisture farmer was wrapped up in such hard work. When he left Tatooine with Ben Kenobi, Luke joined the Rebel Alliance, spending time as a fighter pilot and in Jedi training with Yoda. He never had time or opportunity to see children, and now he felt as much pleasure playing with them, watching their wide-eyed innocence, as they seemed to enjoy having him around. Faster! Faster! Jason cried. Instead, just to tease him, Luke stopped the boy cold in the air, letting him hang motionless as Luke orbited Jaina around him. The little girl squealed and stretched out her hand, trying to grab her brother's ear as she spun. Tiring of that, Luke let Jaina drift into a cushioned seat while he reached out to catch Jason as the boy descended, holding him in his arms. Jaina squirmed and reached her pudgy arms up, wanting to be held too. Luke made faces at the little boy, puckering his lips and wiggling them back and forth. He spoke in a funny, head-cold voice that sounded something like Yoda's. The Force is strong in this little one, Yes. But then Luke wrinkled his nose and noticed something he didn't need Jedi powers to understand. Or maybe that's not the Force I sense. Leia, I think you need to perform a motherly duty. He held Jason in front of him. 3PO bustled into the room. Allow me to take care of that, sir. I've been getting a great deal of practice in the past day or 2. Luke smiled at the thought of 3PO trying to manage squirming twins. He noticed the droid looked a bit scuffed and battered. Was that part of your protocol training? My manual dexterity is sufficient to the task, Master Luke. 3PO flexed his golden motorized fingers, then took Jason from Luke's grasp. And believe me, I enjoy these duties much more than gallivanting through space, getting shot at by Imperial fighters, or getting lost in asteroid fields. Leia came into the room. She forced a smile that Luke could tell was a mask. She looked very tired. It wasn't just the strain of combining her diplomatic duties with being a mother. Something else deeply concerned her, but she hadn't said anything. Luke did not pry. He could have reached in and taken the secret from her mind, but he would not do that to his sister, and she might even have figured out how to block him by now. He would let her broach the subject in her own way. The prep unit will have the meal ready in just a few minutes, Leia said. I'm very glad you're back, and the twins seem to be pleased too. Luke realized that he hadn't seen Han since his return, but because of their busy schedules, seeing Han and Leia in the same place at the same time was a rare occurrence anyway. It was a wonder they had somehow managed to have 3 children. Could Han's absence have something to do with Leia's hidden concern? Luke picked up Jaina with the Force again, raising her into the air. She giggled and began flailing her arms and legs as if swimming through the open spaces of the room. Leia, I need your help in a couple of bureaucratic matters, Luke said. Sure, she smiled wryly at him. What can I do? I still need to contact Mara Jade and a handful of other possible Jedi candidates. But now that I have 2 trainees here in waiting, I've got to find a place where we can begin our Jedi studies, and I have to find it soon. I've spoken with Streen and Gantoris, and it's clear to me that Coruscant is not appropriate. Streen doesn't like to be around people, and he's not going to be very comfortable anywhere in Imperial City. All of Coruscant is covered with metropolis, buildings on top of buildings. And he hesitated, but this was a private conversation with Leia. He could not hide any of his worries from her. There is some danger about what we might do. Who am I to be teaching all these Jedi potentials? I have no way of knowing what might trigger a disaster like one of the Emperor's force storms. It would be better if we found some place isolated, a place of solitude where we can conduct our training without interference. And in safety. Leia's dark eyes met his, and he knew that both of them were thinking of Darth Vader. Yes, I agree. I'll try to find you an appropriate place. And while you're looking, Luke continued, we also need to relocate all of the people on Eel Shaw. There's only about 50 of them left on that outpost, but the planet is doomed. When I took Gantoris, I promised we would find a new home for the survivors. See what you can do. For a group of people that small, it shouldn't be difficult, Leia answered. Any place sounds better than the planet they're leaving. Luke laughed. Or you could always have Han win another planet for them in a card game. She looked at him as if stung. Yes, indeed, he thought. It was something to do with Han. He bounced Jaina up in the air again, touching her to the ceiling, then letting her fall back down. Suddenly, Lando Calrissian burst into the room unannounced. Leia! Winter just told me that Han hasn't come back yet. Why haven't you talked to me about it? Startled, Luke let Jaina fall and barely managed to catch her in the air a handbreadth above the hard floor. Jaina giggled deliriously, confident that the whole thing had been planned. Lando looked upset and angry as he glared at Leia, planting his hands on his hips, pushing back the cape to hang around him. Then he noticed Luke standing in the room. Luke, are you going to do anything about this? I don't know what you're talking about, but I think Leia was just about to tell me. Both men looked at her. She sighed and sat down. Yes, Han is missing. He went off to Kessel about 2 weeks ago, but now he's 4 days late coming back. He never contacted me, so yesterday I got in touch with Kessel. I spoke to someone who seems to be in charge, a Rybet named Maruth Duel. Duel says Han and Chewie never arrived. Kessel has no record of the Millennium Falcon. Duel suggested they might have gotten lost in the black hole cluster. Not Han, Lando said, and not in the Falcon. He knows how to fly that thing almost as well as I do. Leia nodded. All through the conversation, I sensed something wrong with the way Duel was acting. His answers were too pat, and he seemed nervous. I had the distinct feeling he was expecting my call and had already made up appropriate excuses. I don't like that, Lando said. Well, if Han is missing and you knew since yesterday, why didn't you send out a fleet of New Republic scouts, Luke said. A formal search party. What if he is lost in the maw somewhere? Leia sighed. Think about it, Luke. If I mobilized an official force, I could create a galactic incident just when we're trying to get Kessel into the New Republic. And besides, she admitted, you know Han, there's a very real chance he's just goofing around. He forgot his kids were coming back. Maybe he found a good game of sabacc or started talking old times with some of his spice smuggler buddies. That's why he wanted to go on the mission in the first place. We'll go look for him ourselves, Lando said. Luke could tell by the way Leia's face brightened that this was what she intended to ask all along. We'll go snoop around, he said. There won't be any official dispatch or record of our mission. Lando said, we better take the Lady Luck. She's just a privately owned yacht with some pretty good punch in her engines. Leia stepped forward and plucked Jane out of Luke's lap and cradled her. I'll watch over Gantoris and Strain while you're gone. Luke nodded and spread his hands wide. You see? That's why you're a diplomat. You think of details like that. Just don't let the 2 of them get into any trouble. We should take R2 with us, Lando said. That little droid sure helped me out in the blob races. Luke had heard of Lando's exploits with the scam artist Tymo. You can tell me all about it on our way there. Leia's waited long enough. Let's go to Kessel, Lando said. 15. They managed to steal the second shuttle. Han and Chewbacca wasted precious time in the first cargo ship on the Atmosphere Factory's landing pad, trying to cross-circuit the controls as Kip Duron kept watch in the open hatch. The air was cold on their exposed skin, and they didn't know how much stray radiation from the maw actually penetrated the atmospheric shield. The sounds of breathing hissed behind their breath masks. No one had seen them. Yet. After only a few minutes, Han accidentally triggered the shuttle's automatic lockout systems. He slammed his hand on the panel. Should have known I couldn't beat the high-level security interlocks. Chewbacca pulled off an access plate and tossed it into the back compartment with the sound of a crashing land speeder. Roaring in his Wookiee language, he began yanking wires out of the controls and jamming them into override ports, but the few lights still functioning on the panels continued to burn red. "Forget it, Chewie. We'll try the other ship," Han said. "I think I know what I did wrong last time." Kip kept watch on the tiny doors of the Atmosphere Factory's massive stack. Still no movement from inside. We're clear. They raced across the open space of the landing field to the second cargo shuttle, an old Imperial model with scarred armor and long planar wings that made it look like a mechanical flying fish. Han and Chewbacca had flown a similar Lambda-class shuttle on their guerrilla mission to Endor, but this model looked even older. Prison facilities must have low priority for new equipment accusations, he thought. Chewbacca opened the hatch and Han ducked inside, moving straight to the controls. The Wookiee clambered after him as 4 guards marched into view around the perimeter of the old atmosphere stack. The squad wore cobbled-together uniforms of old stormtrooper armor and thermal suits from the mines. Kip plastered himself to the wall just inside the open hatch. Looking across the landing field, he saw that they had forgotten to close the doorway on the first shuttle, and now their tampering was painfully obvious. He swallowed. "Better hurry, Han. We've got company, but they haven't seen us yet." "If this doesn't work, we're in deep bantha dung," Han muttered, punching up the command screens and removing the access plates to the security override. The squad of guards marched on what was probably a routine patrol. Han glanced up to see them through the shuttle's window port, but the reflectorized transparisteel would prevent them from observing the pilot's compartment. He wondered how many times a day the guards walked around the circular perimeter of the atmosphere stack. He hoped they were sleepwalking by now. He tried to fire up the shuttle's engines. The control panel gave him an error message. "Bantha dung it is, then," he said, but he had one more thing to try. The lead guard suddenly stopped and gestured toward the open hatch in the first shuttle. He tilted his head to speak into his helmet comlink, then went cautiously forward. He took another guard with him, while the remaining 2 drew their weapons and spread out, looking from side to side. "Oh boy," Kip said. Han rewired the security circuit, feeding the password-checking mechanisms back into themselves. Then he snapped the plate back on. "Let's try it, Kip. Get ready to close the hatch. If this works, those guards are going to be upset. If it doesn't work, I'm going to be upset." The 2 guards poked their heads out of the first shuttle, gesturing wildly. They had seen the sabotage. The other 2 jabbered into their helmet radios and sprinted toward the second shuttle, drawing their weapons. Kip slapped the button that slammed the hatch shut. All the guards began running, pointing their blasters at the shuttle. Han punched the start controls. With a merciful whine and hum, the engines ignited. Power surged through the shuttle. Han gave a whoop of triumph, but Chewbacca knocked him back into the pilot's seat as he furiously worked the controls, with big, hairy hands to lift them off the pad. The guards fired blasters at the shuttle. Han heard the sizzling thumps as the beams struck, but the ship's armor could withstand attack from minor hand weapons. At the base of the atmosphere stack, doors opened and an entire squad of guards boiled out like lizard ants in mating season. One bright laser bolt splashed across the transparisteel directly in front of Han's eyes, dazzling him. "Time to leave this party," he said. Chewbacca raised them off the ground, maneuvering the shuttle away from the other vehicles on the landing pad. 2 guards wrestled a blaster cannon into place, erecting it on its tripod and cranking up the aim point. Chewbacca growled, and Han took over the controls. "I know. That thing could be real trouble if we don't get some altitude fast." A flurry of hand blaster bolts pinged against the lower hull. Han flew the ship higher, adjacent to the gigantic stack, spiraling upward and using the curving walls as a shield. The guards managed to fire only one shot from the blaster cannon, but the beam scattered wide as Han corkscrewed up, keeping the stack between him and the troops. Below, the guards ran around the perimeter to keep within firing range, but Han flew the shuttle beyond the reach of small weapons fire. "We're out of here," Han said. "Punch it, Chewie." Then the massive laser turrets mounted on the atmosphere tower began firing at them. "What?" Han cried. "What are they doing with weapons on an atmosphere stack? It's a factory, not a garrison." One brilliant green bolt struck the starboard planar wing of the shuttle, sending the vessel into a roll. Han and Chewbacca grappled with the controls as they spun, and Kip clung to the supports of the pilot's chair. They careened into the gushing white updraft from the stack, knocked from side to side by manufactured air dumping into Kessel's atmosphere. "Hang on!" Han yelled. He did not want to crash on the planet again. At the shuttle's top acceleration, he took them along the stream of air, roaring upward like a boat riding the rapids. Green blasts from the turret lasers continued to streak up, but by riding the center stream, Han kept the shuttle in the blind spot of their targeting mechanisms. They zoomed toward the fringes of the atmosphere. Han looked at both Kip and Chewbacca. "Well, so much for sneaking out of here. Now Morris Duel's gonna know we escaped." As if on cue, the shuttle's comm crackled, and they could hear Duel's croaking voice in the background. "Is this it? Did you get the right override channel this time?" "Yes, Commissioner." "Solo! Han Solo, can you hear me?" "Why, it sounds like my old friend Morris Duel," Han said. "How you doing, buddy? I hope you feel better than your assistant Skyninks." "Solo, you've caused me more grief than any other life form in the galaxy, including Jabba the Hutt. I should have squashed you when I had you in my office." Han rolled his eyes. "Well, you missed your chance, and I don't plan on giving you another one." Duel chuckled, a hissing heh laugh, like a fat man choking on sand. "You won't get away. I'll mobilize everything against you. Better start thinking about the afterlife now." Kip squinted out the port, as if deep in concentration. The atmosphere thinned around the fleeing ship at the far limit of where Kessel's gravity could keep hold. He saw Kessel's moon and suddenly shivered uncontrollably. He blinked in confusion. Chewbacca bellowed into the speaker mesh. "You tell him, Chewie," Han said, then switched off the radio. Kip scrambled forward and grabbed the controls, activating the maneuvering rockets and making the shuttle lurch forward with enough force to slam Han and Chewie against their seats. Kip tumbled backward, unable to keep his balance in the acceleration. "What did you do that for?" Han demanded, glaring at Kip. But Chewbacca made an alarmed noise and dragged Han back to the council. Just below them, the atmosphere shimmered and crinkled as an impenetrable ionized screen appeared, blanketing the planet. "They've got their energy shield operational," Han said. The workers on Kessel's moon base had repaired the protective screen that blocked off the prison planet. If Kip hadn't punched their acceleration exactly when he did, they would have been sizzled in the bath of power or trapped beneath the shield, unable to escape. "How did you know?" Han said, looking over his shoulder at Kip. Kip picked himself up off the floor, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. "Never mind. Are you okay?" "Yeah, just get us away from Kessel." Han spun around to the shuttle's controls. "Chewie, contact the New Republic. No waiting this time. They've got to learn what's going on here, just in case we don't make it back." The Wookiee bent over the comm controls as Han struggled with the nav computer. Han gawked at the task in front of him. "Damn! This thing's an old 500X model. Haven't seen one of these outside a museum. I hope they give us a scratch pad to do backup calculations. That might be faster and more accurate." Chewbacca moaned and pounded his hairy fist on the console with enough force to buckle the panels. Han flashed a sidelong look at him. "What do you mean we're being jammed? Who's jamming us?" Kip turned to the side viewport and said in a low voice, "Here they come." The garrison on Kessel's moon spewed fighters, dozens of rejuvenated battlecraft, armored freighters, slim and heavily armed X-Wings, and TIE fighters. Many of the ships must have been damaged during the recent war and then salvaged. Now Duel had also gotten his planetary defense shield running again. Kessel would be a veritable stronghold against any attack. Streams of X-Wings and Y-Wings coursed out, flanked on either side by a squadron of TIE fighters. They roared through the wispy tail of atmosphere in Kessel's orbital wake, leaving a glowing window of ionized gas from their sublight engines. "Strap yourselves in," Han said. "This is going to be a hell of a ride." He reached for the controls, preparing to fight, then felt a boulder drop in his stomach. "What? This ship is unarmed!" He frantically scanned the console. Nothing. Not a single laser, not even a slingshot. Kip held the back of Han's pilot chair, bracing himself. We stole a supply ship, not a fighter. What did you expect? Chewie, pump everything into our shields, and I mean everything, including life support. We've got enough air in here to last longer than the ship's likely to hold. Boost shields until they're off the scale. We're gonna have to outrun them. The first wave of TIE fighters soared in, their twin ion engines howling over the cockpit's feedback systems. Laser spears shot out, pummeling the shuttle, but the shields held. X-Wings attacked from the rear. Can't the ship go any faster? Kip asked. The lights dimmed as Chewbacca reinforced the shields. Like you said, kid, we stole a cargo shuttle. This isn't a racing ship, and it sure isn't the Falcon. Get ready for a jump to hyperspace as soon as his fossilized nav computer gives an answer. He stared at the readout, then pounded on the panel. It'll be another 10 minutes before it coughs up a safe trajectory. Damn! The whole black hole cluster is screwing up the calculations. Chewbacca interjected a loud, bleating comment. What did he say? Kip asked. He said our shields are going to fail in about 2 minutes. I wish I had weapons. I'd even settle for a rock to throw out the window. His eyes were wide and suddenly empty of hope. There's no way we can last long enough, and duels sure won't take prisoners the second time. Sorry I got you into this, kid. Kip bit his lip, then turned to point out the front window. Go there. The maw. Swirling clouds of gas looped into the bottomless pits of black holes, making space look like a tangled skein of iridescent yarn. Gravity wanted to tear apart any ship that came too close. The inexorable maw cluster was destined to swallow up the Kessel system itself in another 1,000 years. But Han didn't want to feed its appetite any sooner than that. Chewbacca roared something that needed no translation. Are you crazy? Han asked. You said we're dead anyway. 4 Y-wings fired simultaneously on the port side of the shuttle, rocking it. A shower of sparks blasted from the comm unit, and Chewbacca struggled to reroute the circuits. There are supposed to be safe paths through it, Kip said. There must be. Yeah, and about 1,000,000 paths that are set in death. It'll be flying a razor's edge all the way through. Kip's young eyes looked immeasurably old as he stared at Han. Do we have a better chance staying here and fighting? The enormous gravity wells of the maw made a maze of all the hyperspace and normal space paths through the cluster. Most of the routes were either dead ends or went right down the gullet of a black hole. We'd never find the right course, Han said. It'd be suicide. Kip gripped Han's shoulder. I can show you the way. What? How? A TIE fighter looped overhead, rotating in flight and firing at the hijacked shuttle. Cruisers from the moon base approached, closing the gap. Against the capital ship's turbo lasers, the escapees would be vaporized within moments. Chewbacca groaned as their rear shields weakened and failed. Han scrabbled with the controls. Both he and Chewbacca tried to reinforce weak points by draining the stronger shields up front. Lights in the cabin dimmed as the shields gulped more power. I helped you navigate through the dark spice tunnels when we were running from Skyninks, didn't I? Kip said. I knew when Duel was going to switch on the energy shield. I can find the right path into the maw. That still doesn't tell me how, kid, Han shouted. Kip wore an embarrassed expression for a moment, then he spoke quickly. This is going to sound like a hokey old religion, but it works. An old woman who spent part of her sentence in the spice tunnels told me I had some sort of tremendous potential. She showed me how to use something called the power, or the strength, or something. The Force, Han cried in relief. He wanted to grab Kip and hug him. Why didn't you say so? Who was this woman? Her name was Vima Deboda. Down in the spice mines, she taught me only a few things before the guards hauled her away. I never saw her again, but I've been practicing what she taught me. It's helped a few times, but I don't really understand how. Vima Deboda, Han said, remembering the withered fallen Jedi he and Leia had found on Nal Hutta. During her guilt-ridden hiding, Vima Deboda had somehow spent time in the spice mines, long enough to train Kip in a few essential skills. Han hoped that would be good enough. I don't like this, Han said. Another pair of fighters soared by, firing repeatedly. But I like it better than our other options right now. He altered course, swinging around and heading straight toward the seething cluster of black holes. He hoped the shuttle's weakened shields would last long enough to get them there. The first of the capital ships reached them and fired, looping overhead, then returning as if to ram them. The shape of the attacking freighter made Han's blood turn to water, and he stared in silent dismay for a full second before he managed to cry out, That's the Millennium Falcon! That's my ship! The Falcon came straight at them, firing again and again as the shuttle's forward shields tried to compensate for the pummeling. At the last moment, Han wrenched the stolen shuttle into a steep dive, so the Falcon scraped by overhead. One of the shots passed through the wavering shields to scar the armor of the shuttle. "That does it," Han said. "Now I'm mad. Chewie, at my order, drop shield and dump everything into thrust. Pump every last erg into our engines and take us straight into the maw." He glanced down at his readouts. Shields are failing in less than a minute anyway, and the nav computer needs another 6 to finish its calculations. Blasted 500X models. Another wing of fighters strafed them, then roared by, leaving a gap to their rear as a huge Lancer frigate closed the distance. A wave of system patrol craft and Carrack-class cruisers followed, ready to bring a full armada of turbo lasers to bear. Mor's duel was taking no chances this time. "Go, Chewie," Han said. The Wookiee dropped shields and channeled all power to the sublight engines. The shuttle burst forward in an unexpected spurt of speed, startling the pursuing ships. "Surprise is only going to help us for a few seconds," Han said. "Then we're on our own." "By that time we should be in the grip of the maw," Kip whispered. "If you're not right about this, kid, we'll never know it." Curtains of incandescent gas blazed in front of them, swirling residue heated by friction as it spiraled in complex orbits through the Roche lobe of one black hole and down the gullet of another. Deadly X-rays filled space, forcing the transparisteel to dim itself to protect the eyes of the passengers. "Only a complete idiot would try something like this," Han said. Chewbacca agreed. The Kessel ships poured on additional acceleration, desperately trying to catch the escapees before Han could reach the maw cluster. Han hunched over the controls, white-knuckled, as if to increase their speed by sheer force of will. The fighters unleashed a laser firestorm, but the maw's huge gravitational distortion spread out their focus and sent them on long arcs away from the target. "Let's just hope these guys aren't idiots too," Kip said. Han drove toward the blazing shreds of hot gas. The Kessel ships pursued until the last instant, then peeled off at full thrust with their maneuvering engines, letting their prey go to certain death. Han's ship plunged into the gravitational jaws of the black hole cluster. 16. Leia suppressed a dignified smile as she led Gantoris into the projection chamber. The dark-haired man stared in his puppet-like way as he tried to gawk at everything at the same time. Gantoris was resplendent in a new uniform, tailored to match the generations-old pilot suit he had worn as leader at Eel Shaw. Leia had loaded a tailor droid with patterns from the archives and presented the uniform to Gantoris as a gift. He had been delighted, puffed with admiration. Even after getting to know him, Leia felt uncomfortable around Gantoris. Though Luke assured her of the strong Jedi potential in the man, Leia did not like the thought of the deadly tests Gantoris had given Luke before he would agree to leave Eel Shaw. Gantoris had lived a hellish life, she admitted, but he seemed too intense, his dark eyes fiery pits of contained fury. He had the look of a man accustomed to power, suddenly shown how small he is in the grand scheme of things. But the other side of Gantoris intrigued Leia. She watched him flick his eyes back and forth, craning his head to stare at the tall building spires rising to the fringes of Coruscant's atmosphere. He gaped in astonishment at the sparkling audience chambers, at the minor personal amenities in the quarters Luke had obtained for him. He had never before seen or even imagined things that Leia considered commonplace. Now, as they entered the projection room, Gantoris stared at the giant windows that filled the walls with broad vistas of Coruscant and the centuries-old buildings that girdled the world. The two of them were not really high enough for such a view, Leia knew. The projection room was actually a deep internal chamber, and the windows were high-resolution screens, displaying images from cameras mounted at the top of the Imperial Palace. "What is this place?" Gantoris asked. Leia smiled, folding her arms over her robe. "Right now, this is just a room. In a moment, though, I'll give you a new world." She stepped to the control dais in the middle of the room and called up images she had compiled from the archives, records left over from Old Republic surveys and the dossiers compiled during the Alliance occupation. The window screens flickered and the images changed, startling Gantoris. He whirled as the landscape suddenly showed a completely different planet. His eyes grew wide and panicked, as if Leia had just transported him across the galaxy. "I'm showing you a new home. This is Dantooine, the place we have chosen for the people of Eel Shaw." Around them, the window screens displayed vast plains of grassland and spiky trees. Purplish hills rolled across the distant horizon. A herd of small, hairy beasts roamed across the savannah. In the air, a cluster of bright balloon-like things, either plants or rudimentary animals, drifted about. A few had snagged on pointed branches of the spiky trees. Two moons, one lavender and one greenish, soared overhead. We established one of our first rebel bases on Dantooine. It has a mild climate, abundant life forms, plenty of water. A few nomadic tribes roam up and down the coasts of the ocean, but for the most part the planet is uninhabited. Leia had used Dantooine as a decoy when Grand Moff Tarkin interrogated her aboard the Death Star. To save her beloved planet of Alderaan, Leia had divulged the location of the old rebel base on Dantooine, rather than naming the real base on Yavin 4. But Tarkin destroyed Alderaan anyway, because Dantooine was too remote for an effective demonstration of the Death Star's power. Now, though, Dantooine could be put to use again as a home for the refugees of Eel Shaw. Do you think your people would like to live on a place like this? Leia raised her eyebrows. Gantoris, who had so far seen only his own blasted world, the gas planet of Bespin, and the city-covered planet of Coruscant, seemed impressed. This looks like a paradise. No volcanoes, no earthquakes, plenty to eat, no sprawling cities. She nodded. Before Gantoris could say anything else, the door to the projection room opened. Leia turned, surprised to see the Chief of State, Mon Mothma, coming to join them. The auburn-haired woman walked with a sure step that made her glide across the room. The leader of the New Republic extended a hand to Gantoris. You must be one of Luke Skywalker's first Jedi trainees. Please let me welcome you to Coruscant and wish you the best of success in becoming part of the new Order of Jedi Knights. Gantoris took Mon Mothma's hand and nodded to her with a slight bow, but Leia caught a fleeting impression that he considered himself a leader meeting an equal. Mon Mothma, Leia said, I was just showing Gantoris some images of Dantooine. We are considering moving the refugees from Eel Shaw to our old base there. Mon Mothma smiled. Good. I'm aware of the plight of your people, and I would like to see them safely on Dantooine. I always thought it was one of our most pleasant bases, not quite as rigorous as Hoth or Pinnacle Base, without the dense jungles of Yavin 4. She turned to Gantoris. If this world meets with your approval, I'll direct Minister Organa Solo to begin the relocation work immediately. Gantoris nodded. If these are representative pictures, this place Dantooine would be a perfect new home for my people. Leia felt a surge of relief. I was thinking of putting General Antilles, in charge of the relocation duties. He's been supervising the reconstruction of the lower city levels for months, and frankly, I think that's a waste of his talents. I agree, Mon Mothma said. Though buried under more diplomatic entanglements and bureaucratic decisions than Leia could imagine, Mon Mothma somehow maintained a calm energy. Also, my calendar just reminded me that the Canadian ambassador will be arriving in 2 days. Are all the preparations going smoothly? Can I offer my assistance in any way? Just plan to be there. That's the most I can ask of you. I've decided to move the reception to the Sky Dome Botanical Gardens, rather than holding it here in the Imperial Palace. Since Ambassador Fergan seems hostile to our cause, I don't want to exacerbate his reactions by receiving him in the formal seat of the Emperor's government. In fact, the ambassador is trying to disguise his mission here as a mere pilgrimage to visit the site of various Imperial landmarks. Mon Mothma nodded slightly, but gave a smile. At least he's coming. That's the best signal of all. I suppose. Leia remained skeptical. By the way, I never received your report on Han's mission to Kessel. That was a brilliant idea to send him instead of a formal ambassador. Han can speak to those people in their own language, and reopening the spice channels away from the black market might do wonders to the new economy. Did he have any success? Feeling awkward, Leia dropped her gaze to the floor. He has been delayed, Mon Mothma, so I don't have any information at the moment. I'll give you a full report as soon as he gets back. Let's hope his mission is a success. Agreed. Mon Mothma's expression hinted that she suspected there was more to Leia's story, but she asked no further questions. I have to go debate with the Ugnaught representatives about salvage rights for the wrecked ships in orbit around Coruscant. I'm afraid it's going to be a long afternoon, and I just wanted to greet you while I had the chance. Gantoris, it was a pleasure. Mon Mothma turned to go, but flashed a glance back at Leia. By the way, you're doing a fine job, Leia. Too often in government we get inundated by so many dissatisfied interest groups, so many complaints that we forget the things we're doing right. You were doing a lot of things right." Leia couldn't cover an embarrassed smile. If only she hadn't lost her husband, she might have been a lot happier. The twins began bawling in unison as soon as Winter stepped onto the ramp of her unmarked shuttle. Leia's personal servant stopped, keeping her back turned to Jason and Jaina, and then slowly faced them. Leia gripped the shoulders of the two children, but they still treated their mother as a stranger, even after several days. She held on tightly, which she realized might not have been the best thing to do, but she felt suddenly possessive of the twins. Winter's face was cold and impassive beneath her white hair. "Children, stop crying this instant." Jason snuffled. "We want you to stay, Winter." Winter thrust out one hand, pointing her finger like a spear at Leia. "That is your mother. I was only taking care of you. You're big children now, and it's time for you to be at your own home. I have to go back and take care of your baby brother." Leia kept herself from trembling. She had known Winter a long time. The woman had total recall of anything she'd ever seen or heard, and she rarely showed any sort of emotion. Now Leia thought she could detect a sadness in her, a sense of loss as she finally gave over her care of her two wards. Leia knelt beside the twins. "You'll be staying with me now, both of you, and your daddy should be home soon. We'll have lots of fun together." The twins turned to look at her. Winter took that moment to slip inside the shuttle. Before Jason and Jaina noticed she had gone, Winter activated the doors, sealing herself inside. Leia stood beside the children on the windswept landing pad. The shuttle's repulsor lifts whined, powering up. Leia stepped backward, nudging the twins with her. "Out of the way now. Backward safe." Jason and Jaina still sniffled, on the verge of crying again. In her untrained way, Leia tried to send them calm, loving thoughts. She spoke into a comlink on the lapel of her robe. "Grant departure clearance to unmarked shuttle on top north side platform of the palace. Authority of Minister Organa Solo." The orbital traffic controllers acknowledged, and Winter's shuttle rose from the platform, pivoted, then angled into the sky. Leia raised her hand in a farewell salute. "Wave to Winter," she said. The twins flailed their pudgy arms in the air. Winter flashed the lights in the shuttle at them, then the orbital burn rockets kicked in, and the vessel shot into the aurora-streaked distance. "Come on, you two," Leia said to them. "I've got a lot of lost time to make up for." Streen sat atop the ruined and abandoned skyscraper where he had made his home. When Luke brought him to the yammering mass of Imperial City, where millions of people covered the planet with all their thoughts and all their feelings, Streen had begged for a place where he could have some solitude until they moved off planet to their Jedi training center. Luke showed him the abandoned parts of the city, and Streen had selected the tallest building. Being high up reminded him of the clouds of Bespin. Now Leia brought the twins with her, keeping a firm grip on each of their hands as she led them into the barely functional lift, which took them to the rooftop. They walked out onto the upper platform where Streen sat alone on the edge. The old man dangled his feet over the sides, unperturbed by the broken, kilometer drop below him. He looked up and out at the unrelenting cityscape, the geometric spires of sprawling buildings. He watched the tiny shapes of hawk bats riding thermals. Leia walked across the rooftop. She had never been afraid of heights, although with the young children at hand she felt an altogether different kind of fear, a stomach-clenching paranoia of the millions of things that could bring danger to her children. Jason and Jaina wanted to dash to the edge of the platform and look over, but she refused to release her grip. Upon hearing them approach, Streen turned. Leia noted that he still wore his many-pocketed jumpsuit, not wanting to change into the warmer, more comfortable clothes she had offered him. "We just came to check on you, Streen. With Luke gone, I wanted to make sure there was nothing else you needed." Streen paused a moment before answering. "What I'd like is solitude, but I fear there's no place I can have that on this entire planet. Even in the quietest places on Coruscant, I can still hear a constant hum of whispering thoughts and voices. It'll be very difficult for me here until I learn how to block it out. The Jedi Master promised to teach me how to do that." "Luke should be back shortly," Leia said. They approached the edge, and Leia insisted on standing a safe distance away. But Jaina pulled forward to the full reach of Leia's arm, to where she could peer over the edge and gape all the way down. "That's far," Jaina said. "Too far to fall," Leia told her. "I won't fall." "Me neither," Jason said. Then he insisted on straining forward to look over the edge as well. Streen stared at them with a kind of wonder. "You're better than the others. The children's minds are simple and straightforward, and they don't bother me. It's only when thoughts are complex and filled with 1,000 subtexts that it makes my head ache. And you, Minister Organa Solo, are quieter and more focused than most other people." "Luke taught me how to control my own mind. I don't leak out the thoughts and feelings that bother you so much. I keep from broadcasting them to anyone else." Streen gave a wan smile, then stared out at the vast sky. On various parabolic courses, blinking lights of incoming and departing diplomatic shuttles traveled across the sky. "I hope all the Jedi trainees can learn to be as silent as you are, Minister. I'd very much like to be around other people, part of a community like yourself and the Jedi Master. How long will it be, do you think?" He looked deeply into her eyes, and she pulled the children away from the edge. "Soon," Leia said. "As soon as possible." She vowed that she would find a place for Luke's academy before he returned from Kessel. It had to be the right place, and she had to find it without delay. Leia and 3PO insisted on giving the twins a warm ripple bath before bedtime. Leia ran the water as 3PO checked to make sure its temperature was perfect. Leia shooed Jason and Jaina toward the rippling water. Jason balked. "Put bubbles in first." "I'll put the bubbles in while the water's still running. Now just get in." "Winter puts bubbles in first," Jaina said. "Well, this time we'll do it a little different," Leia explained a little testily. "I want bubbles now!" Jason cried. "Dear me, perhaps we had better put the bubbles in, Mistress Leia," 3PO said. But the twins' defiance had awakened Leia's own stubbornness. "No, I told you to get in the bath. I don't care how Winter did it. This is the place you live now. Sometimes we do things differently." Jaina began to cry. "It's all right," Leia said. "It's still a nice bath. Look." She splashed her hand in the warm water. "It doesn't make any difference when you put the bubbles in." "I put bubbles in?" Jaina asked. "If you get in, you can add the bubbles." Jaina promptly climbed into the water and held out her hands. Leia gave her an amber-colored sphere that would dissolve in the agitation of the ripples. Jason jumped into the ripple bath. "Now I put bubbles in." "Too late," Leia said. "Next time it'll be your turn." "Perhaps we should let them add another sphere of bubbles?" 3PO said, bending over to situate the children in the water. Jason used both of his hands to fling water into the droid's face. "I want home." "This is home, Jason. You live here now. I'm your mother." "No, I want home." Leia began to wonder why her diplomatic skills were failing her now. The twins began splashing each other. It looked like light play at first, but suddenly, for no apparent reason, they both began to cry. Perhaps this would be good preparation for meeting the Canadian ambassador, Leia thought. She squeezed her eyes shut as the two continued wailing. 3PO, growing more and more flustered, frantically tried to determine what the difficulty was. Leia wished she knew where Han was. 17. The stolen shuttle plummeted into the maw. Maelstroms of hot gas buffeted them from side to side as Kip fought to guide Han along their tenuous course. The safe path was convoluted and treacherous, where the gravitational singularities canceled each other out. The maw itself was one of the wonders of the galaxy. The very existence of a black hole cluster seemed astrophysically impossible and had led to much conjecture about its origin. Old Republic scientists cited probability arguments that among the near-infinite stars in the universe, something like the maw had to occur at least once. Other speculations, including those voiced by superstitious smugglers, suggested that the maw had actually been built, assembled by a vastly powerful ancient race that had created the black holes in a barely stable configuration to open gateways into new dimensions. At the moment, Han Solo cared only that the maw was likely to be the cause of his death. The shuttle's interior was dark and hot and stuffy. The wild colors and blazing light made psychedelic fireworks outside the ship and weird shadows inside. All lighting, life support, and temperature regulation had been shut down to increase power to the failing shields. Han sweated in the pilot seat, watching the navigational controls he had relinquished to Kip. Though he had been fighting for his life almost constantly during the past week, he missed Leia very much. She had no idea what had happened to him, and she must be terribly worried, but no doubt too proud to show it. Han hated even more to know that his children had finally returned from their sanctuary planet and he hadn't been there to greet them. But he would never see any of them again if the shuttle didn't survive passage through the maw. Everything depended on Kip Duron's mysterious abilities. Kip struggled with the controls, guiding the shuttle through some of the most delicate, most difficult maneuvers Han had ever seen, and Kip kept his eyes closed. The young man seemed to be seeing through a different set of eyes, looking at some path not apparent with normal vision. Staring at the deadly black holes all around the shuttle, Han wanted to close his eyes too. Kip continued to negotiate the implacable obstacle course intuitively, threading through fragile points of stability. Chewbacca sat frozen with his own tension, afraid to disturb the young man's concentration. Sparks flew on one of the far control panels as a shield gave out. Chewbacca growled as he jammed long fingers down on the controls, rerouting and spreading the remaining protection evenly around them. If a single gap appeared in the shields, the X-rays and fiery gases would tear them apart. Kip didn't flinch. "Coming up on the end of this ride," he said without opening his eyes. "There's a gravitational safe island in the middle of the cluster, like the eye of a storm." Han felt relief rush through him. "We'd better hide there for a while, recharge the power sources, and make a few quick and dirty repairs." Chewbacca grunted his agreement. "And take a good long rest," Kip said. Han noticed a sheen of perspiration on his forehead. Despite his outward calm, Kip seemed to be concentrating enormously, straining his fledgling abilities. "We still have to find our way back out, you know." The swirling ionized gases parted like a curtain thrown aside to reveal the gravitational oasis in the cluster's core, a safe haven for them to recuperate before returning to Coruscant. "Made it," Han said in a whisper. But someone else had already found the hiding place. Orbiting a small rocky island in the center of the maw hung 4 gigantic Imperial Star Destroyers bristling with weaponry. Within a moment of their arrival, swarms of TIE fighters poured out of the Star Destroyer hangar bays in a truly impressive show of force. Hans stared, unable to speak. They had just escaped execution at the hands of Skynings, the energy spider attack on the spice mines, battle with the entire space fleet of Kessel, and destruction in the gravitational maze of the Maw. Now the shuttle's shields were failing, they had no weapons, and an Imperial armada had just been launched at them. "The way things are going, we'll end up accidentally destroying the galaxy before supper time," Han said. "Kick all the engines back on, Chewie. Let's turn this thing around. Kip, find us another path out." "There aren't many paths to choose from," Kip said. The ship shuddered as if someone had kicked it from behind, then sparks sprayed out. Chewbacca groaned in dismay. Han looked at the readouts. "All our shields just went out." He stared at the 4 Star Destroyers and the waves of TIE fighters and TIE interceptors surging toward them. "I feel like we've got a big targeting cross painted red on our hull," Han said. "They can wipe us out with just a pot shot." He glanced around, searching for something hard enough to kick. He found a bulkhead and lashed out at it. The comm crackled, and for a moment Han expected another threatening message from Morith Duel. But the ionized gases and distortions of the black holes would ruin any transmission passing through the outer shell of the maw. Gruff words spilled out of the speakers. "Imperial Shuttle, welcome. It has been a long time since we received word from the outside. Please provide your security access code. Our TIE squadron is coming to escort you." Hans stiffened, remembering that they had stolen an old Imperial shuttle. They would have a few seconds before they were blown out of the sky, but a security access code? He had to think fast. Han toggled the transmitter switch. "This is Imperial Shuttle, Endor, coming in. We've, had a rough ride through the Maw, and most of our computer systems are down. We request assistance." He paused, then swallowed. "Just how long has it been since you got news from the outside anyway?" A loud click came from the other end. The TIE fighters continued toward them. Hans squirmed, knowing his bluff couldn't work, that they were an unprotected target to be blown away by itchy Imperial trigger fingers. The voice came back, gruffer and crisper this time. "Imperial Shuttle Endor, we repeat, what is the security access code? Transmit immediately." Han turned to his co-pilot. "Chewie, how long until we get those shields?" The Wookiee had removed the access panels on the side power compartments, yanking out masses of wires as he strung them through his fingers and tried to straighten the connections. Chewbacca sniffed to find burned circuits. It would be a long time before they had the systems even marginally functional again. Han opened the transmitter circuit once more. Uh, as I said, we've sustained substantial computer damage. We were unable to. Unacceptable excuse. The code phrase is verbal. Just checking, Han said. The code phrase is. He looked to Kip, desperately hoping that the young man would be able to pull the code out of the air, but even Luke Skywalker was unlikely to do something like that. Kip could only shrug. The last code phrase we have is RJ2-ZZ-8000, awaiting your confirmation. He clicked off, then looked at Chewbacca and Kip, spreading his hands. It was worth a try. Improper response, the gruff voice snapped. What a surprise, Han mumbled. The transmission continued. You've obviously not been sent by Grand Moff Tarkin, Shuttle Endor. You are to be taken prisoner immediately and brought aboard Imperial Star Destroyer Gorgon for deep interrogation. Any attempt at escape or resistance will result in your being destroyed. Han wondered if he should bother to acknowledge, then decided against it. He was puzzled by the mention of Grand Moff Tarkin, the brutal governor who had built the first Death Star. Tarkin had been destroyed along with his doomsday weapon 10 years before. Could these people have been out of touch for that long? The shuttle lurched as if a giant invisible hand had grabbed it. Han could hear the metal plates groaning as pressure constricted the outer hull. It's a tractor beam, he said. The giant arrowhead shape of the flagship Star Destroyer loomed up at them. Chewbacca groaned something, and Han agreed. He had a bad feeling about this, too. Don't even bother, Chewie. We could never break that tractor beam. We could never run out of here fast enough, and we could never survive another passage through the maw. A squadron of TIE fighters surrounded the hijacked shuttle like a cocoon, making it impossible for them to deviate from the direct path of the tractor beam. The Star Destroyer Gorgon opened its huge receiving bay to swallow the prisoners. TIE fighters streaked up and into the cavernor's metal mouth. Han remembered being taken captive aboard the first Death Star in much the same way, flanked by Imperial starfighters, fighting against a powerful tractor beam. But that time he had been flying his own ship, and they'd been able to hide in the Falcon's secret storage compartments. Now they didn't even have uniforms to steal. They wore only the thermal prison suits used for working in the spice mines at Kessel. We're not going to make a real good first impression, Kip said. The 4 Star Destroyers hovered over a cluster of interconnected rocky bodies at the very center of the maw. Other constructions and skeletal debris orbited low to the asteroid archipelago. Han wondered again what this all was. A staging area? A secret base? Why would the Empire have squandered so much firepower to protect the little clump of rocks below? The tractor beam lifted the shuttle into the Gorgon's bay and hauled it over to an isolated landing area. As the shuttle came to rest, Han heard faint groaning and ticking sounds, like the chorus of mechanical sighs of relief from the battered ship. Armed stormtroopers hustled into position, running in regimented columns that showed they were still well drilled, still highly trained. They carried old model blasters held at the ready. We'd better see what they want, Han said. Any bright ideas? Only dim ones, Kip answered with a shake of his dark head. Han sighed in resignation. Let's go out together. Hands up and move very slowly. Chewbacca grumbled that he had no particular aversion to dying while fighting, if they were going to be executed anyway. We don't know that, Han said. Let's go. Chewbacca, the most intimidating, took the central position, while Han and the smaller form of Kip Duron flanked him. They walked out and surrendered. The stormtroopers instantly directed their weapons toward the 3. Han wondered how he could have earned himself such an unrelenting streak of bad luck. At a signal for attention, the back ranks of stormtroopers snapped erect, shouldering their weapons while the front ranks held unwavering aim at the prisoners. Han watched as doors at the rear of the landing base slid open and a tall woman strode through, accompanied by a bodyguard on each side. She had a slender build and precise movements. She wore an olive-gray jumpsuit and black gloves. She marched forward, paying little attention to those around her, as if the troops were mere fixtures. She fastened her gaze on the prisoners. Her most striking feature was a full head of hair that billowed around her shoulders and disappeared to some unknown length down her back. Her hair was the color of hot copper and seemed to crackle with an electric life of its own. Her eyes were green and piercing, like turbo-laser bolts. She walked straight toward them. Han saw the insignia at her collar and was taken aback to recognize the rank of a full admiral. Han had attended the Imperial Academy himself when he was young, and knew that a woman reaching the rank of admiral was unheard of. Emperor Palpatine had had a well-known prejudice against non-humans, but he sustained more subtle discrimination against women, rarely promoting even those who passed the rigorous tests. For this woman to have the rank of full admiral, especially of a small fleet of Imperial-class Star Destroyers, was remarkable. Han put himself immediately on guard. This was no person to be trifled with. She stopped at the foot of the ramp and looked stiffly up at them. Her features were as finely carved and as cold and rigid as a statue's. Her lips barely moved as she spoke. "I am Admiral Dalla, in charge of the fleet guarding Maw Installation." She flashed her green glance to each of them in turn. "You three are in a lot of trouble." 18. Luke and R2 had little to do as Lando Calrissian piloted the Lady Luck toward Kessel. A nebulous haze of escaping atmosphere surrounded the potato-shaped rock, while the jagged Garrison moon rode in its close orbit. "Welcome to the garden spot of the galaxy," Lando said. Luke thought of his home planet of Tatooine, the Dune Sea, the Great Pit of Carkoon, the Junlan Wastes. "I've seen worse," he said. R2 bleeped in agreement. Lando leaned closer to the viewports. "Yeah, well, don't make any hasty judgments. We haven't looked at this place up close yet." He opened the comm channel. If Kessel had a good tracking network, the station should have pinpointed the Lady Luck the moment they came out of hyperspace. "Hello, Kessel. Is anybody listening? I'm looking for someone named Maruth Duel. I've got a business proposition for him. Please respond." "Who is this?" A startled-sounding voice broke in. "Identify yourself." "Name's Tymo, and if you want any other information, have Duel ask me himself." Lando grinned at Luke. They thought using the fake name of the scam artist from the Blob races added another bit of irony to their mission. "In the meantime, my associate and I have some money to dispose of, 500,000 credits to be exact, so run along and fetch Duel." The speaker remained silent, evidently while the communications officer conferred with someone. Then the answer came back. "We're transmitting parameters for a holding orbit, Mr. Tymo. Follow these instructions precisely. Our energy shield is currently operational and would disintegrate you if you make an unauthorized attempt to land. Do you understand?" Luke looked at Lando, and they both shrugged. Lando spoke into the comm channel. "We'll wait right here for Duel to roll out the welcome mat. But if he takes too long, I'll go spend my cash somewhere else." He laced his fingers behind his head and leaned back in the pilot's chair. Below, Kessel filled the viewports. It was Lando's job to fast-talk them into places, while Luke would keep his eyes and Jedi senses open for any trace of Han. Before leaving Coruscant, they had doctored up false personal backgrounds for themselves, removing any mention of the New Republic, but keeping enough hints at shady dealings and fast transactions to provide corroborating evidence. Luke would remain nameless, if at all possible. A raspy voice finally burst out of the speakers. "Mr. Tymo? This is Morris Duel. Do I know you?" "Not at the moment, but I've got a large and liquid credit account that says you might want to." They heard a bubbling intake of breath. "And what might that mean? My communications officer said something about 500,000 credits." "I recently hit it big at the Umgulian Blob races. I'm looking for a place to invest the credits, and I've always thought there was money to be made in spice mining. You willing to talk?" Duel barely paused. 500,000 credits is certainly worth talking about. I'll send a flyer escort for you. They'll take you through a safe corridor in the energy shield." "I look forward to meeting you face to face," Lando said. Duel only made a hissing, frog-like sound. Lando left the Lady Luck on the landing pad of the Imperial Correction Facility, surrounded by scout vehicles, ground transports, and other ships that had been cannibalized for functional parts. He stood dressed in finery, smiling and bright-eyed. Beside him, Luke wore a nondescript jumpsuit from which all insignia had been removed. A squad dressed in hodgepodge stormtrooper armor and prison uniforms led Luke, Lando, and R2-D2 toward the enormous trapezoidal edifice of the correctional facility. The brooding mass of the prison seemed to throb with years of pain and punishment, working at Luke's enhanced senses. He remained silent, on guard. At least the escorts kept their weapons holstered and behaved in as welcoming a fashion as they could manage. They rode the tube elevators that climbed the sloping front wall of the prison. Through the transparisteel, Luke watched the wastelands of Kessel spread hopelessly in front of them. When the elevators opened into the mirrored administrative substructure, the guards motioned them to follow. Clerks, Bureaucrats and seedy-looking functionaries bustled through the halls, looking busier than they wanted to be. Luke wondered if Duel had staged this activity as an impressive show for Lando, but the frantic scrambling seemed more chaotic than efficient. Morath Duel himself met them in one of the corridors. The squat amphibian rubbed his splayed hands together and bobbed his head at them. A mechanical contraption covering one eye focused and refocused itself. "Welcome, Mr. Tymo," Duel said. "Let me apologize for our turmoil here. You haven't picked a very good time to visit. Yesterday I lost my right-hand man and my primary shift boss in a tunnel mishap. Please excuse me if I seem a bit flustered." "Quite all right," Lando said, shaking Duel's extended hand. "I've been administrator of several large mining operations myself. Sometimes the planet itself doesn't want to cooperate." "Very true," Duel said, opening and closing his mouth like a young rock begging for food. "Interesting way of looking at it." "I hope the disaster didn't hurt your spice production too much," Lando said. "Oh, we'll be back up to full output in no time." Lando gestured to Luke. "My associate is here to help me check out the details of spice mining and to advise me as a potential as an investment." He took a deep breath. "I know I must have taken you by surprise. Tell me, is there any part of your operation that I might invest in?" Duel motioned for them to follow toward his office. His lizard-skin waistcoat rippled in the uncertain light of the corridors. "Come in, and we'll talk some more." Duel waddled ahead, turning his head from side to side as if he had trouble seeing where he was going. Inside the former warden's office, Duel indicated for them to take a seat. R2 idled beside Luke. Glancing around the office, Luke noticed the carbon-frozen man hanging on one wall. The life support indicator lights on the control panel were all dark. "Friend of yours?" he asked. Duel sputtered a hissing laugh. "A former rival. He used to be warden of the prison here, before our little revolution brought genuine capitalism to the spice mining industry." He sat down heavily behind the desk. "May I offer you any refreshment?" Once seated, Lando folded his hands in his lap. "I'd rather talk business first. If our negotiations look promising, maybe we can celebrate with a drink." "Good policy," Duel said, rubbing his hands again. "Now then, I've been thinking ever since your transmission, and I may well have something that could be the perfect investment. It so happens that just before his demise, our shift boss uncovered an exceptionally rich deposit of Glitterstim spice. It'll take a good amount of money and effort to make repairs in the collapsed tunnel, and to exploit this resource. But the payoff can be greater than your wildest dreams." "I have some pretty wild dreams," Lando said, flashing his broadest smile. Luke interrupted with a stern, skeptical voice. "Those are extravagant claims, Mr. Duel. Would you allow our R2 unit to tap into your network and inspect the profit/loss picture of your operations for, say, the past 2 years? That will give me hard data on which to make a recommendation to Mr. Tymo." Duel squirmed on being asked to open his records, but Lando pulled his credit transfer card from his pocket. "I can assure you the droid will do no damage to your data system, and I'd be happy to give you a small deposit if it would make you feel more comfortable, say 5,000. Duel was trapped between his own uneasy wish for confidentiality and his need to appear above board in front of a potential big investor, not to mention wanting the 5,000 credits for its own sake. "I suppose that will be all right, but I can give your droid access for only 5 minutes. It shouldn't need any more time than that to find the information." Luke nodded. "That'll be fine, thank you." R2 wouldn't waste effort checking out bogus profit/loss reports anyway. He would begin immediately trying to track down any record of Han Solo, Chewbacca, or the Millennium Falcon. Humming forward, R2 jacked into the terminal port beside Morath Duel's desk. His data link arm whirred as it accessed the information buried in the prison complex's computer. While they waited, Lando continued his discussion with Duel. "I'd like to see all aspects of your spice mining and production. I'm sure you can arrange a tour immediately. Let us observe firsthand how the business works, including those collapsed tunnels of yours. Maybe I'd like to invest in repairs if a good payoff seems likely." Duel said, looking behind him as if to find an excuse. "As I said, now is not a very good time. Perhaps we could arrange a more convenient time for you to come back." Duel spread his squishy hands. Lando shrugged eloquently and stood as if to leave. "I understand. If you're not interested, I can go someplace else. This money's burning a hole in my account. I want to do something with it right now. There are other spice mines on other planets." "Ah, but they are all sources of Ryle spice, not Glitterstim." They're still profitable. R2 withdrew and chittered to Luke. Though Luke only partially understood the droid's language, he heard enough to know that R2 had not found Han, nor anything particularly incriminating as far as Duel was concerned. If the information banks had held any record of the Falcon, they had been wiped clean. "Well, what's your droid's opinion?" Duel asked, hearing the bleeps. "He finds nothing out of the ordinary," Luke said. He exchanged a dejected glance with Lando. Duel stood up, beaming. "All right. I understand your concerns, Mr. Tymo. Sometimes inconvenience must take precedence in business matters. I wouldn't want you to leave Kessel with any doubts. Come, I'll show you the spice processing mine, then we'll arrange a tour of the newly opened tunnels." He burbled off, leading the way as they followed, still looking for any sign of Han. A floater car took them across the surface to the entrance shaft of the collapsed tunnels. Luke and Lando ducked involuntarily as they sped into the narrow corkscrew passage. This was the site of an illegal mining operation back when the Imperial Correction Facility was in full control, Duel said, raising his voice above the sound of the speeding engines. The perpetrators were caught, and this access shaft was sealed off until a recent avalanche opened everything up again. Duel took them down into a wide grotto where part of the ceiling had fallen in. Wan lights spilled down, illuminating the open areas. Workers had strung lights around the perimeter as they hammered and hauled broken rock. A crew of 30 or so milled around the chamber, shoring up walls and removing debris. The tunnels out of the grotto had been blocked by portable pneumatic doors that sealed the rest of the tunnels in blackness. "This is a rare opportunity, Mr. Tymo," Duel said. He had grown more and more loquacious after showing them the spice processing rooms where the blind larva packed glitterstim. "Spice must be mined in total darkness, so we almost never get to see the tunnels in direct illumination. But the avalanche let in sunlight that spoiled all this glitterstim anyway. We sealed off the other shafts to preserve the rest." "So what really happened here?" Lando asked, looking around. "Tectonic disturbance," Duel said. Luke could see the blackened marks where powerful blaster strikes had scored the stone walls, and he knew there was much more to this than simple seismic activity. He felt a surge of startled fear from Lando. "What's that thing?" Lando pointed to the other side of the grotto. Buried under the pile of jagged rubble, dozens of glassy spear-like legs protruded at all angles. Dim, jewel-like nodules dotted the spherical body core, eyes glazed in death. The rest of the body seemed to be made entirely of fangs. Falling chunks of rock had crushed it, and the creature's whip-like legs lay askew as if it had tried to flail the boulders aside. Duel strutted over to the carcass. "That, my friend, seems to be the thing that creates the spice itself. It's the first such creature we've encountered, but there must be others deep in the tunnels. We're getting a xenobiologist to study it. The bulk of its body seems to be made of glitterstim itself, and the strands we pull from the tunnel walls are what it uses as a web." Duel stopped short of actually touching the fallen monster. The guard in charge at his section joined them. He nudged one of the sharp crystalline legs with his boot. "We want to see if we can extract raw glitterstim from the web sack and spinnerets in the dead body." Duel bobbed his head up and down. "Wouldn't that be something? Absolutely pure glitterstim." Lando nodded noncommittally. Luke, playing his part, fished around for more information. "So how does this affect your safety record? Did this creature prey on any of the miners?" "Yes, it killed several, including the shift boss and my assistant, the ones I told you about. How many bodies have you found so far?" Duel asked the guard. 3 fresh ones and 2 old ones, and we think it killed a bunch more. There's a big Wookiee and some other prisoners still unaccounted for." Duel scowled at the guard, but quickly regained his false smile. Luke felt cold upon hearing the news. Of course, there was no way of knowing whether the Wookiee in question was Chewbacca. The Empire had taken a great many slaves from the Wookiee homeworld of Kashyyyk, and many survivors could well have been shipped off to Kessel. Luke met Lando's gaze, and the other man shook his head ever so slightly. "Very interesting," Lando said. "Come on, there's more to see," Duel said as he strode back to the floating cars. "I hope all this is impressing you." "Certainly is," Lando said. "You have an amazing operation here, Maruth." Luke remained silent. All day long he'd been straining his senses, searching for some echo of Han or Chewbacca, but he had found nothing. Plenty of others wallowed in pain and misery here, but Luke found no hint of the ones he sought. Han Solo might never have reached Kessel, and he was certainly no longer there. At least not alive. 19. The Admiral's quarters on an Imperial-class Star Destroyer were spacious and functional, and they had been Dalla's only home for more than a decade. Year after year she operated in a vacuum, alone as always, following Tarkin's parting instructions with no further input from the Grand Moff. The great distortion of the Maw itself blacked out all external holonet transmissions. Her fleet had been isolated, and the crew on her 4 Star Destroyers had fallen into routine. But Dalla did not relax her grip. She was afraid to wonder about events outside in the galaxy, confident at least that she could count on the Empire with its unbending rules, sometimes cruel, but always clear-cut. But now, in her turmoil, she was glad her quarters were sealed and locked, quiet and empty, so no one could see her like this. It would ruin her image entirely. Everything had been cut and dried before the interrogation of the new prisoners. Dalla punched up the recording and watched it again, though she had already replayed the sequence a dozen times. She could mouth the words as the prisoners spoke them, but this tiny image could not convey the impact she had felt when watching him firsthand. The man, Han Solo, sat strapped in a nightmarish convoluted chair with steel tubes and wires and piping tangled around him. The gadgetry looked sharp and ominous. Most of it served no purpose other than to increase the prisoner's terror, and in that it proved effective. On the recording, Dalla stood by Commander Kratos, the captain of her flagship, the Gorgon. She could smell the prisoner's fear, but his demeanor was full of bluster and sarcasm. He would crack easily. "Tell us where you come from," Dalla said. "Is the Rebel Alliance crushed yet? What has happened in the Empire?" "Go kiss a hut," Solo snapped. Dalla stared woodenly at him for a moment, then shrugged, nodding to Kratos. The commander punched a control pad, and one of the metal bars across the restraining chair hummed. The muscles in Solo's left thigh began to spasm, jittering. His leg bounced up and down. The spasms grew worse. He had a puzzled, confused look on his face, as if he couldn't understand why his own body was suddenly behaving so strangely. The involuntary seizure clenched the muscles under his skin. Dalla smiled. Kratos adjusted one of the controls, and Solo flinched as the muscles along the left side of his ribcage also began spasming, tightening his body. But the chair would not let him move. Solo fought back an outcry. The seizures were not so painful as they were maddening. Dalla had found that a most effective interrogation technique was simply to induce an unrelenting facial tic that made the eyes blink over and over and over again for hours without end. "Tell us about the Empire," she said again. "The Empire's in the garbage masher," Solo said. Dalla could see the whites of his eyes as Solo tried to look down at his rebellious leg muscles. "The Emperor's dead. He died in the explosion of the second Death Star." Dalla and Kratos both snapped their heads up. "Second Death Star? Tell me about it." "No," Solo said. "Yes," Dalla said. Kratos adjusted another button. The bars in the labyrinthine chair hummed, and Solo's right hand began twitching, his fingers scrabbling against the smooth metal, jittering and shaking. Solo tried to look everywhere at once. "The second Death Star?" Dalla asked again. "It was still under construction when we set off a chain reaction in its core. Darth Vader and the Emperor were on board." Solo resisted, but he seemed to delight in telling the news. "And what happened to the first Death Star?" Dalla said. Solo grinned. "The Alliance blew it up, too." Dalla was skeptical enough that she didn't believe him entirely. A prisoner would say anything, especially a defiant one like this. But in her gut she feared it might be true, because it explained other things, such as the years of silence. "And what about Grand Moff Tarkin?" "He's in a billion atoms scattered across the Yavin system. He burned with his Death Star. He paid for the lives of all the people on Alderaan, a planet he destroyed." "Alderaan is destroyed?" Dalla raised her eyebrows. Kratos increased the power vibrating through the chair. Tiny pearls of sweat appeared on his own forehead. Dalla knew what the commander was thinking. During all these years of isolation, they had been assuming the Emperor would remain his iron-tight grip, that the fleet of all-powerful Star Destroyers and the secret Death Star would cement Imperial rule across the galaxy. The old Republic had lasted 1,000 generations, and the Empire, could it have fallen in just a few decades? How long since the explosion of the second Death Star? 7 years. What has happened since? Dalla finally sat down. Tell me everything. But Solo seemed to gain inner strength and clammed up. He glared with his dark, angry eyes. Dalla sighed. It was like a rehearsed show they had to perform. Kratos adjusted the controls until Solo's entire body was a writhing, spasming mass of twitching muscles, as if a storm were happening inside his body. Gradually, the prisoner spilled the entire story of the other battles: the Civil War, Grand Admiral Thrawn, the resurrected Emperor, the truce at Bakura, the terrible conflicts in which the waning Empire had been defeated again and again, until finally she had Kratos release him. The loud humming of the chair suddenly stopped, and Han Solo slumped into exhausted bliss at being freed from the onslaught of his own muscles. Dalla motioned outside the door of the holding cell, summoning a glossy black interrogation droid that floated in with hypodermic needles glistening like spears in the dim reddish light. Solo tried to cringe back, and Dalla could see the fear in his eyes. There, Dalla said. Now the interrogator droid will confirm everything you told us. She got up and left. Later, she had found out that Solo was indeed telling the truth in everything he said. Alone in her quarters, Admiral Dalla switched off the recording. Her head pounded with a gnawing, throbbing ache like dull fingernails scraping the inside of her skull. One of the Maw installation scientists, learning that the new prisoner had actually been on board the completed Death Star, demanded to speak with him. Dalla would send the scientist this interrogation report. After she edited it, of course. Sometimes it was impossible to keep these prima donna scientists happy. They had such a narrow view of things. Right now, Dalla had greater worries. She had to decide what to do with this new information. In her quarters, Dalla stood between two full-length curved mirrors that projected a reflection of her body, head to toe. Her olive-gray uniform showed no wrinkle, only crisp creases and near-invisible seams. Through a strict regime of exercises and drills, she had not added a fraction to her weight during her long assignment. Her appearance, though older and harder now, still pleased her. Dalla wore her bright admiral's insignia proudly over her left breast, a row of 6 scarlet rectangles set above a row of blue rectangles. To her knowledge, she was the only woman ever to wear such a rank in the Imperial Navy. It had been a special promotion, given directly by Grand Moff Tarkin himself, and it was possible the Emperor did not even know of it. He certainly did not know about the Maw installation. Her coppery hair flowed over her shoulders, rippled down her back to below her hips. More than a decade ago, Dalla had arrived at Maw installation with her hair cropped short and bristly, part of the humiliation the Imperial Military Academy inflicted upon female cadets. After being sealed inside the Maw, though, Dalla was placed in charge by direct order from Tarkin. Asinine regulations for the sake of regulations meant nothing to her anymore. She refused to cut her hair, as a gesture of her own independence. Rank had its privileges. She felt Tarkin would have approved. But Tarkin was dead now. Turning, she dimmed the lights, then activated the door. Outside, 2 bodyguards snapped to attention and continued staring ahead. Despite Maw installation's isolation, Dalla insisted on peak performance, regular drills, wargaming sessions. She had been trained in the Imperial military mold. Though the system had done its best to squash her ambitions, Dalla followed its tenets. Beneath their armor, the 2 guards were well built and attractive. But Dalla had not taken a lover since Grand Moff Tarkin. After him, fantasizing had been enough. "Escort me to the shuttle bay," she said, stepping into the corridor. "I'm going down to the installation." She strode off, hearing the bodyguards march behind her, weapons ready. "Inform the duty commander that I am having a meeting with Tol Sivrin." One of the bodyguards muttered into his helmet comlink. She strode down the corridors, pondering the complexity of her ship, the troops, the support personnel. In the Imperial fleet, a single Star Destroyer housed 37,000 crew and 9,700 troops. But because of the secrecy of the Maw installation, Tarkin had assigned her only a skeleton crew, people without families, without connections to the outside, some recruited from worlds devastated by the early battles of the Empire. Even under rigid discipline, though, her crew had been trapped here for 11 years with no furloughs. No R&R other than the meager amusement facilities available on board. Her troops had grown weary of the entertainment libraries, restless, bored, and angry at being placed on standby alert for so long without word from the outside. They were well armed and itching to go out and do something, as was Dalla herself. At her fingertips, Dalla had the might of 60 turbolaser batteries, 60 ion cannons, and 10 tractor beam projectors, one of which had just been used to capture the battered Imperial shuttle. Inside the hangar base, the Gorgon alone carried 6 TIE fighter squadrons, 2 Gamma-class assault shuttles, 20 AT-AT walkers, and 30 AT-ST scout walkers. 3 more identical ships, the Manticore, the Basilisk, and the Hydra, orbited Maw installation, also under Dalla's command. Years ago, Moff Tarkin had taken Dalla herself to the Kuat drive yards to watch her 4 Star Destroyers under construction. Tarkin and Dalla had flown a small inspection shuttle around the enormous superstructures being assembled in orbit. The two remained silent for the most part, staring at the enormity of the project. Around them in space, the tiny lights of workers, transport vessels, rubble smelters, and girder extruders made a hive of activity. Tarkin had placed a hand on her shoulders, squeezing with a grip made of steel cords. "Dalla," he said, "I am giving you enough power to turn any planet to slag." Now aboard the Star Destroyer Gorgon, Admiral Dalla entered a personnel lift that took her and her bodyguards from the command quarters below the bridge tower to one of the hangar bays. She did not announce her arrival when the door slid open. Dalla was pleased to see her troops bustling about the TIE fighters, the shuttles, and service vehicles. After so many years of boredom, her personnel kept every system functioning perfectly. Only months after the completion of Maw installation, Dalla had noticed a malaise creeping through the personnel. Part of it was because of her, she was sure, commanded by the only female flag officer, assigned to babysit a bunch of scientists in the most protected spot in the galaxy. The troops had grown lax. But a few graphic executions and continual threats kept Dalla's crew constantly on edge, honing their skills and making it inconceivable for them to shirk their duties. That tactic had been one of Tarkin's prime lessons: command through the fear of force rather than force itself. Dalla had 180,000 people at her disposal, not counting the weapons designers and Maw installation itself. She did not want to waste them. She glanced up and down the hangar, her molten metal hair trailing behind her. Inside an electromagnetic cage that shielded the entire vessel, technicians scoured the battered, empty shuttle Endor that had been brought in by the new captives. Endor. What kind of name was that? She had never heard the term before. The technicians would be checking for service markings, locator beacons, and course log files. For a moment, Dalla considered taking the battered shuttle itself down to Tol Sivrin, the chief scientist of Maw installation. The effect would probably shock him into paying attention to her for once. But that would be a childish gesture. She let the technicians continue their work and chose instead the Imperial shuttle Edict. "I can pilot this myself," she said to her bodyguards. "Leave me." On the flight down, she wanted time alone. She knew what Sivrin would say on hearing the news, but this time she would not let him get away with it. The bodyguards dropped back into the side as Dalla stepped up the ramp into the shuttle. She moved with quick, habitual movements, powering up the engines, running through the automated checklist. She mounted the headset nodes to her temple and to her ear, listening to her course vector as she raised the edict from its pad and arrowed it out through the magnetic shields that closed off the hangar bay from the vacuum of space. Surrounding her was the colorful, deadly shell of gases swirling into the endless gullets of black holes. Below hung Maw installation itself, a cluster of planetoids crammed at the exact center of the gravitational island. The surfaces of the barren rocks touched in some places, grinding together. Immense bridges and bands held the asteroids in place. Access tubes and transit rails connected the cluster of drifting rocks. Under Grand Moff Tarkin's direction, Imperial constructors had ferried the rocks across space and through the obstacle course into the Maw. The insides of the asteroids were hollowed out into habitation chambers, laboratory areas, prototype assembly bays, and meeting halls. If we present the citizens with a weapon so powerful, so immense as to defy all conceivable attack against it, a weapon invulnerable and invincible in battle, that shall become the symbol for the Empire. Dalla had read a draft of the communique Tarkin had sent to the Emperor, urging the creation of superweapons. We may need only a handful of these weapons to subjugate thousands of worlds, each containing millions upon millions of beings. Such a weapon must have force great enough to dispatch an entire system, and the fear it shall inspire will be great enough for you to rule the galaxy unchallenged. After getting permission for his scheme, Tarkin had used his new authority as Grand Moff to put together this super-secret think tank installation, where he could isolate the most brilliant scientists and theoreticians, giving them orders to develop new weapons for the Emperor. Since Tarkin took credit for everything without citing his sources, the Emperor himself did not know the installation's existence. The workers and architects who built the place had boarded a return ship, thinking their job finished, but Dalla had reprogrammed their nav computers herself with an incorrect course out of the maw. Instead of flying to their freedom, they had plunged straight into the mouth of a black hole. No loose ends. The secret of Maw installation had been protected. After Tol Sivrin and his teams provided the initial concept of the Death Star, Grand Moff Tarkin had taken one of the installation's top scientists, Bevel Lemelisk, to the Outer Rim to oversee actual construction of the first production model Death Star. Tarkin's last words to the Maw scientists had been a challenge. Good. Now create an even more powerful weapon. Surpassing the Death Star may seem inconceivable, but we must maintain our superiority. We must maintain a sense of fear among the citizens of the Empire. The Death Star is terrible. Think of something worse. That is your reason for existence. Tarkin gave them 9 years to develop his next-generation ultimate weapon. And now, since Tarkin was dead and no one else knew Maw installation even existed, Dalla could make her own decisions, plan her own course of action. Finally reaching the small gravity field of the central administrative asteroid, Dalla secured the shuttle Edict in the docking bay. She stood beside her shuttle, breathing deeply of the dusty, exhaust-laden air and already wishing she could be back on the gleaming and sterile decks of the Gorgon. She would deal with Tol Sivrin quickly, then return. A contingent of stormtroopers assigned to ground duty bustled to assist her. "Follow me," she said. A show of force would smother any protest from the scientist administrator. She did not announce her arrival, but strode directly through the anterooms, startling the various clerks and administrative assistants. The stormtroopers stood at attention. The clerks stared at them, then slowly took their seats again and refrained from making any outbursts. "Tol Sivrin, I need to speak with you," Dalla said, entering his office. "I have some important news." The scientist administrator's office was cluttered, but with all the wrong things. More a bureaucrat than a scientist, Tol Sivrin required the theoreticians and designers to build concept models and tiny prototypes of their ideas, which Sivrin left on shelves, on furniture, in alcoves. Dalla guessed that Sivrin played with them as toys during dull moments. Around the office lay piles of proposals, design studies, regular progress reports, charts of optimized parameters that the scientist administrator required in hard copy. His clerks studied these reports, then wrote their own reports summarizing them and referencing still further documents. Dalla didn't believe the administrator read any of them. Tol Sivrin swiveled his chair to look at her with a bored expression. "News? We haven't had any news in a decade." Sivrin was a Twi'lek, pasty-faced and hairless, with 2 whip-like head-tails that dangled from his skull. The tentacles fell over his shoulders like 2 skinless blood eels sucking the back of his cranium. Sivrin's close-set pig-like eyes and mouthful of jagged teeth heightened Dalla's disgust. Twi'leks were generally a disreputable lot, slinking around with smugglers and acting as henchmen for crime lords like Jabba the Hutt. Though Dalla rarely questioned Grand Moff Tarkin's decisions, she didn't understand how Tol Sivrin had attained his position here. "Well, we have news today. We captured 3 prisoners who blundered into the Maw in a stolen Imperial shuttle. We have put them all through deep questioning, and I see no reason to doubt the veracity of this information, as unpleasant as it may seem." "So what is this unpleasant information?" Dalla kept her face absolutely rigid. "The Emperor is dead. The rebels have won. A few warlords tried to put the Empire back together, but they merely caused years of civil war. A new republic is now the primary government in the galaxy. Sivrin sat up in shock, and in nervous gestures, head-tails coiled behind his neck. But how could that happen, with our Death Star design? Grand Moff Tarkin built one Death Star, but the rebels managed to steal the plans, and somehow they discovered a flaw, a thermal exhaust port that allowed one small fighter access to the reactor core. The rebels destroyed the Death Star and killed Tarkin. I'll assign a team to look over the plans so we can correct this flaw, Sivrin said, a matter of pride to him. At once. How is that going to help anything now? Dallas snapped. Tarkin had Bevel Lemelisk with him on the outside. After the first Death Star was destroyed, the Emperor himself asked Lemelisk to design a larger model, this time eliminating the known flaw. The second Death Star was still under construction when the rebels destroyed it. Sivrin scowled, as if trying to figure out how he could solve a problem already several years old. As the years stretched out with no word from outside, Sivrin had sent self-destructing drones through the fiery walls of the Maw, carrying coded transmission bursts, updates for Tarkin. Dala had strict orders not to leave Maw installation, and so they waited. And waited. Dala's primary mistake had been overestimating the abilities of her mentor, Tarkin. She had graduated from the Imperial Military Academy on Coradia, one of the toughest training grounds for military service in the Empire. She had excelled in every curriculum, defeated many warriors in single combat, used her strategic skills to wipe out entire armies in war games. But because she was a woman, and because female officers were extremely rare in Imperial military service, the Coradian Academy assigned Dala to difficult, thankless jobs, while they promoted the less talented men she herself had bested time and again, into positions of authority. Out of frustration, Dala had created a false persona in the computer networks, a pseudonym under which she could make suggestions that would be listened to. After a handful of these truly radical ideas paid off, Moff Tarkin had come to Coradia to find this brilliant new tactician, but his detective work had uncovered Dala instead. Luckily, Tarkin was more innovative and open-minded than the Emperor. He quietly reassigned Dala to his personal staff, took her to the Outer Rim territories on his fleet of Star Destroyers, and let her work with him. They became lovers, two like minds, hard in spirit and unforgiving. Though he was older than she, Tarkin had a power and a charisma that Dala admired. Gaunt and tireless in his quiet viscousness, he had a self-confidence so great that he did not flinch even in the presence of Darth Vader. To keep Dala hidden, Grand Moff Tarkin gave her 4 Star Destroyers and charged her with the task of guarding Maw installation. But now that she had obtained new information from the captives, everything was changed. Everything. Sivrin stared at her now, with anger glowing in his eyes. Where are these captives now? In detention cells on board the Gorgon. They are recuperating from the rigors of interrogation. What if someone comes looking for them? He turned to glance out the transparisteel window on his office wall. They were escapees from the spice mining operation on Kessel. They had no idea where they were going. They'll be presumed lost in the Maw. I myself can't understand how they survived the passage through the cluster in the first place. Why didn't you just dispose of them? Sivrin asked. Dala maintained her patience with an effort. This was yet another example of Twi'lek's short-sightedness. Because they are the only link with the outside we've had in a decade. Quizux has already requested an interview with the prisoners to ask them for details about the actual Death Star. We may need to pump them for further information before we decide what to do next. Sivrin blinked his piggy eyes. What to do? What do you mean? What is there to do? She crossed her arms over her chest. We can take the new Sun Crusher and destroy the New Republic system by system. She stared at him with her green eyes, not blinking. The Twi'lek squirmed. But the Sun Crusher isn't finished yet. We still have tests to run, reports to file. You have been procrastinating for 2 years. You are behind schedule thanks to your bureaucracy and ineptness. Grand Moff Tarkin is not coming back, and you no longer have an excuse to delay. I need the weapon now, and I'm going to take it. Her mind kept replaying the words Tarkin had told her while inspecting the Kuat drive yards. I am giving you enough power to turn any planet to slag. And with the newly designed Sun Crusher weapon, she could bring the New Republic to its knees. If Solo is telling the truth, Dala said, then my fleet could be the most powerful remnant of the Imperial Navy. She picked up one of Tol Siverin's small models. We can't just wait here any longer. Now it's our turn to show them what we can do. 20. The Canadian ambassador arrived with his entourage on the recently repaired West Landing platform, far from the Imperial Palace. His diplomatic shuttle looked like a glossy black beetle, bristling with weapons that had been remotely neutralized before the ship was allowed to approach Coruscant. On the landing platform, Leia waited to greet Ambassador Fergan with a full contingent of New Republic honor guard. The wind picked up, blowing around the tall buildings as if trying to push the Canadian delegation back in the direction it had come. She wore her formal government robes as well as rank insignia for the Alliance forces. Caradia, with its powerful military training center, was one of the most important strongholds still loyal to the Empire. If she could crack open negotiations with them, her coup would not be soon forgotten. But the Canadian system was going to be a tough jewel fruit to crack, especially with a rude and icy ambassador like Fergan. The shuttle's hatch hissed open as the denser air of Caradia rushed out. 2 stormtroopers marched down the ramp, shouldering ceremonial blaster rifles equipped with bayonets. Their white armor gleamed from meticulous polishing. They moved like droids, walking off the ramp and stepping to either side, then freezing in position as a second pair of stormtroopers followed them down and waited at the end of the ramp. Ambassador Fergan strode down, stubby-legged and self-important, as if to ceremonial music. His uniform was spattered with more badges, insignia, and ribbons than any person could possibly have earned in a lifetime. After 2 more stormtrooper officers followed the ambassador down, Fergan drew a deep breath, looking into the distance and ignoring Leia. Ah, the air of Imperial Center. He turned toward the waiting reception committee, beetling his thick eyebrows. Smells a bit sour now, though. The taint of rebellion. Leia disregarded the comment. Welcome to Coruscant, Ambassador Fergan. I am Minister of State Leia Organa Solo. Yes, Fergan said impatiently. After Mon Mothma's words about the extreme importance of Caradia, I expected her to send more than a minor official to greet me. A slap in the face. Leia had to fall back on some of Luke's temper-controlling exercises, a Jedi mind-blanking technique that allowed her to quell the surge of anger. I see you have not taken the time to familiarize yourself with the structure of our government, Ambassador. Though Mon Mothma is the New Republic's chief of state, the cabinet is the actual governing body, of which the Minister of State and my subordinate diplomatic corps comprise perhaps the most important arm. Leia stopped herself, angry with Fergan for goading her, and angry with herself for letting him manipulate her into petty games. Mon Mothma had instructed her to extend every diplomatic courtesy to the ambassador. She wished Han or Luke were there beside her. Mon Mothma has a great many other duties, but she has arranged for a brief face-to-face meeting with you later in the day, Leia said. Until then, would you like me to show you to your quarters? Some refreshment, perhaps, after your journey? Fergan's eyes looked like small, overripe berries as he directed his gaze at her. My bodyguards will go to my quarters first. They will sweep every inch of the rooms, every appliance, every wall and floor to remove hidden listening devices or assassination tools. The remaining guards will be with me at every moment. They will provide my food and drink from our own supplies to ensure against any possibility of poisoning. Leia was appalled at his insinuation. She stopped herself from insisting that Fergan's actions were not necessary, since that would no doubt play directly into his hands. Instead, she showed him a small, indulgent smile. Of course, if such things make you feel more comfortable. In the meantime, Fergan said, I would like an immediate tour of the Imperial Palace. Arrange one. I came on a pilgrimage to see my Emperor's home and to pay my respects. Leia hesitated. We hadn't planned on. Fergan held up a hand. Beside him, the stormtrooper snapped even more stiffly to attention. The ambassador took one step closer to Leia, as if trying to look intimidating. Nevertheless, you will arrange it. That afternoon, Mon Mothma stood in the dimmed audience chamber, waiting at the base of the holoprojector's controls. Though she had 1,000 other duties to attend to, Caradia seemed the likeliest flashpoint of resistance to New Republic stability. She had made it clear to Leia that she considered her sacrifice of time an investment to avert a possible war. Without moving, Mon Mothma seemed to fill the room with her quiet, commanding presence. Leia never ceased admiring her subtle but undeniable power, which Mon Mothma managed to exhibit even without Jedi training. Leia followed Ambassador Fergan as he strode down the ramp to the base of the holoprojector. Grumpy, he looked behind him to where his stormtrooper bodyguards waited at the entrance to the chamber. Fergan had refused to leave them behind, and Mon Mothma had refused to let even disarmed Imperial stormtroopers near her. The power play had been brief and sharp, but in the end, Mon Mothma allowed the stormtroopers to wait within sight of the ambassador, though outside the chamber. But she had also won a seemingly minor concession. Mon Mothma required the stormtroopers to remove their helmets while they remained in her presence. The soldiers stood unmasked, holding the skull-like helmets under their arms, revealed to be humans, young cadets dressed in armor, but with their anonymity taken away. "Stand right there, Ambassador Fergan," she said without formally greeting him. "I would like to show you something." The holoprojector shimmered, and the known galaxy filled the room, billions of star specks flung in swirling arms throughout the enclosed chamber. The lights automatically dimmed as the sea spray of stars came into focus. At the doorway, the stormtroopers craned their necks to stare up at the huge image. On the chamber floor, both Mon Mothma and Ambassador Fergan seemed insignificant. "This is our galaxy," Mon Mothma said. "We have meticulously plotted every recorded system. These stars—" She waved her hand, and a wash of blue spangled across the arms of the galaxy. "Have already sworn their allegiance to the New Republic. Others have remained neutral, though not unfriendly to our cause. A sprinkling of green appeared among the stars. The darkened area is what remains of the Sissy Rook Imperium." She indicated a splotch covering a portion of one spiral arm. "We have not yet fully explored their worlds, though it has been several years since Imperial and Alliance forces joined hands at Bakura to drive out the invaders." "Finally," Mon Mothma said, "we know of these systems that still remain loyal to the fallen Empire." A much smaller splash of red dusted the image, concentrated primarily toward the galactic core, from which the resurrected Emperor had launched his forces. "As you can see, your support is dwindling rapidly." Fergan did not seem impressed. "Anyone can paint dots on a map." Inwardly outraged, Leia marveled at the quiet way Mon Mothma handled the situation. Her voice did not grow louder. She merely looked at him with her calm, deep eyes. "You are welcome to speak to any of the ambassadors from these worlds to confirm their allegiances." "Ambassadors can be bribed as easily as colors can be changed on a projection map." This time, Mon Mothma's voice grew just a bit brittle. "There are no bribes that can change the facts, Ambassador Fergan." "If that is the case, then sometimes the facts themselves must be changed." Leia could not keep herself from rolling her eyes. In a way, this was amusing, but it seemed like a waste of time. Fergan was as unchangeable as a man frozen in carbonite. The entire planetary surface of Coruscant had been covered with layer upon layer of buildings, rebuilt, demolished, and rebuilt again. Galactic governments changed over the millennia, but Coruscant had always been the center of politics. The complex construction patterns and towering metal and transparent steel pinnacles made weather difficult to predict. Occasionally, unexpected storms coalesced out of water evaporating from millions of exhaust vents, condensing and rising from the skyscraper forests, making small squalls that dumped rain down upon the hard surfaces of the buildings. As the various diplomats gathered in the Sky Dome Botanical Gardens for Ambassador Fergan's reception, a sudden flurry of raindrops pattered down on the transparent panels, masking the bright curtains of Coruscant's aurora. In the distance, near the horizon, the rebuilt Imperial Palace stood like a cobbled-together cathedral and pyramid, showing signs of many different eras. Leia had not wanted Fergan's reception to be held in any place that recalled the fallen Emperor's opulence and grandeur. The Sky Dome Botanical Gardens rested on the level roof of an isolated skyscraper. Constructed by an old Republic philanthropist who had grown rich by establishing the Galactic News Service, the giant terrarium was a carefully tended place with compartmentalized environments to house and display otherwise extinct or exotic flora from various systems in the galaxy. Leia arrived with 3PO and her 2 children in tow just as the rain began to fall against the transparent ceiling. As Leia stepped through the door, she held herself defensively, her justifications on the tip of her tongue. She knew the presence of the twins might cause a stir at a stuffy diplomatic reception, but she did not care. Throughout the day, Fergan had pushed her around, complaining, demanding, acting generally rude. Leia had given up all of her time with the twins to be with the ambassador, and she decided it was no longer worth the misery. She might be an important cabinet member in the new republic, but she was also a mother, still trying to adapt to the new demands on her time. In her quarters, while changing clothes for the reception, Leia had felt her simmering resentment come to a boil. If she was going to be gone all the time anyway, she might as well have left Jason and Jaina with Winter. Besides, 3PO accompanied them, and he was a protocol droid. He could watch the twins and also help out with the fine points of the reception and translation if need be. Since Han had disappeared, she was worried to the point of nausea much of the time. Luke and Lando had sent no word yet. She needed to have some stable point in her life. Leia almost hoped someone would challenge her about bringing the twins so she could lash out. When she passed through the door, Fergan's stormtrooper goons stopped her. The still helmetless stormtroopers looked uncomfortable at meeting her eye to eye, but they stood firmly in her path. Behind them, an equal number of New Republic guards stood at attention, watching the stormtroopers. "What is the problem?" She glanced at the stormtrooper's insignia and deliberately misread it. "Lieutenant." "Captain," he corrected. "We're checking everyone. A precaution against assassins." "Assassins?" she said, deciding to be amused rather than upset. "I see." One of the stormtroopers removed a handheld scanner and placed it over Leia's body, testing for hidden weapons. Leia icily submitted to the scan. "This is for the ambassador's safety," he said. He looked disapprovingly at Jason and Jaina. "We weren't informed there would be children attending." "Are you afraid one of them is going to murder Ambassador Fergan?" Leia stared at the man's naked, pale face, scowling until he flinched. "That doesn't say much for your skills as a bodyguard, does it, Captain?" His flustered fidgeting was worth any amount of inconvenience he might cause her, Leia thought. "Just routine precautions." The captain scanned Jason and Jaina, showing visible discomfort at having to do so. When his task was complete, he still refused to move aside. Leia crossed her arms over her chest. "Now what?" "Your droid, Minister," the captain said. "We need to run a complete systems check. He could have assassin droid programming." "Me, sir?" 3PO said. "Oh my! You can't be serious!" Leia rolled her eyes at the mere thought of the prissy protocol droid being an assassin. "And how long will this complete systems check take?" "Not long." The captain took a different scanner that trailed disconnected leads. "Mistress Leia, I object!" 3PO's voice carried an edge of panic. "If you will recall, I have been maliciously reprogrammed in the past. I never want to trust a strange probe again." Leia spoke to the droid, but let her gaze bore into the stormtrooper captain's eyes. "Let him do it, 3PO, and if your programming is altered in the slightest, this man will be responsible for a galactic incident that could well lead to war. A war in which his own home system of Coradia would be the prime target for the combined forces of the New Republic." "I will be very careful, Minister," the stormtrooper said. "Indeed, sir, you will," 3PO insisted. When they finally managed to get through to the reception area, the rainfall dwindled to a trickle. People wandered along the tour paths to observe the brilliant, bizarre shapes of alien plant life. As the guests stepped through force field environmental barriers, the humidity and temperature changed drastically to provide proper growing conditions for various types of plants. Tiny placards displayed scientific names written in a dozen different alphabets. Holding their mothers' hands, Jason and Jaina stared with amazement at the people garbed in diplomatic finery, the exotic plants from distant worlds. In a bright desert scenario at the center of the chamber, a monstrously large tentacle cactus served hors d'oeuvres, waving its thick stalks back and forth, and displaying tiny sandwiches, fruit slices, sausages, and pastries stuck on its long spines. Guests snatched snacks from the spines whenever the tentacle cactus waved in their direction. Stocky Ambassador Fergan seemed the center of attention, but everyone looked at him from the corners of their eyes rather than speaking to him directly. Feeling her political obligations, Leia sighed and walked toward them, the children trotting beside her. Fergan fixed his gaze on the twins and drained the drink he was holding. She watched as he held the empty glass to a pump flask at his right hip. Fergan depressed the button and squirted himself a new drink of honey-greenish liquid. Of course, she thought, anyone paranoid about poisons would bring his own supply. He wore an identical flask on his left hip. So, Minister Organa Solo, these are the famous Jedi twins? Jason and Jaina, I believe you named them. Don't you have a third child as well, named Anakin? Leia blinked, unnerved that Fergan knew so much about her family. Yes, the baby is elsewhere, safe and protected. She knew he could not possibly have uncovered the location of the sheltered planet, but a mother's instinct magnified her fear. Fergan patted Jaina on the head. I hope you protect these two as well. It would be a shame for such sweet children to become political pawns. They are very safe, Leia said, suddenly feeling helpless. Keeping an eye on the ambassador, she turned the twins around. You two take 3PO and go play now. It will be a very educational experience for them, Mistress Leia, 3PO said, bustling the children off to look at the plant exhibits. Fergan continued his conversation with Leia. If you want my opinion, it's too bad the Emperor didn't manage to wipe out all of the Jedi. Incomplete tasks always end up causing trouble. And why are you so afraid of the Jedi Knights? Leia said. Though she disliked this line of conversation, she might glean some information from Fergan. The ambassador took a long sip from his drink. My feeling is that with our sophisticated technology, we should not cringe in fear of sorcery and bizarre mental powers that belong only to a few random individuals. It seems elitist. Jedi Knights, they were like strongmen for a weak-old government. Leia took up the debate. The Emperor, whom you revere so much, was very powerful in the Force, as was Darth Vader. How are they so different? The Emperor is entitled to special powers, Fergan said, as if stating the obvious. After all, he's the Emperor. And Vader turned out to be a traitor in the end. As I understand it, he was the one who actually killed the Emperor. All the more reason to outlaw such powers. Leia knew he must have seen Luke's widely broadcast speech to the Council. Nevertheless, the Jedi have managed to survive, and the entire Order of Jedi Knights will be restored. My brother will see to that. Within a few years, the new Jedi Knights will fill the same role as the old, as protectors of the Republic. Too bad, Fergan said, turning away to seek other conversation, but no one seemed to want to talk to him. 3PO lost track of the twins almost immediately, when they decided to play hide-and-seek among the flora exhibits, crawling under guardrails too low for 3PO to manage, then chasing each other around areas marked Do Not Enter. When the droid called for them to come back, Jason and Jaina developed a selective hearing difficulty and continued to dash away. He chased them through a grove of mucus trees that dripped yellow, pollinated ooze all over his polished body shell, but at least the slime left a trail of footprints for him to follow. 3PO wailed in dismay when he saw the small footprints leading directly into the carnivorous plants area. Oh my, he said, imagining bloodthirsty shrubs already digesting pieces of the small children. Before he could sound an all-out alarm, though, 3PO heard Jason's high-pitched giggles joined by his sister's laughter. Using directional locators, 3PO bustled back to the center of the exhibit. Sitting in the middle of the giant tentacle cactus, the twins played with the waving fronds, oblivious to the thorns. Somehow they had blithely eased their way past the dagger-like points and made a pillow out of the central mass of fine new bristles. Master Jason, Mistress Jaina, come out of there this instant, 3PO said in a stern voice. I must insist. Instead, Jaina giggled and waved to him. In a tizzy, 3PO wondered how he could rescue the children from the giant plants without dislodging any of the hors d'oeuvres. A lull fell in the conversation, the type of pause that often occurs in forced social situations. During the quiet, Ambassador Fergan made his move. I require your attention, he called. Leia watched him suddenly step away from her. Not knowing what he might do, she tensed, ready for anything. The few conversations stuttered to a halt. All eyes turned to the Canadian ambassador. Mon Mothma had been chatting with General Jan Dodonna, the aged tactician who had planned the strike on the first Death Star. Mon Mothma raised her eyebrows, curious at Fergan's call for silence. Jan Dodonna stopped telling his tale and held his hands in mid-gesture as he stared. Fergan took his empty glass and dropped it to his hip, filling it from the left hip flask this time. Leia wondered if he had already emptied the right flask. Raising his glass high, he took one step toward Mon Mothma, grinning. Leia watched in disbelief. Was the rude ambassador going to propose a toast? Fergan looked around the enclosed sky dome, making certain he had everyone's attention. Even the patchy rain had ceased. To all gathered here, I wish to be heard. As ambassador of Coradia, I've been empowered to speak for the Imperial Military Training Center, my planet, and my entire system. Therefore, I must deliver a message to you all. He raised his voice and raised his glass. To Mon Mothma, who calls herself leader of the New Republic. With a vicious sneer, he hurled his drink into her face. The honey-green liquid splashed on her cheeks, her hair, her chest. She staggered back, appalled. Jan Dodonna caught her shoulders, studying her, his mouth gaped open in astonishment. The New Republic guards at the door immediately drew their weapons, but somehow refrained from firing. We denounce your foul rebellion of lawbreakers and murderers. You've tried to impress me with a number of other weak-minded systems that have joined your alliance, but no amount of rabble can erase your crimes against the Empire. He smashed his empty glass on the floor and ground the shards under his boot heel. Coradia will never surrender to your so-called New Republic. With a flourish, Fergan took his entourage and stormed off. At the doorway, the gathered stormtroopers triumphantly placed the white helmets back on their heads, hiding their faces, and followed the ambassador out. The New Republic guards stared after them, weapons ready but not knowing what to do. After a shocked silence, the crowd erupted into a babble of outraged conversations. Leia ran to the chief of state. Dodonna was already swabbing at Mon Mothma's damp robes. The sticky drink drying on her face, Mon Mothma forced a smile for Leia. Into the rising hubbub of indignation, she said, "Well, we didn't lose anything by trying, did we?" In her disappointment, Leia could not answer. The tinny voice of 3PO burst over the background. "Excuse me, Mistress Leia?" Leia frantically looked around for the twins, afraid Fergan had somehow kidnapped them during his diversion, but was relieved when she saw Jason and Jaina standing with their faces pressed against the curved window, looking out at the skyline of Imperial City. Finally, from the corner of her eye, she noticed a golden arm flailing about in alarm. Somehow, 3PO had gotten tangled in the tentacle cactus display. Even from across the room, Leia could see how badly scratched his plating had become. Hors d'oeuvres lay scattered about the floor. "Could anyone assist me in getting free from this plant?" 3PO cried. "Please?" 21. Han Solo seemed to be drowning in a syrup of nightmares. He could not escape the drugged and painful interrogation, as a hardened porcelain beautiful face of Admiral Dalla stared at him and pummeled him with questions. "Just put him over there," a woman's trilling voice said. Not Dalla. His body was being dragged like luggage across the floor. "We have been ordered to stand guard," said a fuzzed voice filtered through a stormtrooper helmet. "Stand guard, then, but do it outside my lab. I want to talk to him in peace," the woman's voice again. "For your own protection," the stormtrooper began. Han felt himself drop to the floor. His limbs didn't seem to remember how to bend. "Protection? What is he going to do? He doesn't seem to have the energy to sneeze. If you left any unscrambled memories in his head, I want to pick at them without any interference." Han felt himself hauled upright again, his arms wrapped behind him. Cold, smooth stone pressed against his back. "Yes, yes," the woman's voice said. "Chain him to the column. I'm sure I'll be safe. I promise to stay out of reach of his fangs." He heard the marching boots of stormtroopers leaving the room. His mind became active long before his body figured out how to respond. He remembered parts of the interrogation, but not all of it. What had he told Admiral Dalla? His heart began pounding faster. Had he divulged any crucial secrets? Did he even know any crucial secrets? He was fairly certain he had told her the basic events about the fall of the Empire and the rise of the New Republic. But that caused no harm, and it might even lead to benefits. If Dalla knew she had no chance, perhaps she would surrender. And if Banthas had wings... His eyes finally opened grudgingly, letting light slam inside. He flinched away from returning vision, but eventually his eyes focused. He found himself in a spacious room. Some kind of laboratory or analysis center, not his detention cell on the Gorgon. He heard singing and the sound of flutes. Han turned his head to see a willowy alien woman standing in front of a device that seemed to be a combination musical keyboard and data entry pad. He had heard her voice arguing with the stormtrooper. She hummed a complex string of notes as her fingers played on the musical keys. In front of her, a rotating blueprint of a three-dimensional triangular shape took form, like a shard of glass capped with a tetrahedron and some sort of energy pod dangling from the lower point. With each tone the woman processed, additional lines appeared on the complicated diagram. Han worked his tongue around in his mouth and tried to talk. He meant to say, "Who are you?" But his lips and vocal cords could not cooperate. The sounds came out more like, "Warrior." Startled, the female alien fluttered her slender hands around the 3D geometrical image. Then she pranced over to where Han lay. She wore a badge on her smock, imprinted with her likeness and glittering holograms of the kind used for cipher locks. She was an attractive humanoid, tall and slender, with a bluish tint to her skin. Her gossamer hair seemed like strands of pearlescent feathers. When she spoke, her voice was high and reedy. Her eyes were wide and deep blue, carrying an expression of perpetual astonishment. "I've been waiting for you to wake up," she said. "I have so many questions to ask you. Is it true that you actually set foot on the first Death Star, and you got a look at the second one while it was under construction? Tell me what it was like. Anything you can remember. Every detail would be like a treasure trove to me." The babbled questions came at him too quickly to assimilate. What did the Death Star have to do with anything? That was 10 years ago. Instead, Han focused his gaze past her. Pastille gases flowed on the other side of the broad window, swirling around the insatiable mouths of the black holes. He counted all 4 Star Destroyers in orbital formation high above. That must mean he was somewhere in the little cluster of planetoids in the center of the gravitational island. And he was alone. Neither Kip nor Chewbacca had ended up here with him. He hoped they had at least survived Dalla's vicious interrogation. He worked his mouth, trying to form words again. "Who are you?" The alien woman touched her badge with one of her long-fingered hands. "My name is Queezooks, and I know that you are Han Solo. I've read a hard copy of the debriefing you gave Admiral Dalla." Debriefing? Did she mean the interrogation? The torture chair that made his entire body spasm? Queezooks' entire demeanor seemed superficial and distracted, as if she were paying only a small amount of attention to details, while she kept her mind preoccupied with something else. "Now then, please tell me about the Death Star. I'm very eager to hear what you remember. You're the first person I can talk to who was actually there." Han wondered if the interrogation drugs were still muddling his brain, or if there really was a reason why someone should want to talk about the defunct Death Star. And why should he tell his Imperial scientist anything, anyway? Had he divulged anything important to Dalla? What if she took her 4 Star Destroyers and attacked Coruscant? "I've already been interrogated." He was pleased to hear his words come out clearly enough to be understood this time. In one bluish hand, Qui held up a short printout. "I want your real impressions about it," she continued. "What did it sound like? What did it feel like when you walked down the corridors? Tell me everything you can remember." She wrung her hands in barely restrained excitement. "No." His response apparently shocked Qui enough that she took a step backward and let out a startled musical squawk. "You have to! I'm one of the top scientists here." Her mouth hung partly open in confusion. She began to pace around the pillar where he had been bound, forcing Han to turn his head. The effort nearly made him pass out. "What good does it do to withhold information?" Qui asked. "Information is for everyone. We build on the knowledge we have, add to it, and leave a greater legacy for our successors." Qui struck him as being impossibly naive. Han wondered how long she'd been sheltered in the middle of the black hole cluster. "Does that mean you share your information with anyone who asks?" he said. Qui bobbed her head. "That's the way Ma installation works. It is the foundation of all our research." Han barely managed to grin a triumph. "All right, then. Tell me where my friends are. I came in here with a young man and a Wookiee. Share that information with me, and I'll see what I can remember about the Death Star." Qui's uneasy reaction told him that she had never before considered anything but clear-cut cases. "I don't know if I can tell you that," she said. "You don't have a need to know." Han managed to shrug. "Then I see how much your own code of ethics means to you." Qui glanced toward the door, as if contemplating whether to summon the stormtroopers after all. "It is in my charter here as a researcher that I have access to all the data I need. Why won't you answer my few simple questions?" "Why won't you answer mine? I never signed your charter. I'm under no obligation to you." Han waited, fixing his eyes on her as she fidgeted. Finally, Qui pulled out her datapad and hummed as she keyed in a few requests. She looked at him with wide, deep blue eyes that blinked rapidly. Her hair seemed like a glittering waterfall of fine down spilling to her shoulders. When she whistled again, the datapad gave a response. Your Wookiee companion has been assigned to a labor detail in the engine maintenance sector. The physicist formerly in charge of concept development and implementation always swore by Wookiee laborers. He had about 100 of them taken from a Kashyyyk and brought to the installation when it was formed. We don't have many left. It's hard and dangerous work there, you know. Han shifted his position, still finding it difficult to move. He had heard rumors that Wookiee slaves had been put to work during the actual construction of the first Death Star. But Kui spoke of these things with simple frankness. What about my other friend? Han asked. Someone named Kip Duran. Is that him? He's still aboard the Gorgon in the detention area, high security. I don't see much of a report from his debriefing, so apparently he didn't have much to tell them. Han frowned, trying to assess the information, but Kui became animated again. All right, I've shared the information you wanted. Now tell me about the Death Star. She stepped closer to him, but remained well out of reach. Han rolled his eyes, but saw no reason not to. The Death Star had been destroyed long ago, and the plans were safely locked inside the protected data core of the former Imperial Information Center. Han told Kui about the corridors, the noises. He knew the most about the hangar bay, the detention area, and the garbage masher, but she didn't seem much interested in those details. But did you see the core, the propulsion systems? Sorry, I was just running interference while someone else knocked out the tractor beam generators. Han pursed his lips. Why are you so interested in all this anyway? She blinked her eyes. Because I designed most of the Death Star. Before she could notice Han's shocked response, she trotted over to the near wall and worked a few controls that turned a section of the metal plating transparent. Suddenly, a dizzying panorama replaced his narrow view of the bright gases. He could see the other clustered rocks that made up Maw installation. In fact, we still got a prototype Death Star right here at the installation. As Kui spoke, a gigantic wire-frame sphere as large as any of the asteroids rose behind the shortened horizon of the nearest planetoid like a deadly sunrise. The prototype looked like a giant armory sphere. Circular rings connected at the poles and spread out for support. Nested in the framework and superstructure hung the enormous reactor core and the planet-destroying superlaser. This is just the functional part, Kui said, staring out the window with admiration in her eyes. The core, the superlaser, and the reactor, without a hyperdrive propulsion system. We didn't see any need to add the structural support and all the housing decks for troops and administrators. Han found his voice again. Does it work? Kui smiled at him, her eyes sparkling. Oh yes, it works beautifully. Kip Duran felt like an animal caged. He stared at the dull, confining walls of the detention cell. Illumination came through slitted grills in the ceiling, too bright and too reddish to be comfortable on his eyes. He sat on his bunk, stared at the wall, and tried not to think. Leftover pain still throbbed through his body. The interrogator droid had been vicious in finding the pain stimuli in his body, dampening endorphins so the slightest scratch seemed like agony. The sharp hypodermic needles felt like spears as they plunged into his flesh. The will-breaking drugs flowed like lava through his veins. He had begged his memories to divulge some detail the interrogators would find useful, if only to stop the questioning. But Kip Duran was a nobody, a hapless prisoner who had spent most of his life on Kessel. He didn't know anything to tell the Imperial monsters. In the end, they had found him worthless. Kip stared at the self-making meal the door dispenser had given to him. By opening the lid of the pack, he spontaneously heated the textured protein main course and chilled the synthetic fruit dessert. After a short time, the utensils themselves began to break down and could be eaten as snacks. But Kip could find no spark of hunger inside him. His thoughts drifted again to Han Solo's predicament. Unlike Kip, Han knew a great deal about the New Republic and had many secrets to divulge. Han's interrogation would have been far more thorough than his own. And Admiral Dalla's administrations had been worse than anything Kip had experienced during his years in the Imperial Correction Facility. At least down in the spice mines, he knew how to avoid calling attention to himself. Since the age of 8, Kip had lived on Kessel, coping with the rules, the torturous work, the miserable conditions under the old imperial rule or under the chain of usurpers and slave lords such as Morith Duel. His parents were dead, his brother Zeth conscripted away to the Stormtrooper Academy, but Kip had learned how to lie low, to survive, to endure. Not until Han Solo's arrival, though, had he considered escape. Han showed that a small, determined group could break free of a prisoner's shackles. That they had stumbled into an even worse situation inside the Maw seemed irrelevant. Piloting the stolen shuttle, Kip had used his fledgling powers to steer them safely through the black hole cluster. In the years since the withered Vima Dabota had taught him the fundamentals of her Jedi skills, Kip had made little use of his own affinity for the Force. He remembered Vima Dabota's face as shrunken and leprous, and she had a habit of huddling in corners, of pulling shadows around herself as if to hide from immense prying eyes. The fallen Jedi had a guilty conscience that suffocated her like a blanket, but she had taken the time to teach Kip a few things before the Imperials whisked her away. "You have great potential," she had told him in one of her last brief lessons. Kip had paid little attention to that, until now. He stared fixedly at his untouched meal. Perhaps if he concentrated, focused his abilities on manipulating something, moving a tiny object, he could turn that skill into an escape. Escape! The word rang through his heart, conjuring images of hope. He was not certain how he did what he did. Sensing the best route through dark and spice tunnels seemed perfectly natural to him. When flying the shuttle through the fiery gas clouds, he had listened to the mysterious whispering voice directing him. Kip turned and altered course, spinning and whirling whenever it seemed right. But now that he needed to make use of the Force, he didn't know where to begin. He fixed his gaze on the flimsy foil covering of the instant meal, trying to bend it. He pushed with his mind, picturing the thin metal twisting and crumpling into a ball. But nothing happened. Kip wondered how much of Vima Dabota's ramblings had been simple superstition and craziness. His parents had no special sort of powers. On the dire colony of the Unknown system, they had both been outspoken local politicians. Upon hearing of a growing rebellion against the Emperor's rigid policies, they decided to work from within, speaking out against Palpatine to make him more moderate rather than overthrow him entirely. They resoundingly protested the destruction of Alderaan, but their efforts had only gotten the two of them and their sons, Zeth and Kip, arrested. Kip remembered that night of terror, when the stormtroopers had melted down the door of the family dwelling even though it was unlocked. The armed soldiers marched into the living quarters, kicked over the fragile fiber-grown furniture. The stormtrooper captain read an arrest order through the filtered speaker in his helmet, accusing Kip's parents of treason. Then the stormtroopers drew their blasters and stunned the two astonished adults. Kip's older brother Zeth had tried to protect them, so the trooper stunned him as well. Kip, with tears streaming down his face, could only stare in disbelief at the three crumpled forms as the stormtroopers linked stun cuffs around his wrists. He still couldn't imagine how they had considered him a threat, since he'd only been 8 years old at the time. Kip and his parents were taken to Kessel, while 14-year-old Zeth was hauled off as a brainwashed recruit to the Imperial Military Academy in Coradia. They had never heard from Zeth again. After a little more than a year, Kessel went into enormous internal upheavals, with prison revolts, the Imperials overthrown, slave lords taking over. Kip's parents had died during the commotion, executed for being on the wrong side at the wrong moment. Kip himself had survived by hiding, becoming silent and invisible. He had rotted in the darkness of the tunnels for 8 years, and now he had escaped, only to be captured again. Somehow, it seemed, the Imperials were always there to wreck his aspirations. On Dyer, the stormtroopers had stolen him away from his home. On Kessel, they had thrown him into the spice mines. Now that he and Han had finally escaped, the stormtroopers had clamped around him again. Kip's anger focused into a projectile, and he tried again to use his ability on the meal tray. He pushed, and a drop of sweat fell into his eyes, blurring his vision. Had the tray moved? Jerked a little? He saw a small dent in the textured protein patty that formed the main course. Had he done that? Perhaps anger was the key to focusing his latent energies. He wished Vima Dabota had spent more time instructing him down in the mines. He concentrated on the walls, on his narrow surroundings. He had to find some way of escaping. Han had already proved that it could be done. Kip vowed that if he did manage to get away, he would find someone to teach him how to use these mysterious powers. He never wanted to be left so helpless again. Looking at the delicate, bird-like Quizooks, Han somehow could not imagine her as the developer of the Death Star. But she worked willingly in the Maw installation, and she'd admitted her role in a matter-of-fact way. "What's a nice girl like you doing in a place like this?" he finally asked. "This is what I do. This is what I'm best at." Queen nodded her head absently, as if considering her answer. Here I have a chance to grapple with the greatest mysteries of the cosmos, to solve problems that others have claimed are unsolvable, to see my wild ideas take shape. It's very thrilling. Hans still could not understand. But how did this happen to you? Why are you here? Oh, that, Kui said, as if suddenly understanding the question. My home planet was Omwat in the Outer Rim. Moff Tarkin took 10 young Omwati children from various cities. He placed us in intense forced education camps, trying to mold us into great designers and problem solvers. I was the best. I was the only one who made it through all the training. I was his prize, and he sent me here as a reward. At first, I worked with Bevel Lemelesk to bring the Death Star to fruition. When we had the blueprints completed, Tarkin took Bevel away, leaving me to create newer and better concepts. Okay, Han said. So I'll ask you again. Why do you do this stuff? Kui looked at him as if he had suddenly grown stupid. It's the most interesting thing I can imagine. I have my pick of the challenges, and I'm usually successful. What more could I want? Han knew he wasn't getting through. How can you enjoy working on things like this? It's horrible. Kui took another step backward, looking baffled and hurt. What do you mean by that? It's fascinating work if you think about it. One of our concepts was to modify existing molecular furnace devices into autonomous world devastators that could strip raw materials from a planet's surface, feed it into huge automated onboard factories, and produce useful machines. We're quite proud of the idea. We transmitted the proposal off to Tarkin shortly after he took Bevel with him. Her voice trailed off. I wonder whatever happened to that idea. Han blinked in astonishment. The terrifying fleet of world devastators had attacked Admiral Akbar's home planet, laying waste part of the beautiful water world before the juggernauts were destroyed. The world devastators have already been built, Han mumbled, and put to very efficient use. Kui's face lit up. Oh, that's wonderful. No, it isn't, he shouted into her face. She sprang back. Don't you know what your inventions are used for? Do you have any idea? Kui backed off, straightening up again defensively. Yes, of course. The Death Star was to be used to break up dead planets to allow direct mining of the heavy materials trapped in the core. The world devastators would be autonomous factories combining asteroids or sterile worlds to produce a wide range of items without polluting inhabited planets. Hans snorted and rolled his eyes. If you believe that, you'll believe anything. Listen to their names. Death Star, World Devastator. That doesn't sound like something for peacetime economic development, does it? Kui scowled and turned her back on it. Oh, what difference does it make? The Death Star's first target was the planet Alderaan, my wife's homeworld. It murdered billions of innocent people. The World Devastators were turned loose on the inhabited world of Calamari. Hundreds of thousands of people died. Those efficient factories of yours manufactured TIE fighters and other weapons of destruction, nothing else. I don't believe you. Her voice did not sound confident. I was there. I flew through the rubble of Alderaan. I saw the devastation on Calamari. Didn't you read about it in my interrogation report? Admiral Dalla pressed me over and over again for those details. Kui crossed her slender bluish arms over her chest. No, that wasn't in your debriefing summary, which you so melodramatically call an interrogation. Then you didn't get the whole report, Han said. Nonsense. I'm entitled to all data. She stared at her feet. Besides, I only develop the concepts. I make them work. If someone on the outside abuses my inventions, I can't be held responsible. That's beyond the scope of what I do. Han made a non-committable sound, simmering with anger. Her words sounded rehearsed, like something that had been drilled into her. She didn't even seem to think about what she was saying. Kui flitted back to her 3D display panel, tapping on the musical keys and humming to sharpen the long, angular image she had been constructing when Han opened his eyes. Would you like to see what I'm working on now? Kui asked, studiously avoiding any mention of the previous discussion. Sure, Han said, afraid that when she no longer needed to talk to him, Kui would send him back to his detention cell. She gestured to the image of the small craft. Four-sided and elongated, it looked like the long shard of a fire facet gem. From the diagram, he could see a pilot's compartment with space enough for 6 people. Small lasers studded strategic areas. The bottom of the long point carried a strange toroidal transmitting dish. Right now, we're working on enhancing the armor, Kui said. Though the craft is not much larger than a single-man fighter, we need it to be completely impervious to attack. By introducing quantum crystalline armor, where only a few layers of atoms are stacked as densely as physics permits, laminated on top of another thin film just as tough but phase shifted, we can be confident that nothing will harm it, not so much as a dent. Han nodded to the laser emplacements. He couldn't see well from his vantage chained against the support pillar. Then why add the weaponry if the ship is indestructible? He had visions of a fleet of these things replacing the TIE fighters. A small force of indestructible assault craft could fly into any New Republic fleet and carve the ships up at their leisure. This craft is highly maneuverable and small enough not to be noticed on a system-wide scan, but they still might encounter some resistance. Remember, the Death Star was the size of a small moon. This accomplishes through finesse what the Death Star brought about through brute force. With a cold fear inside, Han did not want to know the answer to his next question. How could she compare this small ship to the Death Star? But he couldn't stop himself from asking. And what is it? What does it do? Kui looked at the image with awe, pride, and fear. Well, we haven't actually tested it yet, but the first full-scale model is basically completed. We call this concept the Sun Crusher. Tiny but immensely powerful. One small, impervious craft launches a modulated resonance projectile into a star, which triggers a chain reaction in the core, igniting a supernova even in low-mass stars. Straightforward and simple. In his horror, Han could think of nothing to say. The Death Star destroyed planets, but the Sun Crusher could destroy whole solar systems. 22. Luke and Lando stood with Morris Duel high inside one of Kessel's atmosphere stacks. They held the rusted guard railing at the edge of a catwalk, staring down the dizzying drop. Leaning into the stack, they breathed the manufactured air boiling into the sky. It reminded Luke of the great air shaft in Cloud City. Duel shouted into the roaring background noise. According to one old Imperial study, there's only enough raw material in Kessel's crust to keep the atmosphere in equilibrium for a century or two at our present rate of consumption. He shrugged, hunching his bumpy shoulders in a sort of seizure. A few years ago, the outpost was hired so that the slaves could walk around and breathe the air. But what's the point in allowing that? Lando nodded sagely, as if still interested, while Luke said nothing. Duel had been their tour guide for an entire day, talking more than even the long-winded senators on Coruscant. Duel wanted Lando's 500,000 credits, and went about extolling Kessel's virtues like a representative from the Planetary Chamber of Commerce. Wherever Duel took them, Luke strained his Jedi senses, reaching out to find some sign of Han or Chewbacca. But Luke could feel no trickle in the Force, no ripple of his friend's presence. Perhaps they were truly dead after all. Lando continued his conversation with Duel, shouting into the rushing wind that rose through the stack. A lot can change around here by the time the air runs out. What matters is what you accomplish during your own lifetime. Duel's hissing laugh was swallowed by background noise. He reached up to lay a hand on Lando's shoulder. We think alike, Mr. Tymo. Who cares what happens after we're space dust? I'd rather squeeze Kessel dry while I've got it in my fist. You seem to have such an enormous operation. Why are you still running it solo? Lando asked. Duel flinched at the term solo, and Luke knew Lando had chosen his word carefully. Both of them caught the Rybit's reaction. What do you mean? Duel asked. Well, when the Imperial confiscation of spice ended, I would have thought you'd open all your markets. Get 1,000 representatives to spread the product. Jabba the Hutt is dead. Why didn't you link up with the unified smugglers under Talon Card and Mara Jade? That must have hurt your profits. Duel pointed one gummy-ended finger at Lando. Our profits are growing enormously, now that we get all the glitter stim rather than just what we can steal from under Imperial noses. And after being so long under the yoke of the Empire, I didn't want to get into the same position with the New Republic. Everybody knows that Jade and Card are just puppets. Seeing Lando's skepticism, Duel waved his hands. Oh, but we are considering it, of course. In fact, I've already spoken with a minister from the New Republic, opening up a line of communication that may eventually lead to an alliance. Sounds like good news, Lando said in a non-committal voice. Duel led them back along the catwalk to the access doorway where R2 waited. Shutting the heavy door behind them, Duel paused a moment for their ears to adjust to the sudden silence. As you can see, a great deal is changing around here. You, my friend, have chosen a good time to join us. If I decide to invest, Lando said firmly. Yes, if you decide to invest. The truth is, this could be even more important, Mr. Tymo. Since the death of Skyninx, I'll be needing a new, assistant for running the spice mines. Lando fluffed the cape behind him in a self-important gesture. If I'm investing 500,000 credits, Jewel, I'd expect to be more of a partner than an assistant. Jewel practically kowtowed. Of course, trivial details could be worked out. I'll also need a new shift boss. Maybe your companion here would be interested in the work? He looked at Luke, squinting with his egg-white eye. Luke met the Rybet's mechanical eye and stared into the focus-changing lenses, trying to pry some secrets from Duel's brain. Luke said, I'll have to think about it. Duel ignored him, focusing his attention back on Lando. Now then, you've seen practically everything. Is there anything else I can show you? Lando looked to Luke, who pondered a moment. Thoughts of the jagged moon and its security base kept troubling him. If Han was not on Kessel itself, perhaps he was imprisoned on the moon base. Aren't you worried about attack from remnants of the Empire? Luke asked. Or consolidation forces from the New Republic? Duel brushed aside the comment. We have our own defenses, don't worry. But Luke persisted, trying to sound like a cautious business associate. If we're going to invest, we should see these alleged defenses. We know about the energy shield left by the Imperial Correction Facility, but do you have a fleet of any sort? Jewel began to sputter, but Lando took charge. Maruth, if there's something you don't want us to see... No, it's no trouble at all. I'll just have to arrange a shuttle up to the moon base. I don't want you to think we have anything to hide. Jewel bustled off to arrange for the shuttle, leaving Luke and Lando to exchange skeptical glances. Lando did not like the idea of leaving the Lady Luck behind on the landing pad of the Imperial Correction Facility, but Jewel continued to play the gracious host. Luke silently tried to console him as they lifted off in the short-range shuttle, but Lando kept looking out the small window as if he would never see his ship again. Kessel's moon approached, looking like a hollowed sphere with most of the rock scooped out to house a large internal hangar and the enormous generators and transmitters that created the protective energy shield surrounding the planet. After they landed, Morris Duel strutted out of the shuttle, gesturing them to follow with an impatience that made Luke curious. Duel stood waiting for them as R2 worked his way down the ramp and into the giant grotto. Behind a transparent atmosphere-contained screen, Luke could see stars and the trailing wisps of gas looping around the black hole cluster. Duel seemed prouder of his defensive fleet than he was of any other aspect of the Kessel operations. Follow me. He waddled across the rock floor of the hangar bay, leading them along rows and rows of fighter craft arranged in seemingly random order. They passed ships Luke found familiar, and others so exotic he could not even identify them. He called on his knowledge as a fighter pilot to assess the fleet. X-Wings, Y-Wings, powerful Corellian corvettes, a single B-Wing, TIE fighters, TIE interceptors, 4 TIE bombers, several skip ray blast boats, Gamma-class assault shuttles. In space, like prizes around the ragged opening of the moon, hovered larger attack ships. 3 Carrack-class cruisers, 2 big Lancer frigates, a single Lorinar strike cruiser. After we drove out the Empire, Duel said, I placed the highest priority on a defensive fleet. I bought every fighter I could, no matter what its condition, and hired experienced mechanics from the Corellian sector of Nar Shaddaa. He grinned with his amphibian lips. We just got the energy shield operational again 2 days ago. I can heave a big sigh of relief now. With the shields finally up and our new fleet as a backup, Kessel's safe and independent. We can set Glitterstim prices across the galaxy without interference from anybody. Sure is a lot of ships, Lando agreed. I'm impressed. Luke recalled how much trouble the New Republic had obtaining sufficient fighting ships during Admiral Thrawn's guerrilla campaigns. If Morris Duel had been pulling all the strings he could to obtain every functional ship in the sector, no wonder supplies had been so limited. We should be able to defend against spice pirates, don't you think? Duel said. They kept walking along the rows of parked ships. Suddenly Lando froze, and Luke felt a surge of shocked emotion from him. R2 began chittering wildly. Luke looked around until he saw one modified light freighter of Corellian manufacture, a ship that looked decidedly familiar. What is it? Duel asked, looking down at the droid. Lando took a moment to regain his composure. He rapped his knuckles on R2's dome top. Stray cosmic ray, I suppose. Occasionally, these old astromech units frazzle a circuit. He swallowed. Could I speak with my assistant for a moment in private, Morris? Oh, of course. Duel discreetly backed away. I'll go make sure the mechanics are prepping the shuttle for our return to Kessel. He turned to Luke and forced humor into his tone. Now don't go talking your boss out of making an investment here. The moment Duel moved out of earshot, Lando nodded excitedly to the freighter. That's the Falcon, Luke. I know her like a crabbex knows its shell. Luke looked at the Falcon, recognizing himself but wanting more proof. You positive? It's the Falcon, Luke. I owned her, remember? Before Han stole her from me in a sabacc game. If you look, you can see the streaking scar on top where I knocked off the subspace antenna dish trying to zip away from the Death Star. Luke also noticed scorch marks from a recent space combat. They could have changed the markings, wiped the memory core. Is there any other way we can prove it? Just get me inside the cockpit. Han's made some modifications to the ship nobody else would know about. When Duel returned, Lando said, My assistant wants to be sure you've been doing thorough maintenance on these ships. If you're not taking care of them, they don't make much of a defensive fleet. Let's take a look inside one at random. Say, that Corellian ship over there. Duel seemed taken by surprise, glancing at the Falcon. That one. We have plenty of top-notch fighters you can check out. That one is something of a piece of junk. Lando wagged his finger. If you chose the ship for us, Morus, that contradicts the whole point of a random inspection, doesn't it? Open this one up. Go on. Reluctantly, Duel worked the external controls that dropped the Falcon's ramp. Lando took the lead, followed by Luke, while R2 puttered so closely behind Duel that he nearly ran over the Rybet's heels. Inside, Lando strode to the cockpit, ostentatiously to check out the systems. Running his fingers lovingly over the stained, worn surfaces, he flicked a few switches. Ion flux stabilizer checks out as optimal, so does the stasis field generator. Should we go back and check out the power converter? Those things are notorious for breaking down in Corellian freighters. Lando backed down the narrow corridor leading from the cockpit to the central living section of the ship. Turning left toward the entry ramp, he stepped carefully on the main deck plates. From the control panels, he had unlatched the hidden locks, and when he stomped on the appropriate plates with his boot heel, they popped up, revealing the 7 secret compartments Han had personally installed as spice smuggling bins beneath the floor. Caught you, Duel, you bastard! Lando grabbed him by the yellow cravat at his throat. What have you done with Han and Chewbacca? Duel seemed completely astonished, flailing his sprayed hands in the air. What are you talking about? He croaked. As Lando glared down into the Rybet's huge eyes, Duel slipped one of his hands into his waistcoat and yanked free a small hold-out blaster pistol. Luke saw it and reacted instantly, shoving with his mind and using the force to hurl Morris Duel away from Lando. The blaster went off, sending a deadly beam ricocheting around the Falcon's corridor. Duel fell backward, then scrambled to his feet. He fired at them again, but his mechanical eye had no time to focus, and the beam went wide. Duel dove down the ramp, bellowing for the guards. His mechanical eye fell off, clanging and rolling across the floor. He scrambled after it in a panic, filling blindly with his hands. Luke smacked the door controls, raising the ramp and sealing the hatch. We should have kept him as a hostage, he said. Now it's going to be a lot more difficult to get out of here. Outside, Duel raised the alarm. Guards scrambled through the parked ships, drawing blasters, fastening their armor. R2, get to the computer, Luke said. Lando jumped to the chair behind the controls. I doubt we can do anything for Han anymore. We need to get back and tell Leia. She can bring a full-scale occupation force to Kessel. We'll go over this place with a high-res scanner. If we can get out of here alive, Luke said. R2, Lando called. Jack into the co-pilot's computer and tie into the hangar controls. The astromech droid chittered his willingness to help and rolled toward the nav computer console. Outside in the hangar, security horns sounded. People ran around in every which direction, not knowing where to go. Luke saw immediately that these mercenaries had far less experience working together than the sloppiest Imperial regiment. But the moment Lando lifted the ship off the landing pad floor, everyone had an unmistakable target. R2, get that door field down, Lando shouted. Using maneuvering thrusters, he edged the ship forward, picking up speed as they rose over the other parked fighters. Pilots scrambled into their ships, ready for a space battle. In orbit around the moon, the capital ships did not yet seem aware of the situation. Lando accelerated toward the wide hangar opening to space. They could not see the invisible shield. R2 bleeped and whistled, but the sounds were not positive. "Get the shield down," Lando insisted. R2's interface jack whirred as he worked with the hangar bay's computer, trying to skirt the password controls. "We need the shield down now, R2, Luke said. The Falcon's rear thrusters kicked in and they lurched forward, gaining speed. "Come on," Lando said to the ship. "You can do it. Do it one last time for Han." R2 bleeped in triumph a moment before they shot through the opening. Luke flinched, but the shield dropped just in time. Alert lights began to wink on in the big battleships riding in orbit. Weapon systems warmed up, targeting modules locked onto aim points. The Millennium Falcon soared into open space as, behind them, the Kessel forces scrambled in pursuit. "23. Hunched in his dark robes, Tol Sivrin came to visit Qui Sooks in her research room. He drew in a long, hissing breath, and his head-tails twitched with uneasiness as he stared at her setup. The Twi'lek administrator gave the impression of never having set foot inside an actual laboratory before, which seemed odd to Qui, since he was in charge of the entire installation. Qui stopped her musical calculation with an atonal squawk. "Director Sivrin, what can I do for you?" Tol Sivrin demanded regular written reports, feasibility studies, and progress summaries. He hosted a weekly meeting among the scientists to share their ideas and their work in a frank and stimulating exchange. But Tol Sivrin did not make a habit of visiting. He shuffled around the room, poking at things, kneading his knuckles, and looking at the standard equipment as if deeply interested. He brushed his clawed fingertips over a calibration gauge of a weld stress analyzer, muttering, Good work," as if Qui herself had invented the common instruments. "I just came to commend you for your consistently fine efforts, Dr. Qui." Sivrin stroked one of the Verifurum head-tails draped around his neck. Then his voice grew stern. "But I hope you are about finished with your endless iterations on the Sun Crusher project. We're past Grand Moff Tarkin's target date, you know, and we must move soon. I insist you write your final report and get all the documentation in order. Submit it to my office as soon as possible." Qui blinked at him in annoyance. She had submitted 5 separate final reports already, but each time Sivrin had asked her to rerun a particular simulation or to retest the structural welds in the Sun Crusher's quantum armor. He never gave any reasons, and Qui got the impression that he never read the reports anyway. If it had been up to her, the Sun Crusher would have been ready for deployment 2 years ago. She was getting bored with it, wanting to move on to a new design she could start from scratch and get back to the enjoyable, imaginative work again. "You'll have the report by this evening, Director Sivrin." She would just send a repeat of the last one. Good, Sivrin said, stroking his head-tail again. "I just wanted to make sure everything is in order." For what? Qui thought. We're not going anywhere. She hated when the administrators and the military types kept sticking their noses in her work. Without another word, Tol Sivrin laughed. Qui stared after him, then activated the rarely used privacy lock on her door. Returning to her imagining terminal, she continued trying to crack the wall of passwords in front of her. She did like challenges, after all. Qui could not stop thinking about what Han Solo had told her. At first, it was a new puzzle to solve, but then she finally began paying attention. To her, all the prototypes she developed were abstract concepts turned into reality through mathematical music and brilliant intuitions. She kept telling herself that she did not know, or care, what her inventions were used for. She could certainly guess, but she tried not to. She didn't want to know. She blocked those thoughts before they could surface. But Qui Zooks wasn't stupid. The Death Star was supposed to be used to break apart depleted, dead planets to provide access to raw materials deep in the core. Right. Had she thought up that excuse afterward? The World Devastators were supposed to be immense wandering factories taking useless rubble and fabricating scores of valuable industrial components. Right. Tarkin had been with her during the immense pressure of her original training. She knew what the man was capable of. And the new Sun Crusher was... What? Han had said, raising his voice so that it hurt her fragile ears. What in all the galaxy could the Sun Crusher be used for other than to completely wipe out all life in systems the Imperials don't like? You don't even have a bogus excuse like rubble mining. The Sun Crusher has one purpose only, to bring death to countless innocent people. Nothing more. But Kui could not possibly have the responsibility for lives on her hands. That wasn't part of her job. She just drew up blueprints, toyed with designs, solved equations. It exhilarated her to discover something previously considered impossible. On the other hand, she was perfectly aware what she was doing. Though feigned naivete provided such a nice excuse, such a perfect shield against her own conscience. In the Maw databanks, Kui had discovered the complete debriefing of Han Solo, protected by a password she had easily broken. Full video instead of just a transcription. Severin and Dala had indeed kept much of it from her. But why? As Kui watched the entire torture session, she could not believe her eyes. She had never suspected the information had been taken from him in that manner. The words on paper seemed so cool and cooperative. But on a deeper professional level, she was outraged at Admiral Dalla. Access to data was supposedly open to all Maw scientists. She had never been denied a single information request in 12 years inside the black hole cluster. But this was even worse. She hadn't just been denied access to the full report, she had been deceived into thinking Han's debriefing held no more data. But information is meant to be shared, Kui thought. How can I do my work if I don't have the pertinent data? Kui had little trouble breaking through the various passwords. Apparently, no one had expected her to bother looking. She read the full report with sickening astonishment. The destruction of Alderaan, the attack on Yavin 4, the ambush of the rebel fleet over Endor, the huge hospital ship and personnel carriers blown into micrometeoroids by the second Death Star's super laser. What did you think they were going to be used for? Han had said. Kui closed her eyes to the thought. Focus on the problem. It had been a mantra of her childhood. Be distracted by nothing else. Solving the problem was the only important thing. Solving the problem meant survival itself. As a child, she remembered spending 2 years in the sterile, silent environment of the orbital education sphere above her homeworld of Umwat. Kui had been 10 standard years old, the same age as her other 9 companions, each selected from different Umwati honeycomb settlements. From orbit, the orange and green continents looked surreal, blurred by clouds and dimpled with canyons, blemished by upthrust mountains. Nothing like the clean maps she had seen before. But beside Kui's educational sphere orbited Moff Tarkin's personal Star Destroyer. It had been a mere Victory-class ship, but powerful enough to rain death and ruin down on Umwat if the students should fail. For 2 years, life for Kui had been an endless succession of training, testing, with no other purpose than to cram the total knowledge of engineering disciplines into pliable young Umwati minds, or to burst their brains in the process. Tarkin's research had shown that Umwati children were capable of amazing mental feats, if pushed properly and sufficiently. Most of the young minds would collapse under the pressure, but some emerged like precious jewels, brilliant and creative. Moff Tarkin had wanted to test that possibility. The gaunt, steel-hard man had stood in his dress uniform during important examinations, staring at the surviving Umwati children as they wrestled with problems that had stymied the Empire's best designers. Kui remembered how alarmed they had been when one of her classmates, a young male named Pillock, suddenly fell to the floor in some kind of seizure, grasping his head and screaming. He managed to climb to his knees, weeping, before the guards grabbed him. He still grasped for his examination paper as they hauled him away, yelling that he wanted to finish his work. In silence, Kui and her 3 surviving classmates went to the window of the educational sphere so they could watch as turbo lasers from the Victory-class Star Destroyer obliterated Pillock's honeycomb settlement in punishment for his failure. Kui could not be distracted by consequences. If her concentration faltered, everyone would die. She had to lock away all caring. Problems were pure and safe, to be solved for their own sake. She could not allow herself to think beyond the abstract challenge at hand. In the end, Kui had been the only one of her group who made it through the training. She received no instruction in biological sciences, saving her memory space for more physics, mathematics, and engineering. Tarkin had whisked her off to the new Maw installation and placed her under the tutelage of the great engineer Bevel Lemelisk. Kui had been in the Maw ever since. Problems had to be solved for their own sake. If she allowed herself to be distracted by feelings, terrible things would happen. She remembered images of burning Umwati cities winking like faraway campfires from orbit, the laser-ignited wildfires that swept across the savannas of her world. But she had too many calculations to finish, too many designs to modify. Kui had solved her conscience by laying the responsibility on others. But the truth was, she created devices that had directly caused the deaths of entire civilizations, the destruction of whole worlds. With the Sun Crusher, she could wipe out solar systems with the push of a button. Queezooks had a lot of thinking to do, but she didn't know how to go about this kind of pondering. This was an entirely new and different type of problem to solve. Chewbacca stood like a statue, refusing to move and daring the Keeper to use his power lash again. The Keeper did. Chewbacca roared at the pain lancing across his skin. His nerves writhed in the aftermath of the charge. He raised his hairy arms, seething with the desire to rip the fat, placid man's limbs from his spherical torso. 14 stormtroopers leveled their blasters at him. Are you going back to work, Wookiee, or do I have to nudge the power setting up a couple more notches? The Keeper tapped the handle of the power lash against his palm, gazing at Chewbacca with a bland expression. His complexion was dusty-looking and bloodless, as if no hint of life had ever passed beneath the skin. Any other time I might have enjoyed the challenge of breaking you, Wookiee. I've been here 14 standard years with an entire crew of Wookiee slaves. We lost a few during the process, but I cracked them all. And now they follow orders and do their work. But Admiral Dalla insists that everything be in top-notch condition for mobilization by tomorrow. He flicked the sizzling green tip of the lash in the air in front of Chewbacca's face, singeing some of the fur. Chewbacca peeled back his black lips and growled. I don't have time to play games right now, the Keeper said. If I have to waste any more time disciplining you, I'm going to dump you out into space. Do you understand? Chewbacca considered roaring in his face, but the Keeper looked serious. At the very least, Chewbacca had to survive long enough to find out what had happened to Han. A long time ago, Han had rescued Chewbacca from other enslavers, and he still owed the man a life debt. He gave a low grunt of acquiescence. Good. Now get back to that assault shuttle. Chewbacca wore gray work coveralls with pockets to hold engine diagnostic tools and hydrospanners. None of the tools could be used as a weapon. Chewbacca had already figured that much out. The Gamma-class assault shuttle took up a good portion of the Gorgon's lower hangar bay. Chewbacca had a small data board listing the configurations for the tractor beam projector and the deflector shield generators. He had worked on other ships before, and he knew the Falcon inside out thanks to the many on-the-spot repairs he and Han had been forced to make. With the specs on the data board, he could easily service decades-old Imperial technology. On the rear of the assault shuttle, Chewbacca checked the exhaust nozzles of the thrust reactors and grudgingly tested the blaster cannon mountings. In the front of the vessel, a convenient boarding hatch allowed access for the command crew, but Chewbacca opted for the more rigorous method of popping open and climbing through one of the foldaway launch doors used to disgorge zero-G stormtroopers during a space assault. Inside, he had access to the engineering level, where he tinkered with the power modulators and the life support systems. He restrained his urge to rip out circuits and damage the equipment. The Keeper would execute him immediately, and such a minor sabotage would accomplish nothing. Even subtle damage was likely to be discovered in the initial checkout procedure. The assault shuttle's Spartan passenger section held only benches for its complement of space troopers, as well as power-coupled storage compartments for their bulky zero-G armor. Up front, Chewbacca powered up and checked out the command console, did a test run of the twin tandem flight computers, and thought about uprooting the chairs on which the 5 members of the command crew would sit. Outside in the Gorgon's hangar bay, the fat Keeper shouted and lashed at the air. Chewbacca felt a surge of anger upon hearing cries of agony from the other cowed Wookiee slaves. He knew nothing about his fellow captives. He had been held in a separate cell, and they were not allowed to speak to each other. Chewbacca wondered how long it had been since these exhausted slaves had touched the branches of their home trees. Get working, the Keeper yelled. We have a lot that needs to be done today. 300 ships on the Gorgon alone. And Chewbacca knew the 3 other Star Destroyers had an equal number of TIE fighters, blast boats, and assault shuttles. Chewbacca clenched his fist around an upraised storage lid, bending it noticeably. He wanted to know why Admiral Dalla insisted on such desperate speed. Queezooks did not like to be muscled around by stormtroopers. In her years at the Maw installation, she had learned to ignore the rigid troopers marching around the corridors in white armor, in endless robotic training and formations that made no sense at all. Did they all have faulty memories or what? Once she learned something, she didn't need to keep drilling. Qui paid little attention to them anymore until a squad marched into her laboratory and insisted that she follow them. Only moments earlier, Qui had shut down her illicit database searches, and she had disengaged the privacy lock on her lab's entryway. She had no reason to think the stormtroopers suspected anything, but she still felt unreasoning terror. The troopers folded around her in a protective bubble as they marched her along the tiled corridors. "Where are you taking me?" Qui finally managed to ask. "Admiral Dalla wishes to speak to you," the captain said through the filtered speaker on his helmet. "Oh, why?" "She'll have to tell you that herself." Qui swallowed a cold lump in her throat and put a haughty tone in her voice. "Why couldn't she just come to see me herself?" "Because Admiral Dalla is a busy person. I'm a busy person, too. She's our commanding officer. You aren't." Kui asked no further questions, but followed in silence as they took her across an access tube to another asteroid in the main conglomeration, then aboard a small shuttle in the landing bay. When they arrived aboard the Star Destroyer Gorgon, Kui could not keep herself from staring in wide-eyed fascination. Though the enormous ships had hung in the sky above Maw installation for as long as she could remember, Kui rarely had an opportunity to board them. Her stormtrooper escorts took her directly to the Gorgon's bridge. The trapezoidal command tower rose high above the arrowhead-shaped main body, giving a panoramic view overlooking the vast landscape of the ship. Kui stood and stared out the front viewport toward the cobbled-together collection of rocks that made up Maw installation. For a moment she remembered watching from the orbiting educational sphere as Moff Tarkin obliterated Umwati cities far below. Command crew bustled about their stations, intent on their work as if in the middle of an important drill. In the corridors, stormtroopers marched by at a brisk pace. Overlapping intercom messages peppered the air. Kui wondered how the troops could be so busy after a decade of doing nothing. Admiral Dalla stood by her command console, staring at the deadly swirling gases that blocked her from the outside. Kui saw her trim, perfect figure masked by an aurora of chestnut hair that flowed like a living blanket down her back. When Dalla turned to face her, some of the hair remained where it hung, wrapping around her waist while other strands arced behind her. "You wanted to see me?" Kui asked. Her reedy voice quivered despite her efforts to control her nervousness. Dalla looked at her for a moment, and Kui had the impression of being placed under a magnifying lens in preparation for dissection. Then Dalla suddenly seemed to recognize her. "Ah, you are Kui Zooks, in charge of the Sun Crusher project?" "Yes, Admiral." She paused a moment, then blurted, "Have I done something wrong?" "I don't know. Have you?" Dalla answered, then turned back to the broad window, staring out at her other ships. "I can't get any straight information at Atoll Sivrin, so I'll tell you directly. If you have any further work to do on your Sun Crusher, finish it now. We are mobilizing the fleets." Dalla misinterpreted Kui's shocked silence. "Don't worry, I'll authorize whatever assistance you need, but everything must be done within a day. You've had 2 years longer than Grand Moff Tarkin gave you. It is time to put the Sun Crusher to use." Kui took a deep breath, trying to keep her thoughts from spinning. "But why now? Why such a rush?" Dalla whirled back at her, wearing a sour expression. "We have received new information. The Empire lies wounded and vulnerable on the outside, and we can't just sit here and wait. We have 4 Star Destroyers, a full fleet the Rebellion knows nothing about. Since the Death Star prototype is not capable of hyperspace travel, it is useless to us in this operation. But we will have the Sun Crusher. Your beautiful Sun Crusher." The lights of the fiery gases outside glimmered in Dalla's eyes. "With it, we can destroy the New Republic, system by system." All of Han's warnings echoed as loud as screams in Kui's head. He had been right about everything. Dalla dismissed her, and Kui stumbled as the stormtroopers escorted her back toward the waiting shuttle. Kui would have to make her decision sooner than she had expected. 24. In her own quarters, images of planets scrolled in front of Leia's eyes. Statistics, populations, resources, cold data that she had to absorb and assess to make her decision. She rejected most of the worlds out of hand. Others she marked as possibilities. So far, nothing had jumped out at her as the perfect place for Luke to establish his Jedi Academy. It hadn't seemed like such a difficult request, since the New Republic encompassed so many possible planets. She had found Dantooine as a new home for the survivors from Eel Shaw. Why was it an academy site causing her so much trouble? After meeting Luke's first two trainees and seeing how unusual they were, Leia suspected the Jedi studies would require complete isolation. She had spoken again to Gantoris and Streen in the past day and was discouraged to find both of them feeling miserable and abandoned. If only Luke would come back soon, with Han. As she thought of other places, Leia pondered how Yoda had trained Luke on the swampy planet of Dagobah, a place completely devoid of other intelligent life. Her brother would want someplace similar for his own trainees. Okay, what about Dagobah itself? She thought, putting a fingertip on her lower lip. The swamps had hidden Yoda for centuries, and it was certainly isolated from the mainstream of galactic traffic. But Dagobah had no appropriate facilities either. They would have to erect an academy from scratch. Mobilizing the New Republic's construction forces, Leia could get the job done in short order. But she wasn't sure that was the right answer. Somehow, she felt the right site would jump out at her. Because the restoration of the Jedi Knights meant so much, Luke would be very selective about the proper site. She just hadn't found it yet. The message center buzzed. Again. Though it was barely mid-morning, she had already lost count of the interruptions. With a sigh, Leia answered it, seeing the image of another minor functionary take place in the central focus. Minister Organa Solo, the functionary said, I'm sorry to call you at home, but we need you to decide on a meal selection for the Bimini banquet. The deadline is today. The choices are grazer fillets with tart sauce, Nerf medallions with sweet fungi, broiled dewback. I'll take the Nerf medallions, thank you. She switched off the receiver, then calmed herself before returning to the images of the planets. In the bedchambers, Jason burst into loud sobs, joined in a moment by his sister. 3PO cooed sounds of consolation, then began another one of his lullabies, which set them to crying louder. Part of Leia wanted to hurry into the children's room to see what was the matter, while another part of her just wanted to seal their door so she could have a little more quiet. On the morning after the reception at the Skydome Botanical Gardens, both children had come down with a cold, slight fever, congestion, and general crankiness, the type of frequent minor illness the twins would no doubt suffer for another few years. But Leia didn't want to just abandon them to the care of 3PO. After some refresher programming, the protocol droid had proved himself capable of caring for the 2-year-olds. But Leia felt a defensiveness in herself. She was their mother. While it was a new set of responsibilities for her, Leia did not want a droid to watch them all the time, no matter how competent his programming. The children had already spent so much of their lives with Winter that Leia wanted to make up for lost time. If her political duties would only give her the chance. Before she could call up the file on another planet to consider, the message center buzzed again. What is it? She said, mustering every scrap of civility she still possessed. She did not recognize the alien administrator in the image. Ah, Minister Organa Solo. I'm calling from the office of the Deputy Assistant Minister of Industry. I was told you might be able to offer a suggestion about a type of music that would be appropriate to play during the arrival of the Ishitib delegate. For a moment, Leia considered her time as a prisoner of Jabba the Hutt. At least the slug-like crime lord had not required her to do anything more than sit there and look beautiful. Before she finished signing off, a message came in from Admiral Akbar. Though she liked the Calamarian admiral, she found it difficult to keep her temper from boiling. How was she supposed to get anything done with all these interruptions? Hello, Admiral. Can I help you quickly? I'm in the middle of a rather large project right now. Akbar nodded graciously, swiveling his big fish eyes to the front in a gesture of courtesy. Of course, Leia. I apologize for the interruption, but I'd like to solicit your comments on the speech I've just written. As you remember, I'm giving it before the Cabinet tomorrow, and you agreed to provide me with data on the rezoning of embassy sectors in the devastated areas of Imperial City. I did write the speech without your input, but I need to have the information before tomorrow. I've marked clearly where you need to add your thoughts. Would it be possible? Of course, Admiral. I'm sorry I haven't been more attentive. Please send it to my personal network address, and I'll get it right away, I promise. Akbar nodded his salmon-colored head. Thank you, and I apologize again for the interruption. I'll let you get back to work. When he signed off, Leia could do no more than sit with her eyes closed. Hoping for a few moments of silence, in quiet times, though, she began to worry too much about Han. The door chime sounded. Leia almost screamed. Mon Mothma stood at the doorway in her flowing white robes. "Hello, Leia. Do you mind if I come in?" Leia stuttered, trying to regain her composure. Please." Mon Mothma had never come visiting, never shown the slightest inclination to make any sort of social call. Though calm and quietly charismatic, the chief of state had always distanced herself from anyone else. During the early days of the rebellion, Mon Mothma had sparred with Leia's father, Bail Organa, on the floor of the Senate. Mon Mothma was a new senator then, a firebrand insisting on rapid and sweeping changes that dismayed the seasoned and cynical Bail Organa. Eventually, though, they joined forces to oppose Senator Palpatine in his quest to become president. When they failed and Palpatine declared himself emperor, Mon Mothma began to speak of open rebellion. A horrified Bail Organa had not seen the need until after the Gorman massacre, when he finally realized that the new republic he had served for so long was truly dead. The death of Bail Organa and the destruction of Alderaan had affected Mon Mothma deeply, but she had never hinted that she wished to become friends with the daughter of her old rival. "What can I do for you, Mon Mothma?" Leia asked. Mon Mothma looked around the private quarters, fixing her gaze on the sweeping landscapes of Alderaan mounted on the walls, the grasslands, the organic-looking tower cities, the underground settlements. The faintest sheen of tears seemed to film her eyes. "I learned that your children are sick, and I wanted to offer my consolations." She fixed a sharp gaze on Leia. "And I've also learned that Han and Chewbacca never returned from the Kessel mission. I wish you hadn't tried to hide that from me. Is there anything I can do?" Leia looked down. "No. Lando Calrissian and my brother Luke have already gone to see what they can find. I hope they bring back news soon." Mon Mothma nodded. "And I also wanted to commend you on the job you are doing. Or perhaps console you is the better word." Leia could not hide her surprise. The reception for Ambassador Fergan was a disaster. Mon Mothma shrugged. "And do you think anyone could have performed better than you did? You did a perfectly adequate job with the Caridians. Some battles simply cannot be won. Given the Caridians' potential for galactic mayhem, I think getting a drink thrown in my face is a relatively minor debacle." With a faint smile, Leia had to admit that the chief of state was right. "Now if only I could find a place to house Luke's Jedi Academy, I'd feel like I'm making some progress through this whole morass." Mon Mothma smiled. "I've been thinking about that too, ever since Luke made his speech. I believe I have a suggestion." Leia's dark eyes widened in surprise. "Please." Mon Mothma indicated the data terminal in Leia's living chamber. "May I?" Leia gestured for her to use the system. Though a lifelong politician, Mon Mothma set to work on the database. She was obviously no stranger to doing her own research. When images of the new planet crystallized in the projection zone, Leia felt the tingle of excitement creep through her. The confident feeling that this was the right place grew in her heart. She wondered how she had overlooked something so obvious. "Consider," Mon Mothma said, smiling. "It has everything he could possibly need. Privacy, good climate, facilities already in place. It's perfect. I don't know why I didn't think of it myself." The message center buzzed again. "What?" Leia barked at the caller. She realized she should have been more restrained, but she had reached the end of her fuse. Mon Mothma remained at the data terminal, watching from outside the field of view. The caller also dispensed with tact. "We need your report right now, Minister Organa Solo. The Orbital Debris Committee is deliberating on the disposition of wreckage around Coruscant. You were supposed to attend our discussions this morning." Leia recognized the functionaries Andor, the vice chairman of the committee. "My aide has already canceled my appointments for today. I'm sorry I was unable to attend. We received your cancellation, but we didn't receive your report. You agreed to write a summary and distribute it to us at this session. It's past due. Sick children do not make the New Republic stop functioning." Seeing red, Leia remembered standing in Jabba's palace, holding the pulsing thermal detonator in her hand, waiting for it to explode and kill them all. 5, 4, 3, 2. Somehow she restrained herself. Perhaps spending a day with Ambassador Fergan had toughened her calluses. "I may be the Minister of State, Mr. Andor, but I'm also a mother. I have to do both jobs. I can't sacrifice one for the sake of the other. My children need me now. The committee can wait." Miffed, the vice chairman raised his voice. It would have been much easier to complete our deliberations if you had been here rather than home playing nurse. Can't you hire a medical droid to take care of your kids' runny noses? This is an important issue we're dealing with, affecting the fate of all space traffic approaching and leaving Coruscant. Leia stiffened. This is an important issue I'm dealing with here, too. How can you expect me to care about the whole galaxy if I don't even care for my own family? If you wanted mindless devotion to duty without caring about people, then you should have stayed with the old Empire. She reached for the controls. My report will be issued to you in due time, Mr. Andor. She switched him off before he could say another word. At the end of her outburst, Leia slumped into her self-conforming chair, suddenly remembering her guest. Her face turned scarlet with embarrassment. That committee meets weekly, and there's no reason why they couldn't have waited until next time, she said in a simmering, defensive voice. I'm really not going to let any important negotiations go down the drain. I know my duty. Mon Mothma nodded, sharing one of her placid, heartfelt smiles. Of course you won't, Leia. I understand. Don't worry about it. The chief of state looked at Leia with what seemed to be a new and surprising respect. Leia sighed and stared at the planetary image on the data terminal. Maybe I should go off and spend a few months at the Jedi Academy myself, as soon as Luke gets it underway, though I know that'll never happen. Taking a vacation from Imperial City is about as easy as walking away from a black hole. Affairs of state swallow up my entire day. She caught herself complaining and quickly added, but of course, restoring the order of the Jedi Knights is very important. I have the potential to use the Force, and so do the twins. But thorough training will take a lot of time and concentration, two commodities I don't seem to have. Mon Mothma looked at her gravely, then squeezed Leia's shoulder. Don't worry too much. You have other important things in store for you. 25. Han rolled over with a groan in the detention cell. The hard ridges on the surface of his bunk, Han thought of them as discomfort stripes, made sleep itself a nightmare. He awoke from a dream about Leia, perhaps the only enjoyment he had experienced in 3 weeks. The dim, reddish light filtered down, hurting his eyes without providing useful illumination. He blinked his eyes open, hearing people move outside his cell door, the clank of stormtrooper boots on the floor gratings, muffled voices. The cyberlock clicked as someone activated the password code. He sat up, suddenly alert. His body ached, his mind still buzzed from the interrogation drugs, but he tensed as the door opened. He had no idea what this was, but he felt certain he wouldn't like it. Corridor light flooded in, and Kui Zooks stood beside an armed stormtrooper. She looked battered and abused by her own thoughts, which gave Han a smug grin. He hoped she had lost a lot of sleep after learning the devastating use to which her inventions had been put. She might be able to fool herself, but she couldn't fool him. What, have you come back to discuss a few more moral issues, Doc? Am I supposed to be your conscience? Kui crossed her pale, bluish arms over her chest. Admiral Dalla has given me permission to interrogate you again, she said coldly, though her body language did not match her tone. She turned to the guard, her pearlescent hair sparkling in the dim corridor. Would you accompany me inside for the interrogation, Lieutenant? I'm afraid the prisoner might not cooperate. Yes, Dr. Zooks, the guard said, following her into the cell. He slid the door partially closed behind them. While his back was turned, Kui withdrew a blaster from the utility pocket on her smock, pointed it at the guard, and fired a stun blast. Rippling arcs of blue fire surrounded him, then faded as he crumpled to the floor. Han leaped to his feet. What are you doing? Kui stepped over the fallen stormtrooper. The previous day she had seemed more fragile. The Imperial issue heavy blaster pistol looked huge in her delicate hand. Admiral Dalla is mobilizing this entire fleet in less than a day. She plans to take the Sun Crusher and her 4 Star Destroyers to wipe out the New Republic. Your friend Kip Duron is also scheduled for termination this afternoon. She raised her feathery eyebrows. Does that add up to enough of an excuse to escape as soon as we can? Han's mind reeled. At the moment, all he could think of was seeing Kip and Chewbacca again, then getting back to Coruscant so he could be reunited with Leia and the twins. I don't have any appointments I couldn't be persuaded to cancel. Good, Kui said. Any questions? Han smirked as he began to pull on his disguise of stormtrooper armor. No, I'm used to doing this sort of thing. Kip could sense the difference in the air, his first indication that his efforts to focus the force were actually accomplishing something. He studied every slight change in air currents and the sluggish odors around the cell, the myriad tiny sounds that echoed through the metal walls. Stretching his mind through invisible webs of the force, Kip could feel a surge from the guards when they walked past his cell. He could sense a twinge each time someone dispensed the food tray through the door. But their attitudes had changed. Over the whole ship he could catch faint ripples of activity, tension, growing anxiety. Something was about to happen. Closer at hand, he understood a deeper, gut-wrenching truth. The emotions had been so clear in the guard station beside his door the previous sleep period. Kip Duron was not to be part of whatever activity the Star Destroyers were preparing. A young man from the spice mines at Kessel could provide no useful information. They had no reason to keep him alive. Admiral Dalla had already scheduled Kip's termination. He had not much longer to live. His lips curled back in an angry snarl. The Empire had been trying to destroy him all his life, and now they were about to succeed. When he heard voices outside his door, he sensed the barrage of their uneasiness, the curdling plans of violence behind the forefront of their minds. He had no way to defend himself. Despairing, Kip slid his head against the cool metal wall of the door, trying to pick out a few select words of the conversation. Scheduled for execution this afternoon. Know that. We are... Take him. Admiral? Authorization right here. Irregular. Why? Want him. Weapons test. Target. New concept. Vital to the fleet's new armaments. Right away. Need specific. Only a general authorization. No. Good enough. The voices rose, but Kip couldn't make out more of the words. He tried to decipher 3 voices talking all at once. Kip made ready to lash out the moment the door slid open. He knew he would be cut down by blaster fire in no time. But at least it would be over, and he'd be shot on his own terms, not the Empire's. Check with... First. Wait. Suddenly Kip heard a thump and a muffled blast. A heavy object smashed against the doorway. Kip flinched back as the door whisked open. The dead stormtrooper guard sprawled backward into his cell with a clatter of white armor. A smoking hole oozed steam from the waist joint in the brittle uniform. Another stormtrooper stepped inside, holding the still warm blaster pistol. Beside him stood a willowy alien woman, looking delicate but outraged at the same time. I hope that was sufficient authorization, the stormtrooper said, then pulled off his helmet. Han, Kip cried. I really hate red tape, Han said, nudging the dead guard with his foot. Think you can fit into that uniform, kid? No, I don't want one of the slow old ones, Queese snapped at the keeper of the Wookiee work detail. Through the narrowed field of view in a stormtrooper helmet, Han watched the delicate woman play the part of a tough, impatient researcher. The rotund man glanced at his hairy charges, unintimidated, as if he were accustomed to being shouted at by prima donna scientists. The keeper's face looked like pale, wet clay. Han fidgeted, sweating in the cramped uniform. The helmet had nose filters, but the suit still smelled of body odor from its former owner. The stormtroopers at Maw Installation lived in their uniforms, and likely disinfected the interiors much less often than they polished the exteriors. The keeper shrugged, as if Quee's impatience did not concern him. These Wookiees have worked hard for over a decade. What do you expect from them? They're all slow and worthless. Han could see that most of the other Wookiees wandering around the hangar bay had patchy fur and stooped shoulders, bringing them almost to the height of a human. These slaves looked as if their will had been crushed over years of harsh servitude. I don't want to hear your excuses, Quee said. She tossed her head, making the feathery pearls of her hair shimmer. We've been ordered to get a lot of work done before the fleet departs, and I need a Wookiee with some energy. Give me that new prisoner you have. He'll do the work. Not a good idea, the keeper said, wrinkling his pasty forehead. He's unruly, and you'd have to double-check his work. Can't trust him not to sabotage. I don't care how unruly he can get, Quee snapped. At least he won't fall asleep on the job. On the far side of the bay, a tall Wookiee stepped out of a Gamma-class assault shuttle. He straightened from the cramped quarters and looked around the bay. Han had to force himself not to yank off his helmet and call out Chewbacca's name. The Wookiee seemed ready to strike, barely restraining himself from flying into a suicidal rage. With his bare hands, Chewbacca could dismantle 5 or 6 TIE fighters before the stormtroopers took him down. The keeper glanced at Chewbacca, as if considering. I have authorization from Admiral Dalla herself, Quee said, holding out a curled hard copy bearing Dalla's seal. Han glanced at the other stormtrooper standing guard in the engine pool. He could not invoke the same violent authorization he had used to spring Kip Duron from his cell. Besides Qui Zooks, Kip, wearing the smaller of the two stolen stormtrooper uniforms, stood stock still. Han knew the kid must be terrified, but Kip had snapped to attention and done everything Han suggested. Han felt a rush of warmth inside, and he hoped Kip could get out of here to the normal life he deserved. "All right, but you take him at your own risk," the keeper finally said. "I won't be responsible if he ruins whatever you have him working on." He whistled and motioned for a pair of stormtroopers to bring Chewbacca over. The Wookiee growled in anger, glaring around with hard, dark eyes. He did not recognize Han, nor did he know Qui Zooks. Chewbacca glared at them, resenting another assignment. "A little more cooperation," the keeper yelled, then struck out with his energy lash, burning a smoking welt across Chewbacca's shoulder blades. The Wookiee howled and snarled, but somehow restrained himself as the other stormtroopers hauled out their blasters, ready to stun him if he went wild. Han tensed, clenching his fists as much as the armored gloves would allow. More than anything, he wanted to shove the generating handle of the energy lash down the keeper's throat and switch it on to full power. But instead, Han stood at attention, doing nothing, saying nothing, like a good stormtrooper. The four of them marched out of the hangar bay. The keeper ignored them as he strode to the other captive Wookiees and began to strike left and right with his energy lash, venting his anger. Han felt his stomach nodding. Chewbacca kept looking from side to side as if searching for his chance to escape. Han just hoped they could find someplace private before the big Wookiee decided to tear them all apart. The doors closed, leaving them in a harshly lit white corridor. "Chewie," Han said, pulling off his stormtrooper helmet. After breathing through the sour nose filters, even the musky scent of a Wookiee smelled sweet to him. Chewbacca bleated in delighted surprise and grabbed Han in a huge hug, wrapping hairy arms around him and lifting him off the floor. Han gasped for breath, grateful for the protection of the armor. "Put me down," he said, trying to stop himself from chuckling. "If somebody sees you, they'll think you're killing me. Wouldn't that be a stupid reason to get blasted?" Chewbacca agreed and lowered him back to the floor. "Now what?" Han asked Qui. "If you can pilot us out of here, we can escape," Qui said. Han grinned. "If that's our only problem, we're home free. I can pilot any ship. Just give me the chance." "Then let's get out of here," she said. "Time is running out." When they boarded the shuttle back down to Maw installation, Han could ask no further questions. Surrounded by other stormtroopers rigidly minding their own business, neither he nor Kip could speak with Qui. Casual conversation seemed forbidden. Qui fidgeted, looking at the shuttle walls, the narrow windows showing the deadly barrier of the Maw itself with its secret pathways. If they could escape. Han desperately wanted to see Leia and the twins again. They filled his thoughts more and more, preoccupying him at times when he should have fixed every iota of attention on the peril around him. He ached to hold Leia again, but thinking of her while he wore a stormtrooper uniform seemed to taint the emotion. Beside him sat Kip, unreadable behind a stormtrooper mask, but the eye-holes of the helmet continued to turn toward Han as if seeking reassurance. Han wished he had more to offer, but he did not know Qui's plan. Why were they returning to Maw installation rather than just stealing a ship and racing off into space? It would be a breakneck run, no matter where they started, and Admiral Dawa's attack preparations grew more complete with each hour. Han had to warn the New Republic of the disaster about to befall it. First, he had been concerned about the concentration of space power around Kessel, but the fleet of 4 Star Destroyers and the Maw installation's secret weapons looked infinitely worse than whatever Maruth Duel had pieced together from the scrap heap. Chewbacca wore mechanic's overalls, looking like a worker assigned to perform maintenance on some piece of equipment down in one of the laboratories. He made grunting sounds to himself, content to be reunited with his friends, but anxious for action. Qui remained uncommunicative, keeping her thin, bluish hands folded in her lap. Han wondered if he had gone too far in his accusations of her naivete and the evil nature of her work. He wished he knew what she was thinking. When the shuttle landed in one of the installation's asteroids and the stormtroopers disembarked, Qui led Han, Kip, and Chewbacca away from the rocky hangar, through a tunnel high enough to allow the movement of ships. "This way," she said. Han did not recognize where she was taking them. "Aren't we going back to your lab, Doc?" Qui froze in mid-step before turning to him. "No, never again." Then she moved on. When they reached a tall metal doorway guarded by 2 stormtroopers standing at attention, Kui took out her badge again, flashing the imprinted holograms in the light. The stormtrooper straightened to attention. "Open up for me," Kui said. "Yes, Dr. Zooks," the head guard said. "Your badge, please." She handed him her badge with a barely controlled smile. Han began to grow uneasy. These guards recognized Kui by sight, and she seemed more comfortable now than she had during other parts of their escape. Was this some kind of treachery? But to what purpose? He and Kip turned toward each other, but the stormtrooper helmets kept their expressions unreadable. "The Wookiee is here to do heavy maintenance on the engines, a complete coolant overhaul before tomorrow's deployment of the fleet," Kui said. "These 2 guards are specially trained to prevent him from acting up. This Wookiee has caused some damage before, and we can't afford delays." Han tried not to cringe. Kui was talking too quickly, letting her nervousness show through. "Just give me the proper authorizations," the guard said. "You know the routine." He slid her badge through a scanner to log Kui in, then handed it back to her. The stormtrooper seemed unconcerned, as if glad to be posted here rather than in the middle of a frantic preparations for deployment. Kui went to the door's data terminal and punched up a request. Then she handed him the hard copy printout of Admiral Dalla's permission again. Han wondered how many times she was going to use the same piece of paper. "There, you'll see the approved work request for the Wookiee with a notation for special handlers. It's been authorized by Tol Sivrin himself." The guard shrugged. "As usual. Let me scan the service numbers of these 2 troopers, then you're free to go in." He entered Han's and Kip's numbers, then worked the door controls. The great steel-crete doors ground to each side, revealing a hangar lit by levitating globes of light. Overhead, wide rectangular skylights let in the eerie glow of swirling gases around the maw. Kui stepped inside the chamber, and her whole demeanor changed, as if she had suddenly turned breathless. Han, Kip, and Chewbacca followed. The guard worked his controls, and the doors slid closed, sealing them inside. Kui visibly relaxed. Han stared up at a ship like none he had ever seen before. Smaller than the Millennium Falcon, this craft was oblong and faceted, like a long shard of crystal. Its own repulsor lifts kept it upright, with an actual ladder leading to the open hatch. Defensive lasers bristled from the corners of its facets. The armor plating was multicolored and shimmering, like a constantly changing pool of oil and molten metal. At the lower vertex hung the oddly fuzzy Tauros of an immensely powerful resonance torpedo transmitter. Though not much larger than a fighter craft, the Sun Crusher hummed with deadly potential. "We're going to steal that?" Han cried. "Of course," Kui Zook said. "It's the greatest weapon ever devised, and I've spent 8 years of my life designing it. You didn't expect me to leave it here for Admiral Dalla, did you?" 26. The Millennium Falcon's subspace engines flared white-hot as the ship blasted away from Kessel's garrison moon. A swarm of fighters streamed after it, peppering space with multicolored blaster fire. Large capital ships began to nose into the Falcon's flight path like sleeping giants roused by stinging insects. Lando Calrissian did his best to dodge the concentrated blaster fire. "The sublight engines are still optimal. Either Han's been maintaining her with a real mechanic for a change, or Duel reconditioned her for his fleet," he said. "Let's see how well the weapons systems work." A pair of wasp-like Z-95 headhunters streaked after them, shooting fire-linked banks of triple blasters. Close behind followed 3 battered Y-Wings, long-range fighters. Luke spun around and whistled in surprise. Headhunters? I didn't think anyone used those anymore. "Duel couldn't be choosy, I guess," Lando said. The Falcon rocked with several direct blaster hits. The fresh and fully charged shields held, though, for the moment. Lando dropped the blaster cannon through its ventral hatch, then fired back at the pursuers. After 5 prolonged shots, Lando managed to hit the exhaust nacelle of a Y-Wing, forcing it to break formation and peel off for repairs. "One down, only about 1,000 more to go," Lando said. The Z-95 headhunters pummeled them with repeated blaster fire as if to punish the Falcon. "Go down close to the planet and skim the atmosphere," Luke said. "Let's burn them up in the energy shield." Lando set course for the lumpy world of Kessel as he voiced his complaints. "We can't detect that energy shield either. How do you know we won't get disintegrated ourselves?" "We've got better reactions than they do." Lando didn't seem convinced. "I've already almost flown into an energy shield once during our attack on the Death Star. I'm not anxious to repeat the process." "Trust me," Luke said. Kessel swelled in front of them, pockmarked and wreathed in a cottony halo of escaping air. "We're getting close." Luke held the back of the pilot chair, his eyes half closed. He breathed regularly, reaching out, sensing the pulsing power generated as a protective blanket by the garrison moon. Don't fall asleep on me, Luke. Keep flying. The headhunters swooped after, flanked by the remaining pair of Y-wings. The aft deflector shield's starting to feel the pounding, Lando said. If these guys get any closer, they're going to fly up my exhaust ports. Get ready, Luke said. Kessel filled their entire viewport now, boiling with its turbulent, thin air storms, tiny plumes from the numerous atmosphere factories tracing lines above the landscape. I'm ready, just say the word and I... Pull up now! Lando's tension helped him react like a spring-loaded catapult. He hauled up on the controls, ripping the Falcon straight up into a tight cartwheel. Taken by surprise, all four of the attacking ships splattered into clouds of ignited fuel and ionized metal as they slammed into the invisible energy shield. Missed it by a couple of meters at least, Luke said. Relax, Lando. R2 bleeped, and Luke answered him after looking at the expression on Lando's face. No, R2. I don't think he's interested in an exact measurement. They soared just above the atmosphere in a tight orbit that took them around Kessel's poles. The curtain of stars rolled out from the edge of the planet as the landscape sped beneath them. Then they looped back into space in a mad dash to escape. They ran straight into the wave of fighters belching out of the garrison moon. Yelling in surprise, Lando launched a pair of Arakid concussion missiles from the front tubes. The density of the approaching ships was so great that even the wild shot scored twice, taking out a TIE fighter and a blast boat, while the hot debris cloud destroyed a heavily armed B-wing. Let's not get cocky because we took out a couple of ships. I've only got 6 more missiles. We will not surrender now, Luke said. No, I just mean we're running, not fighting. At least the engines are in tip-top condition, Lando said. The Falcon hasn't been this pampered since I owned her. How fast can we get out of here? Luke asked. Jack next to the co-pilot's chair, R2 chittered and bleeped. Luke glanced down and saw rows of flickering red lights on the navigation panel. Uh-oh. What is he saying? Lando said. He flicked his gaze from the ship swarming by the front viewport to the little astromech droid. What's wrong with him? The nav computer's not working, Luke said. Well, fix it. Luke had already dashed around the bend in the corridor to pry off the access panel to the Falcon's nav computer. He glanced at the boards, feeling his heart sink into a black hole as deep as the maw. They've pulled the coordinate module. It's not here. Lando groaned. Now what are we going to do? In response to Lando's concussion missiles, the Kessel fighters formed into tighter battle groups, striking out the Falcon with a firestorm of blaster bolts. Luke had to shield his eyes from the blinding flashes of near misses and deflected hits. I don't know, but we better do it as fast as we can. They're from the New Republic, Morris Duel fumed in his rage, stomping up and down. They'll go back and report everything. He straightened his must-yellow cravat to regain his composure, but it didn't work. He wanted to squash the escapees like a pair of bugs to eat. Spies and traitors. They had led him along, lied to him, taunted him. Send out every ship we have, he screamed into the open channel that broadcast to his forces. He had managed to make it to the command center on the garrison moon. Surround them, crush them, smash into them. I don't care what it takes. Sending out every ship might not be a good strategy, responded one of the captains. The pilots don't know the formations, and they'll just get in each other's ways. Duel's mechanical eye lay in pieces scattered about the top of the council, and he could not see well enough to put it back together. With the blurry focus of his one half-blind eye, Duel could not identify the dissenting mercenary. I don't care. I don't want to lose these, like we lost Han Solo. He pounded his soft fist on the console, jarring the pieces of his mechanical eye. The primary lens bounced and slid off the edge to shatter on the floor. The Falcon ran straight toward the mall, leaving Kessel behind. We'll be all right, Luke said. I can use the Force to guide us through on a safe path. If there is a safe path, Lando muttered. Sweat stood out on Luke's forehead. What other choice do we have? We can't hide any place else, we can't outrun all those fighters, and we can't go into hyperspace without a nav computer. What a great selection of options, Lando said. Finally mobilized, the capital ships came after them, firing ion cannon blasts powerful enough to clear a path through an asteroid field. The 2 big Lancer frigates made a deadly web in front of the Falcon with their 20 quad-firing laser cannons, but the Lancers were sluggish, and the Falcon increased its lead. Somehow, the other capital ships anticipated their run to the black hole cluster and converged ahead of them as Lando pushed the Falcon's engines. Come on, just squeeze a little more speed out. 10 system patrol craft, originally designed for maximum speed to combat smugglers and pirates, surged past the Falcon and lined up in a blockade. But in the three-dimensional vastness of space, Lando managed to slip under their grasp. Laser blasts erupted all around them. Our shields are edging the red lines, Lando said. 3 Carrack-class light cruisers, midway in size between the Lancer frigates and the larger dreadnoughts, such as the ones in Bel Iblis's Lost Dark Force, formed a triple-pronged pincer, right, left, and top. In hot pursuit behind the Falcon came the jagged ovoid of a Lorinar strike cruiser, the largest ship in the Kessel fleet. As the chase plowed through the net of system patrol craft, the strike cruiser harmlessly took stray fire meant for the Falcon. Lando stared out the viewport windows at the horrifying spectacle of the Maw and the giant battleships moving to meet them. R2 bleeped something that even Luke could not translate. Only a complete idiot would go into a place like that, Lando said. He squeezed his eyes shut. Then let's just hope they're not idiots too, Luke said. 27. Admiral Dalla stood in the bridge tower of the Star Destroyer Gorgon, looking out at her fleet and feeling the energy build inside her. The time was at hand. The Empire might have fallen, but with it went all the people who had squashed her. Now she could show her worth. Dalla could fight her own battle. She gazed at the misty colors of the Maw and the clump of strung-together rocks that had spawned the weapons for her assault. In formation, the Hydra, the Basilisk, and the Manticore powered up, waiting to spring out upon the galaxy with swift and deadly precision. The New Republic would fall to its knees. She had no interest in ruling the former empire herself. Dalla never had any such aspirations. Her main intent right now was just to cause them pain. She licked her lips, and her hair hung heavy down her back, serpentine like the demon for whom her flagship had been named. Grand Moff Tarkin would have been proud. Commander Kratos, the man who ran the subsystems of the Gorgon, spoke to her from a communication terminal. Admiral Dalla, I have a priority message from the detention level. Detention level? What is it? The prisoners Han Solo and Kip Duron have escaped. One guard was found stunned in Solo's detention chamber. Another is dead in Duron's cell. Both were stripped of their armor. We are attempting to question the survivor now. Dalla felt a jolt of anger disrupt the eagerness singing through her veins. She drew herself up taller, raising her eyebrows and focusing intently on Kratos. Track the service numbers of the stolen uniforms. Maybe they've logged in somewhere. Her orders came like staccato laser blasts. Kratos consulted his terminal, spoke into the comlink. Dalla clasped her hands behind her back and paced, barking orders to the bridge personnel. Put together a search party immediately. We'll comb every deck of the Gorgon. They can't have gotten off the ship. There's no place else they could have gone. Admiral, Commander Kratos said, the surviving guard claims that one of the scientists from the installation came to see Solo. Zux. The guard insists that Dr. Zux had an authorization directly from you. Dalla's jaw dropped. Then she clamped her lips together in a bloodless, iron line. Check on the Wookiee. See what's happened to him. Kratos queried the database. The Keeper says that the new Wookiee prisoner has been requisitioned and taken to a higher priority assignment. He swallowed. Zux was the one who requisitioned him. She used your authorization code again. Dalla's nostrils flared, but then another thought struck her like a crashing asteroid. Oh no, she said. They're after the Sun Crusher. Alone in the guarded hangar holding the Sun Crusher, Han clambered into the hatch. Can't remember the last time I had to use a ladder to get inside a ship. Pretty primitive for such sophisticated weapon. It works. Qui hauled herself up the rungs behind him. The sophistication is inside. All the rest is just window dressing. Han sat down in the pilot's chair in the cockpit and looked at the controls. Everything seems to be labeled the way it should be, though the placement is a little odd. What's this for? Wait a minute. I'll figure it out. Kip reached the top of the ladder, paused, then pulled off his stormtrooper helmet. Those mask filters stink, he said, then with obvious pleasure tossed the skull-like helmet to the floor of the chamber. It clattered and bounced like a severed head. Kip's dark hair was curled with sweat and must from the confining helmet, but his face shone with a grin. Chewbacca swung into the compartment, ducking his head and squeezing through the narrow hatch. He He looked at the skylights in the chamber's ceiling, then growled at the shape of a star destroyer orbiting overhead. Han dropped his own helmet to the floor of the cockpit. Kip kicked it under the seat and out of the way. Han touched the Sun Crusher's nav computer, switching it on. This thing's in better shape than the Imperial shuttle we stole. Are all the coordinates burned into the database, Doc? Queen nodded, sitting down primly and strapping herself into her seat. The Sun Crusher has been ready to go for years. We've just been waiting for orders from the Empire. Good thing nobody came back, right? Han pursed his lips, scanning the controls. Everything here looks pretty standard, he said. I won't have much time for practice. Chewbacca gave an ear-splitting Wookiee bellow of challenge. Below, Han heard the heavy armored door grind open, and then clattering footsteps as a squad of stormtroopers charged into the chamber. Standing at the door, Kip stuck his head out of the narrow hatch. Here they come. Seal that hatch, kid, Han shouted. We're in here for the duration now. Chewie, have you found the weapons controls yet? In the co-pilot's chair, Chewbacca ran his huge hands over the buttons and dials. Finally finding what he wanted, he let out a yowl. Defensive laser cannons mounted at different targeting angles swiveled as he tested the aiming mechanisms. Small thuds banged against the Sun Crusher's hull as the stormtroopers fired their blaster rifles, causing no damage. Han looked at Qui. We don't even have the shields on. This armor will hold against anything they can throw against us, she said with a smug smile. It was designed to. Han grinned and cracked his knuckles. Well, in that case, let's take a few extra seconds and do this right. He worked the controls, activating the repulsor lift engines. The interior of the Sun Crusher wobbled as the entire craft rose into the air, floating on its repulsor cushion. Outside, they could hear the faint screeching of an alarm. Chewie, point those laser cannons straight up. Let's give ourselves a 21-gun salute, right through the roof. The Wookiee roared to himself. Then, without waiting for Han to give the order, he fired all the Sun Crusher's weaponry at once. Kip scrambled for his seat, strapping himself in. Qui stared at the roof of the cockpit with wide eyes. The ceiling of the hangar chamber blasted outward under the barrage of laser energy. Some of the larger chunks of rubble fell downward, clanging against the Sun Crusher's hull, but most of the skylights burst into space with the outrushing of contained air that spewed into the maw. Stormtroopers, flailing their arms and legs, were sucked out through the breach, flotsam against the rock and transparasteel debris in low orbit around the clustered rocks. Their armor might protect them against massive decompression for a few minutes, but every one of them was doomed. Han raised the Sun Crusher up, accelerating through the escape hole they had blown through the top of the chamber. They shot into open space, and Han felt an exhilaration he had not felt since they had first arrived at Kessel. Here goes nothing, he said. Now for the fun part. Staring down at the installation from the Gorgon's bridge, Admiral Dalla felt her stomach knot. For years, her entire duty had been to protect that small clump of planetoids, to pamper the scientists. Grand Moff Tarkin had said these people held the future security of the Empire, and she had believed him. Dalla had been stepped on, abused, taken advantage of at the Canadian Military Academy. Tarkin had rescued her from that. He had given her the responsibility and the power she had earned through her own abilities. She owed Tarkin everything. She would avenge him by destroying the New Republic as she caused her star systems to go supernova, one by one. They could hide nowhere. At the same time, she would make her mark on the history of the galaxy, a warlord who had succeeded where an entire empire had failed. The thought made Dalla's pale lips curl upward in a grim smile. As she watched, Dalla saw the puff of an explosion on one of the rocks of Maw installation. Then the tiny form of the Sun Crusher streaked by, a characteristically angular speck fleeing the confines of the planetoid containing it. Red alert, she shouted. Mobilize all forces. They have the Sun Crusher, and we can't let them take it away. That is our most valuable weapon. But, Admiral, Commander Kratos said, if the technical reports are correct, nothing can harm the Sun Crusher. We must find some way to capture them. Mobilize the other Star Destroyers. We'll try to blockade them, cut them off from their escape, release enough small fighters to overwhelm them. She fixed Kratos with her gaze. Her hair seemed to rise by itself, as if threatening to become a garrote for his throat. Make certain you understand this, Commander. I don't care how many losses we take. We cannot forfeit the Sun Crusher. That one weapon is worth more to me than all 6 TIE fighter squadrons aboard this Star Destroyer. Retrieve it at all costs. 3 Star Destroyers closed in behind the stolen Sun Crusher. Didn't take them long to figure something was up, Han said. Clouds of TIE fighters spewed out of the launching bays of the Manticore and the Gorgon, swarming toward them in formations so dense that Han could not see through them. Flashing, spattering laser bolts struck like pelting raindrops on the view screen. I always wanted to see if I could fly blindfolded, Han said. What are they doing? Trying to smother us or just confuse us? Qui said. The Sun Crusher, undamaged, rocked left and right from the pummeling of blaster strikes. No, but they can wipe out our external weaponry. In fact, they already have, Han said, checking the readouts. Every one of the lasers is offline. We just have to outrun them then, Kip said. Another Star Destroyer, the Basilisk, unleashed its squadrons of TIE fighters in wave after wave out of the launching bay. Those ships are going to clog space so we can't even move. Han wrenched the Sun Crusher's controls, trying to dodge but just squeezing his eyes shut most of the time. Who ever heard of a traffic jam in the middle of a black hole cluster? Kip grabbed his shoulder. Watch out, Han. The fourth and last Star Destroyer reared up between them and the outside universe, blocking their passage. The Hydra lanced out with its enormous turbo-laser cannons, aiming concentrated firepower at the single small ship. The remaining 3 Star Destroyers pressed in from behind to cut off their escape through the maze of the black hole cluster. Now what? Kip asked. The great arrowhead shape of the Hydra filled space in front of them. Qui, you said this armor could take anything, didn't you? Han asked. Everything I could test it with. All right, hold on. Time to accelerate for whatever this fancy toy is worth. He jammed the control levers back. The sudden force shoved the 4 escapees back into their seats as the Sun Crusher surged forward, straight toward the Hydra. The huge battleship grew larger and larger, filling their entire field of view and still expanding. Great green turbolaser bolts shot out at them, but the cannons could not refocus their aim points fast enough to compensate for the ship streaking directly at them. Han, what are you doing? Kip cried. Trust me, Han said. Or actually, trust her. He nodded toward Qui. If she messed up her test measurements, we're all going to be one big organic pancake. The Hydra's trapezoidal bridge tower rushed toward them directly in their path. One suicidal TIE fighter rammed into the Sun Crusher to deflect its course, but merely exploded upon hitting the invisible quantum armor. Han had no trouble compensating for the error in trajectory. Look out! Qui yelled. Details of the bridge tower filled their view now as they screamed toward the Imperial battleship. Han could actually see the windows of the bridge, the tiny figures of the command crew, some of them paralyzed in horror, others fleeing madly. Han! Qui and Kip screamed in unison. Chewbacca gave a wordless roar. Right down their throat, Han said. The armored Sun Crusher tore through the Hydra's control bridge like a bullet. Flying debris sprayed in their wake. The ship shot out the other side, shredding the superstructure on its way out. The impact, the inferno, and a sound like 1,000 gongs knocked them into a temporary stupor. Han finally whooped. We made it! Behind them, the great battleship erupted in flames. You're crazy, Qui said. Don't thank me yet, Doc, Han said. Burning, out of control, the decapitated Hydra wheeled backward, drifting helplessly toward the gravitational trap of one of the black holes. A flurry of escape pods shot out of the crew decks, but the low-power lifeboat engines could not generate sufficient acceleration to take them free of the black holes, and their trajectories began to spiral in. The lower decks and the immense hyperdrive engines of the doomed Star Destroyer began to explode as it toppled into the unstable trap of the Maw cluster. Clouds of belching flames stretched out and elongated, mingling with the swirling gas as the Hydra began its infinite plunge into the singularity. We're not home free by a long shot, Han said as he soared into the soup of ionized gas. Okay, Kip, he said. Now it's your turn to take the controls. Get us out of here. Moments later, the other 3 Star Destroyers rallied behind them in howling pursuit. 28. On the Gorgon's bridge, Admiral Dalla watched in horror as the Hydra crumpled into destruction, its command bridge blown apart from the impact of the Sun Crusher. The battleship's only survivors would be the fighters in the 6 TIE squadrons. Otherwise, all hands would be lost. Though her expression was carved in ice, hot tears burned unshed in Dalla's eyes. Thousands of people crashed to their deaths as the Hydra fell like a great slain dragon into the black whirlpool. Glinting with its maddening invincibility, the Sun Crusher shrieked through the wreckage, arrowing for the outer wall of the maw. "After them!" Dalla snapped. "Full pursuit!" Failure crashed down on her like an anvil. She'd been hiding in the maw for too long, drilling her troops, putting them through practice exercises and dress rehearsals, but that had not been enough. In her first actual battle, Dalla had lost a quarter of her command, against 4 escaped prisoners. Grand Moff Tarkin would have struck her sharply across the face and relieved her of her rank. Dalla's cheeks stung with the imaginary blow. "They will regret the day they ever unleashed us," she whispered. But without the Sun Crusher, her plans to spread havoc among the New Republic would fall apart. She took a deep, sharp breath. No time to panic now. Think fast. Make decisions. Salvage the situation. The communications dais shimmered, and an image of Tol Sivrin appeared. The transmission flickered with staticky disruptions caused by the laser blasts flashing around them. "Admiral Dalla, if you intend to deploy your fleet, I insist that you take the scientist's Maw installation with you." Not bothering to turn and look at the image of the Twi'lek, Dalla continued to watch the Hydra's fiery death. She thought of all the run-ins she'd had with the administrator, Sivrin's incompetence, his delays, his excuses, his insistence on reports and tests ad nauseum. "You're on your own, Tol Sivrin. It is time we do our duty as Imperial soldiers." Tol Sivrin flicked his headtail straight out behind him in agitation. "Are you just going to leave us undefended? What about the orders Grand Moff Tarkin gave you? You were supposed to protect us. At least leave one of your Star Destroyers behind." Dalla shook her head, making coppery hair stream around her. "Tarkin is dead, and I'm making all the decisions now. I need every ounce of firepower to deal a fatal blow to the New Republic." "Admiral Dalla, I must insist." Dalla yanked out the blaster pistol at her hip and pointed it at Sivrin's image on the communication dais. If the Twi'lek had been on the bridge in person, she would have killed him, but she would not destroy valuable equipment in a fit of anger. Keeping the blaster pointed directly into Tol Sivrin's image, as if to threaten him, she strode forward. "Request denied, Director Sivrin," Dalla said, then disconnected the dais. She turned back to watch her fleet, undisturbed. "Commander Kratos, we are going to leave the Maw in pursuit of the Sun Crusher. Recall all TIE fighter squadrons now." Kratos gave the order, and she watched as the tiny ships streamed back toward their bays. Dalla fidgeted, hating the delay. "Have all 3 Star Destroyers linked into the same course computer. I will call up the specific coordinates from my own personal records, coded to my password." The last time anyone had left Maw installation, it had been the construction engineers, and they had all been given the wrong course, dooming them to fall into one of the black holes. This time, though, Admiral Dalla and all the firepower at her disposal would spring out upon the unwary galaxy, ready to take it back. The Sun Crusher vibrated from 1,000 stresses as it rode the razor's edge of gravity through the maelstrom of the Maw. Kip Duron sat at the simplified controls, next to the watchful eyes of Han Solo, but Han didn't dream of interfering with Kip's intuition, no matter how nightmarish the path ahead seemed. Kip half closed his eyes as he looked through a mental vision of the perilous maze to safety. He jerked the ship to starboard, then plunged down, frantically avoiding unseen obstacles. Han kept a firm, reassuring presence on the kid's shoulder. Hot gas blazed around them like hell's furnace. Kwi'suck stared at Kip and his blind piloting, her dark blue eyes wide and her face transfixed with terror. "Don't worry," Han said. "The kid knows what he's doing. He'll get us through if anyone can." "But how is he doing it?" Quee's voice sounded fluty, like high-pitched notes played by an amateur performer. "Not in any way your science can explain. I'm not sure I understand the Force myself, but I don't question it. I used to think it was a hokey religion, but not anymore." Abruptly, the curtains of gas parted in front of them, peeling away to reveal the black infinity of open space. At last they were free of the Maw. In their mad run away from the forces of Kessel, Luke and Lando tried to push through the clustered capital ships. They winced simultaneously every time a bolt impacted the Falcon's shields. The mammoth form of the Lorinar strike cruiser lay directly across their path, cutting them off from a dubious escape into the Maw. The 10 ion cannons mounted in front of the strike cruiser belched destruction at them. One bolt struck the Millennium Falcon dead on, and their systems flickered as sparks flew out of the control panels. Lando grabbed at the overrides and yelled to Luke, "Our shields are failing, and these guys don't want to take prisoners." "Just get us into the mall," Luke said. "It's our only chance." "I never thought I'd keep my fingers crossed for that to happen." Lando hunched over the controls. "R2, see if you can pump up the front shields. We're going to take quite a pounding from that strike cruiser when we pass by. One good hit and we're fried." "Wait," Luke said, squinting at the swirling gases ahead of them. "Something's coming out." The thorn-like form of the Sun Crusher streaked away from the cluster, leaving a trail of hot gases. A few moments later, 3 fully armed Imperial-class Star Destroyers charged out of the mall like banthas on fire. Han's sigh of relief turned into an exclamation of dismay as he saw the array of Kessel's battle fleet massed in front of them, weapons already blazing. "Where did all those ships come from? They can't still be waiting for us." Exhausted from his piloting ordeal, Kip said, "Han, why is it that every time we escape, we end up in a worse situation than the one we left?" "Just good timing, kid." He slammed his fist down on the armored controls. "This isn't fair. They should have given us up for dead days ago." Chewbacca yowled and jabbed his hairy finger at the viewport, pointing to a ship at the vanguard of the gathered attack forces. The Millennium Falcon. Han's lip curled downward. "I'm gonna get that slime merchant who's flying my ship. Don't we have any of our laser cannons still operational?" After rechecking the banks of instruments, Chewbacca grunted a negative. "Then we'll ram them like we did that Star Destroyer." "Han," Kip says, "it looks to me like those other ships are chasing the Falcon. They're shooting at it." Han leaned forward to take a closer look. Qui agreed with Kip's assessment. "That light freighter doesn't appear to be a part of the attacking fleet." Green turbo-laser bolts streaked toward the Falcon from the system patrol craft, the big strike cruiser, and the Carrot-class light cruisers. Han's expression changed immediately. "Hey, what's going on here? They better not blow up my ship." Then Dalla's Star Destroyers emerged behind them, plowing their way out of the clutches of the maw. "Look on the rear screens, Han," Kip said. The Star Destroyers Gorgon, Basilisk, and Manticore burst out like monsters leaping from a closet, giant demons loaded with destructive weaponry from the fallen Empire. The pell-mell mercenary forces of Kessel, already firing their laser cannons at the Falcon, ran headlong into the Imperial fleet. Some peeled sideways, turning to flee back toward the sanctuary of Kessel. Others panicked and opened fire on the Star Destroyers. Admiral Dalla tried to control the actions of her entire fleet from a single station on the bridge. Encountering the strange warships on the other side of the maw shocked her, but she reacted quickly. "Shields up! This was a trap! The rebels had their forces here waiting." How had Han Solo deceived her interrogation droid? Had the rebels somehow found out about the installation and sent Solo inside with a cooked-up story to lure Dalla's fleet out where they could be destroyed? She saw the enemy fleet opening fire on her ships, but they were no match for her firepower. After all, Grand Moff Tarkin had given her enough weaponry to slag whole planets. "Battle stations! Let's mop up this rabble once and for all." She pointed to the conglomeration of fighters swarming across her path. "Open fire!" Luke and Lando spared a moment to glance at each other as the crossfire erupted around them. "This could be our chance to get out of here," Lando said. "Yeah, they might not even notice us leaving," Luke said. "But where in the universe did those Star Destroyers come from?" Suddenly a beep sounded from the Falcon's comm channels, distinctive because it sounded so innocent, amid the warning tones of overloading systems and failing shields. R2 whistled, calling attention to it. Lando looked down. "We're getting a message over the Falcon's private comm frequency," Lando frowned. "How would anyone know to transmit that? How would anyone even know the Falcon's private code?" Then Han Solo's angry voice burst over the speaker. "Whoever's on the Falcon better have a damn good reason for flying my ship." "Han, is that you?" Lando said. A sudden thrill surged through Luke. "Lando?" Han said after a pause. Over the speakers, Chewbacca's roar drowned out Han's own exclamation. "What are you doing here?" In space around them, blinding lances of light flashed as the weapons of 2 fleets were brought to bear. Like rival crate dragons in mating season, the Kessel and Imperial forces slammed into each other in a total free-for-all space brawl. "Han, listen to me. Luke is here too," Lando said. "We've got to get away from Kessel, but the Falcon's nav computer's disabled. We can't make the jump into hyperspace." An explosion rocked them from the starboard side, but most of the Kessel fighters concentrated their firepower on the much larger threat of Dalla's Imperial fleet. Though hopelessly outmatched, the three Carrack cruisers lined up and began to blast the Basilisk. Over the private comm channel, Han spoke to someone else behind him, then answered Lando. "We can dump the coordinates to your nav computer, and we'll fly tandem back to Coruscant." Lando checked the computer, saw the numbers scrolling through, and raised a fist in triumph. "Got it. R2, get ready to go." "You'd better keep my ship safe, Lando," Han said. "On my signal." "You have my word, Han." Lando's hands flew over the Falcon's familiar controls. "Ready to enter hyperspace," Han said. The Kessel forces flanked and attacked the far larger Star Destroyers, pummeling the Imperial ships with blasts from their ion cannons and turbo-laser banks. But the Star Destroyers disgorged their own squadrons of TIE fighters to butcher the unregimented forces from Kessel. "On your mark, Han." "Punch it." The last thing they saw was Kessel's massive Lorinar strike cruiser exploding under the concentrated fire from the Manticore and the Gorgon. They watched the flaming hulk reel and ram into the Star Destroyer Basilisk, causing the bottom of the Arrowhead hull to buckle and burn. Then the universe filled with star lines. 29. The reunion was everything Han had imagined. He had spent a lot of time thinking about it during the long hyperspace flight back to Coruscant. Leia and the twins met him the moment the Suncrusher and the Millennium Falcon touched down side by side at the high landing platform. Han backed out of the Suncrusher's hatch and began climbing down the ladder, but Leia ran forward and hugged him before he managed to get all the way down. "Glad I'm back?" he asked. "I missed you," she said, kissing him. "I know," he said with a roguish smile. She put her hands on her hips. "What, you didn't miss me?" Han turned away sheepishly. "Well, first we crashed on Kessel, then we were stuck in the spice mines, then we got captured by a bunch of Imperials in the middle of a black hole cluster. I really didn't have a whole lot of—" When Leia looked as if she was going to punch him, Han reacted with a grin. "But even through all that, I don't remember more than about 2 seconds when I didn't miss you with all my heart." Leia kissed him again. R2 trundled down the Falcon's ramp, and 3PO bustled to greet him. "R2-D2, I'm so glad you're back. You wouldn't believe the difficulties I've had while you were gone." R2 bleeped something nobody bothered to translate. Kip Duron and Quee Zux climbed down from the Suncrusher and stared out at the endless spires and towers of Imperial City, the metropolis of glinting transparasteel and alloy that stretched to the horizon. Above them, the tiny lights of shuttles winked across the sky. "Now that's a city," Kip said with a sigh. Quee looked overwhelmed. The Suncrusher would be transferred to a high-security hangar for study by the scientists of the New Republic. Quee did not like abandoning it, but she had no choice. Han strode over to his 2 children, bending his knees, and gathering Jason and Jaina into his arms. "Hey, kids, you remember your daddy? It's been a long time, huh?" He mussed their hair and stared down at them with the wide-eyed astonishment he always felt when seeing how much they had grown between the visits Winter arranged to the hidden planet of Anoth. Now, though, Jason and Jaina's 2 years of isolation and protection were over, and the children were home to stay, leaving only baby Anakin in need of special protection. Jason nodded, then a moment later Jaina nodded as well. Han wasn't sure he believed their answer, but he hugged them anyway. "Well, if you don't remember me, I'll try to make it up to you from now on." A puffed-up official wearing the bright uniform of an off-world administrative office finally cornered Lando in a high-browed diplomatic lounge. The official held an armored briefcase similar to the type credit investors carried, and he had the same pinch-faced demeanor of a person being given a mission whose importance he drastically overestimated. "Are you Lando Calrissian?" the official said. "I've been attempting to locate you for several days. You've made my job most difficult." He hustled forward. Lando saw that he could not slip out of the back entrance of the lounge. Beside him at the table, Han raised his eyebrows. Both of them had gone to the lounge to relax and settle down after the long debriefings by the Alliance High Command. Unfortunately, the lounge catered to bureaucrats and political functionaries and served only cloyingly sweet drinks. Han and Lando slipped theirs slowly, trying to keep from grimacing. Lando had heard rumors about an investigator trying to track him down and had managed to avoid him thus far. He feared some debtor coming after him, or a complaint regarding the Tabana gas mining operations he had abandoned on Bespin, or the hot metal mines he had recently lost on Nyklon. Yes, you finally caught me, Lando said with a sigh. What do you want? I can get the best legal representation in the galaxy here in Imperial City. That won't be necessary, the investigator said, heaving his armored briefcase onto the table and fiddling with the cyberlock. I'll be glad to get rid of this. He lifted the lid of his case, and glittering lights sparkled out. Other people in the lounge turned to gape. The briefcase brimmed with carefully sorted packets of fire facet gems and shimmering chrysopaz. I am from the planet Dargle, and this is the reward owed to you by the Duchess Mistal for the safe return of her beloved consort Dak. You can have them appraised, but I'm told these jewels are valued at approximately 1,000,000 credits, plus the briefcase, which is worth another 40. Lando stared, hunched over the briefcase and dazzled by its contents. 1,000,000, he said. 1,000,000, plus 40 for the briefcase. But I was only supposed to get half the reward. The investigator reached into his pocket. I neglected to give you this. It is a message wafer for you from Slish Fondine, the owner of the Blob stables where you assisted apprehending our consort Dak. He handed Lando a small rectangular object. Lando turned it over in his hand, frowning, then ran his fingernail along the crease in its center. He cracked the message wafer open, then opened the two halves back to stand it upright on their small table. An image of the Blob stable owner wafted up. Greetings, Lando Calrissian. Since you are listening to this message, I will assume you received your reward. I'm happy to say that your suggestion of not executing the criminal Tymo has proved advantageous to all concerned. Duchess Mistal was so delighted to receive her consort back that she insisted on paying you the full reward, as well as offering to build a subsidiary blobsticle course for me in the main stadium of Umgul. We are already hiring creative engineers to design even tougher blobsticles for the new course, which, at the Duchess Mistal's request, will be called the Dak Track. I am forwarding these fire facet and Chrysopaz gems to you and hope you will spend the reward wisely. Why not come to Umgul and do some gambling? I'd be happy to be your host. As the message dissolved into wisps of light, Lando could do little more than stare open-mouthed at his fortune. Han laughed, then gestured for the short investigator to sit down. Join us for a drink. In fact, here, you can have mine. It's too sweet for me anyway. The investigator shook his head, the hard expression remaining on his face. No, thank you. I don't think I would enjoy that. I'd rather get back to my work. With that, the investigator left the lounge. Han clapped Lando on the shoulder. What are you going to do with all that money? Still thinking of investing it in spice mining? Lando came back to reality with a streak of defensiveness. I hate to say this, but when Moruth Duel showed us around, I was rather impressed by the potential there. Spice has plenty of good uses, too. Perfectly legitimate alternatives in psychological therapy, criminal investigation, communication with alien races, even artistic inspiration and entertainment. You knew that, Han, or you wouldn't have run Spice yourself in the old days. You've got a point, Lando. But Lando's imagination kept working on the problem. I don't see why the spice mines have to be run as some sort of slave lord operation. A lot of that could be automated. Even if there are more of those energy spiders running around, we could just use super cool droids down in the deeper tunnels. No big investment. I don't see what the problem is. Han looked at him skeptically, took a gulp of his sweet drink, then puckered his lips. Uh-huh. Besides, Lando said, I'm in the market for a new ship. I had to leave the Lady Luck stranded on Kessel. I may never get her back. What am I supposed to do for the time being? Seeing the eager stares from the others in the lounge, Lando snapped shut the lid of the armored briefcase. Well, anyway, it's wonderful just to be solvent again. Everybody in? Wedge Antilles called inside the echoing Imperial City spaceport. Let's get ready to go. The last of the New Republic colonization specialists, sociologists, and survival instructors hauled their personnel packs up the ramp of the medium transport. The 90-meter-long ship occupied the better part of an entire bay in the supply sector, but the group needed a transport large enough to haul the Eel Shaw survivors and their meager possessions, as well as the supplies necessary to set up a new home on Dantooine. Wedge kept track of the final details of the operation, skimming a checklist on his datapad. At least this was a better assignment than knocking down ruined buildings. For the time being. He was glad to be flying again, even if it was only a sluggish transport carrier instead of a fighter. But he knew tougher assignments lay in the near future. Admiral Dalla and her 3 Imperial Star Destroyers had devastated the Kessel system, then vanished into hyperspace. The New Republic had sent its best trackers to find out where she had gone to hide. Han insisted she was bound to make destructive guerrilla strikes, popping out of hyperspace and blasting a random planet. A loose cannon like Dala would not follow predictable overall strategy. The entire New Republic had to be on its guard. Chewbacca insisted that a New Republic occupation force head out to the Maw installation to free the other Wookiee slaves. The Alliance High Command also wanted to get their hands on any other plans and prototypes remaining in the secret weapons labs. So much for relaxing and picking up pieces, Wedge thought. Things are going to get a lot more interesting. But right now, his assignment was to get the people of Eel Shaw to safety on their new homeworld. When everything checked out on board, Wedge noticed Gantoris standing alone beside supply containers piled next to the wall. The displaced colony leader looked tall and powerful, but didn't seem to know how to react to seeing the relocation ship leave. "Don't worry," Wedge called. "We'll take your people to their new home. After living with volcanoes and earthquakes all their lives, Dantooine will seem like a paradise to them." Gantoris nodded, furrowing his smooth forehead. "Give them my greetings." Wedge waved to him. "You just go and become the best of the new Jedi Knights." Luke looked deep into the eyes of Kip Duron, searching for the core of a Jedi. The younger man flinched, but continued to meet Luke's gaze. "Are you nervous, Kip?" Luke asked. "A little. Should I be?" Luke smiled as he remembered boasting to Yoda that he wasn't afraid of his impending Jedi training. "You will be," Yoda had said. "You will be." Han interrupted them, clapping his hand on Kip's shoulder. "You should have been there to watch him zipping through the dark spice tunnels, and he navigated us right through the Maw with his eyes closed. This kid has a lot of potential, Luke." Luke nodded. "I was about to do that trick in the Maw myself. I know how difficult it must have been." "Does that mean you'll take me for your Jedi Academy?" Kip asked. "I want to know how to use this power I have. While I was sitting in a cell on a Star Destroyer, I vowed never to be helpless again." Luke withdrew the power pack and sheet crystal sensor panels from the old Imperial scanner that had once been used to detect Jedi descendants. "Let's try the scanner first." Untangling the cords, Luke stretched out the sheet crystal paddles on either side of Kip. "This won't hurt or anything. It just maps the potential of your senses." He tripped the scan switch on the control pack, and a narrow line of coppery light traveled down Kip's body as a smaller image of the copper scan line reappeared in reverse motion in front of them, digitizing its analysis of Kip Durham. Kip's reproduction hung in the air, bathed with the pale blue corona Luke had found on the others with genuine Jedi potential. But the aura waxed and waned, knotting itself, turning darker, growing brighter, streaked with red, then becoming tangled. "What does that mean?" Kip asked. "He's okay, isn't he?" Han seemed eager to have his protege accepted. Luke wondered at the anomalous mapping, disturbed because he didn't know how to interpret it. The shimmer could be a result of faulty scanning equipment, since the instrument had been roughly treated and could no longer be calibrated. Or it could be that because of the strain and pressure on Kip for so many years, he hadn't quite sprung back to his full potential yet. "I see a lot of power there. A lot," Luke said, and Kip sighed at the reassurance. "Let me try one other thing." Luke stretched out his hands to touch the curly black hair on Kip's head. "Let him do what he needs to," Han whispered to the young man. "Trust him." Luke closed his eyes and sent a tendril of thought to the back of Kip's mind where the deep primal memories hid, leaving little room for conscious thought. Luke touched inward to the isolated nub in his subconscious. He pushed, and suddenly found himself hurled backward, tossed aside like a piece of fluff in a Bespin windstorm. He landed flat on his back on the other side of the room, gasping. Han and Kip ran toward him as he struggled to prop himself up on his elbows. Luke shook the daze from his head. "I'm sorry," Kip said. "I don't know what I did. I didn't try to. Honest." "What happened?" Han said. "What does that mean for Kip?" Luke blinked, then smiled at the others. "Don't worry about me. I triggered that myself." He shook his head. "Kip, you have amazing power." Luke stood up and gripped the young man's hand. "You're definitely welcome to train at my academy. I just hope I know how to handle it when you come into your full control of your abilities." Epilogue. Luke Skywalker, Jedi Master, stood atop the great temple on the fourth moon of Yavin. Below his feet lay the empty throne room and grand audience chamber with skylights open to the sun. Garbed in a new Jedi cloak, wearing his lightsaber at his side, Luke felt warmth bathing him. Spicy, lingering scents rose as steam from the lush rainforest below. The ancient ruins left behind by the vanished Massassi race sprawled out in great geometrical edifices, now overgrown by voracious jungles. Luke stood on top of the ziggurat that had once been a towering lookout station when the rebel base had been housed on Yavin 4. In the sky, a swollen sphere of pale orange filled most of his view, the looming planet Yavin. The bloated gas giant had been a shield for the rebel base as the first Death Star orbited into position to fire with its planet-destroying super laser. The Yavin base had been abandoned by the rebels years before, but many of the broken stone structures were still serviceable. With the unleashed might of the Maw fleet and the expected depredations of Admiral Dalla, the New Republic desperately needed a strong force beyond pure military might, a group of guardians to maintain order in the galaxy. Luke intended to bring together everyone he could, immediately. Not just Gantoris and Streen, but also Kip Duron, Mara Jade, several of the witches of Dathomir, Cam Solusar, and others he had encountered since the Battle of Endor. And the search for new people with Jedi potential would have to be intensified. He needed candidates, as many as possible. The top levels of some of the flat-roofed Massassi structures had been clear enough for Luke to land his ship. On the broad courtyard once used as a launching pad by the Alliance, Luke's old X-Wing fighter lay cooling in the rising mists from the Yavin jungles. When Mon Mothma and Leia had offered Luke the abandoned rebel base, he had jumped at the chance. To begin his actual training, Luke tried to recreate all the exercises Yoda had taught him on Dagobah, as well as the practice sessions Obi-Wan Kenobi had begun. Luke also had the ancient Jedi holocron, the visual historical database Leia had taken from the resurrected Emperor's stronghold. He had studied the information from the hidden repository of Jedi knowledge in Dathomir. He had many tools, and his students carried inside themselves doorways to great power. But again, Luke worried. If one of his trainees, or more than one, fell to the dark side, would he himself have the power to bring them back? And who was this dark man who haunted Gantoris' dreams with prophecies of destruction? As Luke looked across the sweeping vista of dense wilderness, he saw wide, burned scars where fires had ravaged the rainforests. But the ecology of the moon struck back with a vengeance, healing itself. Dense clusters of sharp-smelling blue-leaf shrubs, Massassi trees, and climbing ferns clogged the ground in an impenetrable mesh that stretched as far as he could see, broken only by scattered temple ruins poking through the greensward. The alien constructions left behind by the Massassi seemed filled with secrets and knowledge of their own. Luke blinked his eyes and felt the power of the place around him, the wonder, the mystery of it all. He could not wait to begin bringing his students here. It was the perfect place to train a new order of Jedi Knights. About the author. Kevin J. Anderson's Jedi Academy trilogy, Jedi Search, Dark Apprentice, and Champions of the Force, spent 22 weeks on the New York Times bestseller list. He is the author of more than a dozen other novels, including the Nebula Award nominee Assemblers of Infinity, written with Doug Beeson. His other Star Wars projects include 3 anthologies of short stories and the Illustrated Star Wars Universe, with artist Ralph McQuarrie. He lives in Northern California. This has been Star Wars, the Jedi Academy Trilogy, Volume 1, Jedi Search, by Kevin J. Anderson. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed my reading of this audiobook and would like to contribute, you can head on over to www.patreon.com/theexpandeduniverselives forever. The link is also in the video's description.